The polls say 80 and 85 and even 90% that the Trump economy was great, that their economy was terrible.
Vice President Harris, I do want to ask for your response, and you heard what the president said there, because the Biden administration did keep a number of the Trump tariffs in place. So how do you respond?
Well, let's be clear that the Trump administration resulted in a trade deficit, one of the highest we've ever seen in the history of America. He invited trade wars. You want to talk about his deal with China? What he ended up doing is, under Donald Trump's presidency, he ended up selling American chips to China to help them improve and modernize their military, basically sold us out, when a policy about China should be in making sure the United States of America wins the competition for the 21st century, which means focusing on the details of what that requires, focusing on relationships with our allies, focusing on investing in American-based technology so that we win the race on AI, on quantum computing, focusing on what we need to do to support America's workforce so that we don't end up having on the short end of the stick in terms of workers' rights. But what Donald Trump did, let's talk about this, with COVID, is he actually thanked President Xi for what he did during COVID. Look at his tweet. Thank you, President Xi, exclamation point, when we know that Xi was responsible for lacking and not giving us transparency about the origins of COVID.
President Trump, I'll let you respond.
First of all, they bought their chips from Taiwan. We hardly make chips anymore because of philosophies like they have and policies like they have. I don't say her because she has no policy. Everything that she believed 3 years ago and 4 years ago is out the window. She's going to my philosophy now. In fact, I was going to send her a MAGA hat. She's gone to my philosophy. But if she ever got elected, she'd change it. And it will be the end of our country. She's a Marxist. Everybody knows she's a Marxist. Her father's a Marxist professor in economics, and he taught her well. But when you look at what she's done to our country, and when you look at these millions and millions of people that are pouring into our country monthly, where it's, I believe, 21 million people, not the 15 that people say, and I think it's a lot higher than the 21. That's bigger than New York State pouring in. And just look at what they're doing to our country. They're criminals. Many of these people coming in are criminals. And that's bad for our economy, too. You know, you mentioned before, we'll talk about immigration later. Well, bad immigration is the worst thing that can happen to our economy. They have, and she has, destroyed our country with policy that's insane. Almost policy that you'd say they have to hate our country.
President Trump, thank you. Lindsay?
I want to turn to the issue of abortion. President Trump, you've often touted that you were able to kill Roe v. Wade. Last year, you said that you were proud to be the most pro-life president in American history. Then last month, you said that your administration would be great for women and their reproductive rights. In your home state of Florida,
what's going on, War
surprised
Master?
many with regard to your 6-week abortion ban, because you initially had said that it was too short. And you said, quote, I'm going to be voting that we need more than 6 weeks. But then the very next day, you reversed course and said you would vote to support the 6-week ban. Vice President Harris says that women shouldn't trust you on the issue of abortion because you've changed your position so many times. Therefore, why should they trust you?
Well, the reason I'm doing that vote is because the plan is, as you know, the vote is, they have abortion in the 9th month. They even have, and you can look at the governor of West Virginia, the previous governor of West Virginia, not the current governor, who's doing an excellent job, but the governor before, he said the baby will be born and we will decide what to do with the baby. In other words, we'll execute the baby. And that's why I did that, because that predominates, because they're radical. The Democrats are radical in that. And her vice presidential pick, which I think was a horrible pick, by the way, for our country, because he is really out of it. But her vice presidential pick says abortion in the 9th month is absolutely fine. He also says execution after birth. It's execution, no longer abortion, because the baby is born, is okay. And that's not okay with me, hence the vote. But what I did is something for 52 years. They've been trying to get Roe v. Wade into the states. And through the genius and heart and strength of 6 Supreme Court justices, we were able to do that. Now, I believe in the exceptions for rape, incest, and life of the mother. I believe strongly in it. Ronald Reagan did also. 85% of Republicans do. exceptions, very important. But we were able to get it, and now states are voting on it. And for the first time, you're going to see, look, this is an issue that's torn our country apart for 52 years. Every legal scholar, every Democrat, every Republican, liberal, conservative, they all wanted this issue to be brought back to the states where the people could vote. And that's what happened. And now, Ohio, the vote was somewhat liberal. Kansas, the vote was somewhat liberal, much more liberal than people would have thought. But each individual state is voting. It's the vote of the people now. It's not tied up in the federal government. I did a great service in doing it. It took courage to do it. And the Supreme Court had great courage in doing it. And I give tremendous credit to those 6 justices.
Well, Master said most people have no idea the left wanted to give women authority to end children's 2 years. God damn, 2 years.
There is no state in this country
Oh,
where
hell no. As a toddler?
it is legal to kill a baby after it's born. Madam Vice President, I want to get your response to President Trump.
Well, as I said, you're going to hear a bunch of lies, and that's not actually a surprising fact.
I'm tired of this toddler. Terminate, terminate, terminate.
Let's understand how we got here.
Damn.
Donald Trump hand-selected
2
3
years.
members of the United States Supreme Court with the intention that they would undo the protections of Roe v. Wade. And they did exactly as he intended. And now in over 20 states, there are Trump abortion bans, which make it criminal for a doctor or nurse to provide health care. In one state, it provides prison for life. Trump abortion bans that make no exception even for rape and incest,
horrible.
which understand what that means. A survivor of a crime, a violation to their body, does not have the right to make a decision about what happens to their body next. That is immoral.
Leave it to her to make this about gender.
And one does not have to abandon their faith or deeply held beliefs to agree. The government, and Donald Trump certainly, should not be telling a woman what to do with her body. I have talked with women.
She got that conviction in her voice.
Around our country.
You better support a union.
You want to talk about this is what people wanted? Pregnant women who want to carry a pregnancy to term, suffering from a miscarriage, being denied care in an emergency room because the healthcare providers are afraid they might go to jail, and she's bleeding out in a car in the parking lot. She didn't want that. Her husband didn't want that. A 12 or 13-year-old survivor of incest being forced to carry a pregnancy to term.
See, they're using the extremes, you know. I mean, I believe you can do whatever you want, but when you start using, you know, the A word as birth control, then that's a problem.
They don't want that. And I pledge to you, when Congress passes a bill to put back in place the protections of Roe v. Wade, as President of the United States, I will proudly sign it into law. But understand, if Donald Trump were to be reelected, he will sign a national abortion ban. Understand, in his Project 2025, there would be a national abortion, a monitor that would be monitoring your pregnancies, your miscarriages. I think the American people believe that certain freedoms, in particular the freedom to make decisions about one's own body, should not be made by the government.
Thank you, Vice President Harris.
Well, there she goes again. It's a lie. I'm not signing a ban, and there's no reason to sign a ban because we've gotten what everybody wanted. Democrats, Republicans, and everybody else, and every legal scholar wanted it to be brought back into the states, and the states are voting. And it may take a little time, but for 52 years, this issue has torn our country apart, and they've wanted it back in the states. And I did something that nobody thought was possible. The states are now voting. What she says is an absolute lie. And as far as the abortion ban, no, I'm not in favor of abortion ban, but it doesn't matter because this issue has now been taken over by the states.
Would you veto a national abortion ban if it came
Well,
to
I
your
won't
desk?
have to because, again, two things. Number one, she said she'll go back to Congress. She'll never get the vote. It's impossible for her to get the vote, especially now with the 50-50 and essentially 50-50 in both Senate and the House. She's not going to get the vote. She can't get the vote. She won't even come close to it. So it's just talk. You know what it reminds me of when they said they're going to get student loans terminated, and it ended up being a total catastrophe.
I remember that.
The student loans, and then I think probably her boss, if you call him a boss, he spends all his time on the beach. But look, her boss went out and said, we'll do it again. We'll do it a different way. And he went out, got rejected again by the Supreme Court. So all these students got taunted with this whole thing about this whole idea. And how unfair that would have been, part of the reason they lost, to the millions and millions of people that had to pay off their student loans. They didn't get it for free. But they were saying it's the same way that they talked about that they talk about abortion.
But if I could just get a yes or no, because your running mate, J.D. Vance, has said that you would veto it if it did come to your desk.
Well, I didn't discuss it with J.D. In all fairness, J.D., and I don't mind if he has a certain view, but I think he was speaking for me, but I really didn't. Look, we don't have to discuss it because she'd never be able to get it, just like she couldn't get student loans. They couldn't get student loans. They didn't even come close to getting student loans. They taunted young people and a lot of other people that had loans. They can never get this approved. So it doesn't matter what she says about going to Congress. Well, wonderful. Let's go to Congress. Do it. But the fact is that for years, they wanted to get it out of Congress and out of the federal government. And we did something that everybody said couldn't be done. And now you have a vote of the people on abortion.
Vice President Harris, I want to give you your time to respond. But I do want to ask, would you support any restrictions on a woman's right to an abortion?
I absolutely support reinstating the protections of Roe v. Wade. And as you rightly mentioned,
they hated Trump
nowhere
for
in
that.
America is a woman carrying a pregnancy to term and asking for an abortion. That is not happening. It's insulting to the women of America. And understand
I don't know about
happening
that.
under Donald Trump's abortion bans. Couples who pray and dream of having a family are being denied IVF treatments. What is happening in our country? Working people, working women who are working 1 or 2 jobs, who can barely afford childcare as it is, have to travel to another state to get on a plane sitting next to strangers to go and get the health care she needs. Barely can afford to do it, and what you are putting her through is unconscionable. And the people of America have not, the majority of Americans believe in a woman's right to make decisions about her own body. And that is why in every state where this issue has been on the ballot, in red and blue states both.
She was on stage not too long ago like, we trust women. Y'all don't trust women? Like,
The people of America have voted for freedom.
Vice President Harris,
Excuse me, I have
you.
to respond. Another lie. It's another lie. I have been a leader on IVF, which is fertilization. The IVF, I have been a leader. In fact, when they got a very negative decision on IVF from the Alabama courts, I saw the people of Alabama and the legislature 2 days later voted it in. I've been a leader on it. They know that, and everybody else knows it. I have been a leader on fertilization, IVF. And the other thing, you should ask, will she allow abortion in the 8th month, 9th month, 7th month?
Come on.
Okay, would you do that? Why don't you ask her that question?
Why don't you answer
That's
the
problem.
question? Would you
because
veto?
under Roe v.
Answer
Wade,
the question, would you veto?
you could do abortions in the 7th month, the 8th month,
And
the
see,
9th
they're
month,
letting-
and
they're letting her
probably
cut
after
him
birth.
off.
Just look at the former
Ad
governor
libs.
of Virginia. The governor of Virginia said, we put the baby aside and then we determine what we want to do with the baby.
President Trump, thank you.
We're going to turn now to immigration and border security. We know it's an issue that's important to Republicans, Democrats, voters across the board in this country. Vice President Harris, you were tasked by President Biden with getting to the root causes of migration from Central America. We know that illegal border crossings reached a record high in the Biden administration. This past June, President Biden imposed tough new asylum restrictions. We know the numbers since then have dropped significantly. But my question to you tonight is, why did the administration wait until 6 months before the election to act? And would you have done anything differently from President Biden on this?
So I'm the only person on this stage who has prosecuted transnational criminal organizations for the trafficking of guns, drugs, and human beings. And let me say that the United States Congress, including some of the most conservative members of the United States Senate, came up with a border security bill which I supported. And that bill would have put 1,500 more border agents on the border to help those folks who are working there right now overtime, trying to do their job. It would have allowed us to stem the flow of fentanyl coming into the United States. I know there are so many families watching tonight who have been personally affected by the surge of fentanyl in our country.
Bro,
That bill
you were in office for 4 years.
Resources to allow us to prosecute transnational criminal organizations for trafficking in guns, drugs, and human beings. But you know what happened to that bill? Donald Trump got on the phone, called up some folks in Congress and said, kill the bill. And you know why? Because he'd prefer to run on a problem instead of fixing a problem. And understand, this comes at a time where the people of our country actually need a leader who engages in solutions, who actually addresses the problems at hand. But what we have in the former president is someone who would prefer to run on a problem instead of fixing a problem. And I'll tell you something, he's going to talk about immigration a lot tonight, even when it's not the subject that is being raised. And I'm going to actually do something really unusual, and I'm going to invite you to attend one of Donald Trump's rallies, because it's a really interesting thing to watch. You will see during the course of his rallies, he talks about fictional characters like Hannibal Lecter. He will talk about windmills cause cancer. And what you will also notice is that people start leaving his rallies early out of exhaustion and boredom. And I will tell you, the one thing you will not hear him talk about is you. You will not hear him talk about your needs, your dreams, and your desires. And I'll tell you, I believe you deserve a president who actually puts you first. And I pledge to you that I will.
Hell yeah.
Vice President Harris, thank you. President Trump, on that point, I want to get your response.
Well, I would like to respond.
Let me just ask, though, why did you try to kill that bill, and successfully so? That would have put thousands of additional agents and officers on the border.
First, let me respond as to the rallies. She said people start leaving. People don't go to her rallies. There's no reason to go. And the people that do go, she's bussing them in and paying them to be there. Oof. And then showing them in a different light. So she can't talk about that. People don't leave my rallies. We have the biggest rallies, the most incredible rallies in the history of politics. That's because people want to take their country back. Our country is being lost. We're a failing nation. And it happened 3.5 years ago. And what's going on here, you're going to end up in World War III, just to go into another subject. What they have done to our country by allowing these millions and millions of people to come into our country, and look at what's happening to the towns all over the United States. And a lot of towns don't want to talk. It's not going to be Aurora or Springfield. A lot of towns don't want to talk about it because they're so embarrassed by it. In Springfield, they're eating the dogs, the people that came in. They're eating the cats. They're eating the pets of the people that live there. And this is what's happening in our country, and it's a shame. As far as rallies are concerned, as far as the reason they go is they like what I say. They want to bring our country back. They want to make America great again. It's a very simple phrase, make America great again. She's destroying this country. And if she becomes president, this country doesn't have a chance of success. Not only success, we'll end up being Venezuela on steroids.
Oh, shit.
I just want to clarify here. You bring up Springfield, Ohio, and ABC News did reach out to the city manager there. He told us there have been no credible reports of specific claims of pets being harmed, injured, or abused by individuals within the immigrant community.
Well, I've seen people on television.
Let me just say here, this is the
people on television say my dog was taken and used for food. So maybe he said that, and maybe that's a good thing to say for a city manager.
I'm not taking this from
but
television.
But the people
I'm
on television saying their
manager.
dog was eaten by the people that went there.
Again, the Springfield city manager.
What's going on, average philosopher?
Vice President Harris, I'll let you respond to the rest of what you've heard.
You got to get your wife about these streets, man. Average philosopher got a queen in these streets.
You know, this is, I think, one of the reasons why in this election, I actually have the endorsement of 200 Republicans who have formerly worked with President Bush, Mitt Romney, and John McCain, including the endorsement of former Vice President Dick Cheney and Congress member Liz Cheney. And if you want to really know the inside track on who the former president is, if he didn't make it clear already, just ask people who have worked with him. His former chief of staff, a 4-star general, has said he has contempt for the Constitution of the United States. His former national security advisor has said he is dangerous and unfit. His former Secretary of Defense has said the nation, the republic, would never survive another Trump term. And when we listen to this kind of rhetoric when the issues that affect the American people are not being addressed, I think the choice is clear in this election.
President Trump, I'll give you a quick minute to respond
Yeah.
here.
Thank you. Because when I hear that, see, I'm a different kind of a person. I fired most of those people. Not so graciously. They did bad things or a bad job. I fired them. They never fired one person. They didn't fire anybody having to do with Afghanistan and the Taliban and the 13 people whose were just killed, viciously and violently killed. And I got to know the parents and the family. They didn't fire. They should have fired all those generals, all those top people, because that was one of the most incompetently handled situations anybody has ever seen. So when somebody does a bad job, I fire him. And you take a guy like Esper, he was no good, I fired him, so he writes a book. Another one writes a book, because with me they can write books, with nobody else can they. But they have done such a poor job, and they never fire anybody. Look at the economy. Look at the inflation. They didn't fire any of their economists. They have the same people. That's
his
a good
trademark is you're fired.
way not to have books written about you. But just to finish, I got more votes than any Republican in history by far. In fact, I got more votes than any president, sitting president in history by far.
Let me continue on immigration. It was what you wanted to talk about earlier. So let's get back to your deportation proposal that the vice president has reacted to as well. President Trump, you call this the largest domestic deportation operation in the history of our country. You say you would use the National Guard. You say if things get out of control, you'd have no problem using the U.S. military.
Police, yes.
You also said you would use local police. How would you deport 11 million undocumented immigrants? I know you believe that number is much higher. Take us through this. What does this look like? Will authorities be going door to door in this country?
Yeah, it is much higher because of them. They allowed criminals, many millions of criminals. They allowed terrorists. They allowed common street criminals. They allowed people to come in, drug dealers, to come into our country. And they're now in the United States and told by their countries like Venezuela, don't ever come back or we're going to kill you. Do you know that crime in Venezuela and crime in countries all over the world is way down? You know why? Because they've taken their criminals off the street and they've given them to her to put into our country. And this will be one of the greatest mistakes in history for them to allow. And I think they probably did it because they think they're going to get votes, but it's not worth it. Because they're destroying the fabric of our country by what they've done. There's never been anything done like this at all. They've destroyed the fabric of our country. Millions of people let in. And all over the world, crime is down. All over the world except here. Crime here is up and through the roof. Despite their fraudulent statements that they made, crime in this country is through the roof. And we have a new form of crime. It's called migrant crime. And it's happening at levels that nobody thought possible.
President Trump, as you know, the FBI says overall violent crime is actually coming down in this country. But
Excuse me, the FBI they were defrauding statements. They didn't include the worst cities. They didn't include the cities with the worst crime. It was a fraud. Just like their number of 818,000 jobs that they said they created turned out to be a fraud.
President Trump, thank you. I'll let you respond, Vice President Harris.
Well, I think this is so rich, coming from someone who has been prosecuted
Here it goes.
for national security crimes, economic crimes, election interference, has been found liable for sexual assault, and his next big court appearance is in November at his own criminal sentencing.
Uh-oh.
And let's be clear where each person stands on the issue of what is important about respect for the rule of law and respect for law enforcement. The former vice president called for defunding federal law enforcement, 45,000 agents, get this, on the day after he was arraigned on 34 felony counts. So let's talk about what is important in this race. It is important that we move forward, that we turn the page on this same old tired rhetoric and address the needs of the American people, address what we need to do about the housing shortage, which I have a plan for, address what we must do to support our small
And notice how he's quiet and not ad-libbing.
businesses, address bringing down the price of groceries. But frankly, the American people are exhausted with this same old tired playbook.
Vice President Harris, thank you.
Okay, we'll get to that, War Master.
Every one of those cases was started by them against their political opponent. And I'm winning most of them, and I will win the rest on appeal. And you saw that with the decision that came down just recently from the Supreme Court. I'm winning most of them. But those are cases, it's called weaponization. Never happened in this country. They weaponized the Justice Department. Every one of those cases was involved with the DOJ, from Atlanta and Fani Willis to the Attorney General of New York and the DA in New York. Every one of those cases. And then they say, oh, he's a criminal. They're the ones that made them go after me. By the way, Joe Biden was found essentially guilty on the documents case. And what happened in my documents case? They said, oh, that's the toughest of them all. A complete and total victory. 2 months ago, it was thrown out. It's weaponization, and they used it, and it's never happened in this country. They used it to try and win an election. They're fake cases.
President Trump, thank you. A really quick response here, Vice President Harris, on this notion of weaponization of the Justice Department.
Well, let's talk about extreme and understand the context in which this election in 2024 is taking place. The United States Supreme Court
be careful.
recently ruled that the former president would essentially be immune from any misconduct if he were to enter the White House again. Understand, this is someone who has openly said he would terminate, I'm quoting, terminate the Constitution of the United States, that he would weaponize the Department of Justice against his political enemies. Someone who has openly expressed disdain for members of our military. Understand what it would mean if Donald Trump were back in the White House with no guardrails, because certainly we know now the court won't stop him. We know J.D. Vance is not going to stop him. It's up to the American people.
Vice President Harris, thank you. Lindsay?
Vice President Harris, in your last run for president.
This is the one that weaponized, not me. She weaponized. I probably took a bullet to the head because of the things that they say about me. They talk about democracy. I'm a threat to democracy. They're the threat to democracy with a fake Russia investigation that went nowhere.
We have a lot to get to. Lindsay?
Vice President Harris, in your last run for president, you said you wanted to ban fracking. Now you don't. You wanted mandatory government buyback programs for assault weapons. Now your campaign says you don't. You supported decriminalizing border crossings. Now you're taking a harder line. I know you say that your values have not changed. So then why have so many of your policy positions changed?
They're trying to downplay it.
So my values have not changed, and I'm going to discuss every one of the, at least every point.
They're trying to downplay the assassination attempt, and look how it disappeared. No one talks about it.
That you've made. But in particular, let's talk about fracking, because we're here in Pennsylvania. I made that very clear in 2020. I will not ban fracking. I have not banned fracking as Vice President of the United States. And in fact, I was the tie-breaking vote on the Inflation Reduction Act, which opened new leases for fracking. My position is that we have got to invest in diverse sources of energy so we reduce our reliance on foreign oil. We have had the largest increase in domestic oil production in history.
Now, I understand why America is saving its oil and using other people's oil, because, I mean, it's a doozy to get to. We got a lot of oil that we can use, but you got to think about the future of the country. We might need that. So you keep your reserve and use other people's shit. Makes sense to me. I'm sorry. It just makes sense.
History. Because of an approach that recognizes that we cannot over-rely on foreign oil.
We may really need to isolate one day. You got a reserve.
It relates to my values. Let me tell you, I grew up a middle-class kid raised by a hardworking mother who worked and saved and was able to buy our first home when I was a teenager. The values I bring to the importance of home ownership, knowing not everybody got handed $400 million on a silver platter and then filed bankruptcy 6 times, is a value that I bring to my work, to say we are going to work with the private sector and home builders to increase 3 million homes, increase by 3 million homes by the end of my first term. My work that is related to having a friend when I was in high school who was
I could do that now, though.
Sexually assaulted by her stepfather. And my focus then on protecting women and children from violent crime is based on a value that is deeply grounded in the importance of standing up for those who are most vulnerable. My work...
Oh, we got to chop that up, War Master. I didn't know about that.
It is about protecting Social Security and Medicare. is based on long-standing work that I have done.
I dropped the link in the chat if you guys would like to join.
Protecting seniors from scams. My values have not changed. And what is important is that there is a president who
Only if I know you, though.
actually brings values and a perspective that is about lifting people up and not beating people down. And
Why does she have to throw in the sexual assault, though? Like, come on, man.
calling. The true measure of the leader is the leader who actually understands the strength is not in beating people down, it's in lifting people up. I intend to be that president.
President Trump, your
Well, first of
response?
all, I wasn't given $400 million. I wish I was. My father was a Brooklyn builder, Brooklyn, Queens, and a great father, and I learned a lot from him. But I was given a fraction of that, a tiny fraction, and I built it into many, many billions of dollars, many, many billions. And when people see it, they are even surprised. So we don't have to talk about that. Fracking, she's been against it for 12 years. Defund the police, she's been against that forever. She gave all that stuff up very wrongly, very horribly, and everybody's laughing at it, okay? They're all laughing at it. She gave up at least 12 and probably 14 or 15 different policies. Like, she was big on defund the police. In Minnesota, she went out, wait a minute, I'm talking now.
Uh-oh.
If you don't mind, please.
Mudslinging.
Does that sound familiar?
Mudslinging.
She went out.
Mudslinging.
She went out in Minnesota and wanted to let criminals that killed people, that burned down Minneapolis, she went out and raised money to get them out of jail. She did things that nobody would ever think of. Now she wants to do transgender operations on illegal aliens that are in prison. This is a radical left liberal that would do this. She wants to confiscate your guns, and she will never allow fracking in Pennsylvania. If she won the election, fracking in Pennsylvania will end on day one. Just to finish, one thing so important in my opinion. So I got the oil business going like nobody has ever done before.
What's going on, Chaos?
When they took over, they got rid of it, started getting rid of it, and the prices were going up the roof. They immediately let these guys go to where they were. I would have been 5 times, 4 times, 5 times higher, because you're talking about 3.5 years ago. They got it up to where I was because they had no choice, because the prices of energy were quadrupling and doubling. You saw what happened to gasoline. So they said, let's go back to Trump. But if she won the election, the day after that election, they'll go back to destroying our country, and oil will be dead. Fossil fuel will be dead. We'll go back to windmills, and we'll go back to solar, where they need a whole desert to get some energy to come out. You ever see a solar plant? By the way, I'm a big fan of solar, but they take 400, 500 acres of desert
President
soil.
Trump, we have a
These
lot
are
of
not good
issues
things
that we
for the
have to get to.
environment,
We're
as she
out of time.
understands.
Thank you.
And they're cutting him
Thank you.
off.
We have an election in just 56 days.
She can talk uninterrupted, but they're cutting him off, man.
And I want to talk about the peaceful transfer of power, which, of course, we all know is a cornerstone of our democracy, and the role of a president in a moment of crisis. Mr. President, on January 6th, you told your supporters to march to the Capitol. You said
Don't
you
even
would
care
be
what
right
he's
there
talking
with
about.
them.
They said, fuck
The
him.
country and the world saw what played out at the Capitol that day, the officers coming under attack. Aides in the West Wing say you watched it unfold on television off the Oval Office.
What's he supposed to do? Jump in? What are you supposed to do? Help him?
Did send out tweets, but it was more than 2 hours before you sent out that video message telling your supporters to go home. Is there anything you regret about what you did on that day?
What you did?
You just said a thing that isn't covered. Peacefully and patriotically, I said during
Made him
my
guilty.
speech, not later on. Peacefully and patriotically. And nobody on the other side was killed. Ashley Babbitt was shot by an out-of-control police officer that should have never, ever shot her. It's a disgrace. But we didn't do this group of people that have been treated so badly. I ask, what about all the people that are pouring into our country and killing people that she allowed to pour in? She was the border czar. Remember that. She was the border czar. She doesn't want to be called the border czar because she's embarrassed by the border. In fact, she said at the beginning, oh, I'm surprised you're not talking about the border yet. That's because she knows what a bad job they've done. What about those people? When are they going to be prosecuted? When are these people from countries all over the world, not just South America, they're coming in from all over the world, David, all over the world. And crime rates are down all over the world because of it.
But let me just
one
ask
of those, David,
Cutting them
one
off
of those
again.
people going to be prosecuted? One of the people that burned down Minneapolis going to be prosecuted? Or in Seattle, they went into Seattle, they took over a big percentage of the city of Seattle. When are those people going to be prosecuted?
But let me just ask
You might ask her that question.
You were the president. You were watching it unfold on television.
Oh,
It's a
he
very
just
simple
gonna go
question
back
as we
to
move
it.
forward.
Oh, he just gonna deny all of that. Oh my God.
Is there anything you regret about what you did on that day?
Oh my God.
Yes, sir.
I had nothing to do with that other than they asked me to make a speech. I showed up for a speech. I said, I think it's going to be big. I went to Nancy Pelosi and the mayor of Washington, D.C., and the mayor put it back in writing, as you know. I said, you know, this is going to be a very big rally or whatever you want to call it. And again, it wasn't done by me. It was done by others. I said, I'd like to give you 10,000 National Guard or soldiers. They rejected me. Nancy Pelosi rejected me. It was just 2 weeks ago. Her daughter has a tape of her saying she is fully responsible for what happened. They want to get rid of that tape. It would have never happened if Nancy Pelosi and the mayor of Washington did their jobs. I wasn't responsible for security. Nancy Pelosi was responsible. She didn't do her job.
The question was about you as president, not about former Speaker Pelosi. But I do want
he trying to put it on him, and he giving him the explanation.
Vice President Harris to respond here.
He said 5 times.
I was at the Capitol on January 6th. I was the vice president-elect. I was also an acting senator. I was there.
Damn, 5 times.
And on that day, the President of the United States incited a violent mob.
Oh my God!
To attack.
Oh, he gave her a
the nation's capital. To desecrate our nation's capital. On that day, 140 law enforcement officers were injured, and some died. And understand, the former president has been indicted and impeached for exactly that reason. But this is not an isolated situation. Let's remember Charlottesville, where there was a mob of people carrying tiki torches, spewing anti-Semitic hate.
Oh my God.
And what did the president then at the time say? There were fine people on each side. Let's remember that when it came to the Proud Boys, a militia, the president said, the former...
They're still Americans, by the way.
President said, stand back and stand by. So for everyone watching who remembers what January 6th was, I say, we don't have to go back. Let's not go back. We're not going back. It's time to turn the page. And if that was a bridge too far for you, well, there is a place in our campaign for you to stand for country, to stand for our democracy, to stand for rule of law, and to end the chaos, and to end the approach that is about attacking the foundation.
You've been in office for 4 years, bro. What?
Of our democracy, because you don't like the outcome. And be clear on that point. Donald Trump, the candidate, has said in this election there will be a bloodbath if this and the outcome of this election is not to his liking. Let's turn the page on this. Let's not.
No, he was saying because you're going to be in control, is going to be a bloodbath.
Not go back. Let's chart a course for the future and not go backwards to the past.
Let me just follow up here.
It was a different term, and it was a term that related to energy because they have destroyed our energy business. That was where bloodbath was. Also, on Charlottesville, that story has been, as you would say, debunked. Laura Ingraham, Sean Hannity, Jesse, all of these people, they covered it. If they go an extra sentence, they will see it was perfect. It was debunked in almost every newspaper, but they still bring it up, just like they bring 2025 up. They bring all of this stuff up. I ask you this, you talk about the Capitol. Why are we allowing these millions of people to come through on the southern border? How come she's not doing anything? And I'll tell you what I would do, and I would be very proud to do it. I would say we would both leave this debate right now. I'd like to see her go down to Washington, D.C. during this debate because we're wasting a lot of time. Go down to, because she's been so bad, it's so ridiculous. Go down to Washington, D.C. and let her sign a bill to close up the border because they have the right to do it. They don't need bills. They have the right to do it. The president of the United States, you'll get him out of bed. You'll wake him up at 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Right. You'll say, come on down to the office. Let's sign a bill. If he signs a bill that the border is closed, all he has to do is say it to the Border Patrol, who are phenomenal. If they do that, the border is closed.
Mr.
Those
President,
people are killing many people, unlike J6.
We talked immigration here tonight. I do want to focus on this next issue to both of you, because it really brings us this into focus, truth in these times that we're living in. Mr. President, for 3.5 years after you lost the 2020 election, you repeatedly
he's just throwing jabs at him. He
won, many times saying you won in a landslide. In the past couple of weeks leading up to this debate, you have said, quote,
Kamala got another man on her side, bro. It's this guy.
Quote, you lost by a whisker, that you, quote, didn't quite make it, that you came up a little bit short.
And he's throwing her curveballs low key if y'all picking it up.
Are you now acknowledging that you lost in 20?
No. He's giving her material to use.
I don't acknowledge it at all.
But
I
you
said
did
that
say
sarcastically.
That.
You know that. It was said, oh, we lost by a whisker.
He's setting it up. He's setting the dominoes up so she can knock him down. He's giving her material.
It was said sarcastically. Look, there's so much proof. All you have to do is look at it. And they should have sent it back to the legislatures for approval. I got almost 75 million votes, the most votes any sitting president has ever gotten. I was told if I got 63, which was what I got in 2016, you can't be beaten. The election, people should never be thinking about an election as fraudulent. We need two things. We need walls, and we have to have it. We have to have borders, and we have to have good elections. Our elections are bad. And a lot of these illegal immigrants coming in, they're trying to get them to vote. They can't even speak English. They don't even know what country they're in practically. And these people are trying to get them to vote. And that's why they're allowing them to come into our country.
I did watch all of these pieces of video. I didn't detect the sarcasm, lost by a whisker. We didn't quite make it. And we should just point out here as clarification, and you know this, you and your allies, 60 cases.
Like, this dude is having like a whole conversation with him, and Kamala's not even talking.
In front of many judges, many of them
no judge looked at it
and said
they said we didn't have
widespread
standing. That's the other thing. They said we didn't have standing, a technicality. Can you imagine a system where a person in an election doesn't have standing? The president of the United States doesn't have standing. That's how we lost. If you look at the facts, and I'd love to have you'll do a special on it. I'll show you Georgia, and I'll show you Wisconsin, and I'll show you Pennsylvania, and I'll show you. We have so many facts and statistics, but you know what? That doesn't matter, because we have to solve the problem that we have right now. That's old news. And the problem that we have right now is we have a nation in decline, and they have put it into decline. We have a nation that is dying, David.
Mr. President, thank you. Vice President Harris, you heard the president.
And not even acknowledging nothing that he's saying.
There tonight. He said he didn't say that he lost by whisker. So he still believes he did not lose the election. That was won by President Biden and yourself. But I do want to ask you about something that's come up in the last couple of days. This was a post from President Trump about this upcoming election just weeks away. He said, when I win,
all he's doing is going at Trump. What the hell?
Those people who cheated, and then he lists donors, voters, election officials, he says will be prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law, which will include long-term prison sentences. One of your campaign's top lawyers responded saying, we won't let Donald Trump intimidate us. We won't let him suppress the vote. Is that what you believe he's trying to do here?
Donald Trump was fired by 81 million people. So let's be clear about that. And clearly he is having a very difficult time processing that. But we cannot afford to have a president of the United States who attempts, as he did in the past, to upend the will of the voters in a free and fair election. And I'm going to tell you that I have traveled the world as Vice President of the United States, and world leaders are laughing at Donald Trump. I have talked with military leaders, some of whom worked with you, and they say you're a disgrace. And when you then talk in this way,
that's not true.
In a presidential
only a couple of them, but that's not true.
Debate and deny what over and over again are court cases you have lost because you did in fact lose that election.
And they will absolutely laugh at you.
Leads one to believe that perhaps we do not have in the candidate to my right the temperament or
respectfully
or the ability to not be confused about fact. That's deeply troubling, and the American people deserve better.
I'll give you 1 minute to respond, Mr. President.
Let me just tell you about world leaders. Viktor Orban, one of the most respected men, they call him a strong man. He's a tough person, smart, Prime Minister of Hungary. They said, why is the whole world blowing up? 3 years ago, it wasn't. Why is it blowing up? He said, because you need Trump back as president. They were afraid of him. China was afraid, and I don't like to use the word afraid, but I'm just quoting him. China was afraid of him. North Korea was afraid of him. Look at what's going on with North Korea, by the way. He said Russia was afraid of him. I ended the Nord Stream 2 pipeline, and Biden put it back on day one, but he ended the XL pipeline. The XL pipeline in our country, he ended that. But he let the Russians build a pipeline going all over Europe and heading into Germany, the biggest pipeline in the world. Look, Viktor Orban said it. He said the most respected, most feared person is Donald Trump. We had no problems when Trump was president, but when this weak, pathetic man that you saw at a debate just a few months ago, that if he weren't in that debate, he'd be running instead of her. She got no votes. He got 14 million votes. What you did, you talk about a threat to democracy. He got 14 million votes and they threw him out of office. And you know what? I'll give you a little secret. He hates her. He can't stand her. But he got 14 million votes. They
look at her face.
threw him out. She got 0 votes. And when she ran, she was the first one to leave because she failed. And now she's running. I don't understand it, but I'm okay with it because
your time is
I think
up.
we're
Thank
going to
you.
do very well.
Oh, man, he was
Turning out to
cooking.
the Israel
Let him cook.
Hamas war and the hostages who are still being held, Americans among them. Vice President Harris, in December, you said, quote, Israel has a right to defend itself, but you added, quote, it matters how, saying international humanitarian law must be respected. Israel must do more to protect innocent civilians. You said that 9 months ago. Now an estimated 40,000 Palestinians are dead. Nearly 100 hostages remain. Just last week, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu said there's not a deal in the making. President Biden has not been able to break through the stalemate. How would you do it?
Damn, Biden can't stand Kamala. We know that.
Well, let's understand how we got here. On October 7, Hamas, a terrorist organization, slaughtered 1,200 Israelis, many of them young people who were simply attending a concert. Women were horribly raped. And so absolutely, I said then, I say now, Israel has a right to defend itself. We would. And how it does so matters, because it is also true, far too many innocent Palestinians have been killed.
We got another gender war
Children,
coming, y'all.
mothers. What we know is that this war must end. It must end immediately, and the way it will end is we need a ceasefire deal and we need the hostages out. And so we will continue to work around the clock on that. Work around the clock, also understanding that we must chart a course for a two-state solution. And in that solution, there must be security for the Israeli people and Israel, and in equal measure for the Palestinians. But the one thing I will assure you always, I will always give Israel the ability to defend itself, in particular as it relates to Iran and any threat that Iran and its proxies pose to Israel. But we must have a two-state solution where we can rebuild Gaza, where the Palestinians have security, self-determination, and the dignity they so rightly deserve.
President Trump, how would you negotiate with Netanyahu and also Hamas in order to get the hostages out and prevent the killing of more innocent civilians in Gaza?
If I were president, it would have never started. If I were president, Russia would have never, ever, I know Putin very well, he would have never, and there was no threat of it either, by the way, for 4 years, have gone into Ukraine and killed millions of people when you add it up, far worse than people understand what's going on over there. But when she mentions about Israel, all of a sudden, she hates Israel. She wouldn't even meet with Netanyahu when he went to Congress to make a very important speech. She refused to be there because she was at a sorority party of hers. She wanted to go to the sorority party. She hates Israel. If she's president, I believe that Israel will not exist within 2 years from now. And I've been pretty good at predictions, and I hope I'm wrong about that one. She hates Israel. At the same time, in her own way, she hates the Arab population because the whole place is going to get blown up. Arabs, Jewish people, Israel will be gone. It would have never happened. Iran was broke under Donald Trump. Now Iran has $300 billion because they took off all the sanctions that I had. Iran had no money for Hamas or Hezbollah or any of the 28 different spheres of terror. And they are spheres of terror, horrible terror. They had no money. It was a big story, and you know it. You covered it very well, actually. They had no money for terror. They were broke. Now they're a rich nation. And now what they're doing is they're spreading that money around. Look at what's happening with the Houthis and Yemen. Look at what's going on in the Middle East. This would have never happened. I will get that settled and fast, and I'll get the war with Ukraine and Russia ended. If I'm president-elect, I'll get it done before even becoming president.
Vice President Harris, he says you hate Israel.
That's absolutely not true. I have my entire career and life supported Israel and the Israeli people. He knows that. He's trying to, again, divide and distract from the reality, which is it is very well known that Donald Trump is weak and wrong on national security and foreign policy. It is well known that he admires dictators, wants to be a dictator on day one, according to himself. It is well known that he said of Putin,
You want to be a dictator too,
that
though.
he can do whatever the hell he wants and go into Ukraine. It is well known that he said when Russia went into Ukraine, it was brilliant. It is well known he exchanged love letters with Kim Jong-un. And
How are
it is
you?
absolutely well known that these dictators and autocrats are rooting for you to be president again because they're so clear. They can
I'm gonna get a picture of
manipulate
that spider for you.
with flattery
I just don't see
and
him.
favors. And that is why
I wonder where he's at.
so many military leaders who you have worked with have told me you are a disgrace. That is why we understand that we have to have a president who is not consistently weak and wrong on
Vice
national
President
security,
Dang, I didn't know
including
that.
the importance of upholding and respecting in highest regard our military.
Vice President Harris, thank you.
And she's the one that caused it. That's weak on national security by allowing every nation last month for the year, 168 different countries sending people into our country. Their crime rates are way down. Putin endorsed her last week, said, I hope she wins. And I think he meant it because what he's gotten away with is absolutely incredible. It wouldn't have happened with me. The leaders of other
You get away
countries
with more.
think that they're weak and incompetent, and they are. They're grossly incompetent. And I just ask one question. Why does Biden go in and kill the Keystone Pipeline and approve the single biggest deal that Russia's ever made, Nord Stream 2, the biggest pipeline anywhere in the world going to Germany and all over Europe? Because they're weak and they're ineffective. And Biden, by the way,
President
gets paid
Trump,
a lot of money.
Thank you. We have a lot
They
of
keep
issues
cutting
to
him
get to.
off.
We'll be right back with much more of this historic ABC News presidential debate from the National Constitution Center right here in Philadelphia. Back in a moment.
They keep cutting him off. They let her say what's up when he starts telling the truth because he's been in office and knows what's going on
ABC
and the
News
moves that they
presidential
made.
debate will continue after this.
See, he knows the moves and stuff that they made and where their missteps are because he knew what was going on before he left, and they just, man, they letting her live, man.
This PBS News presentation is made possible by
These
Consumer
nuts.
Cellular, this is Sam. How may I help you?
Hold on, y'all.
This is a pocket dial. Well, somebody's pocket. Thought I'd let you know that with Consumer Cellular, you get
and culture.
U2 is either the most honest and committed band out there or the most pretentious.
So yeah, hold on, y'all. I'll let y'all know when it comes back on. All right. So yeah, they basically been basically just throwing her a easy curveballs and stuff, you know, the whole night. You know, and basically the guy that's narrating and hold on, this thing is still loud in the background. So yeah, they basically been throwing Kamala curveballs the whole night. And is that the same link, War Master? I think I saved it. We'll definitely get back into it once it gets back on real quick. Okay, yeah. So yeah, he basically been telling her what to, what to lead with, throwing her curveballs. Hey, hammer down on this. So she getting some help up there on that podium. You know what I'm saying? Because they know she's kind of clueless. But I'm not gonna lie, Kamala. I mean, if they had let this Trump go off, I mean, it would have just been something different. But Kamala's, she's holding up. Hold on. All right, it's back. All right, let's go, y'all.
Welcome back to this historic ABC News presidential debate tonight. We're going to continue here, and I want to turn to the war in Ukraine. We're now 2.5 years into this conflict. Mr. President, it has been the position of the Biden administration that we must defend Ukraine
right. I know they fear
from
Trump.
Vladimir Putin, to defend their sovereignty, their
I'm about
democracy,
to play it. Hold on.
that it's in America's best interest to do so, arguing that if Putin wins, he may be emboldened to move even further.
We can put it on the next commercial.
You have said you would solve this war in 24 hours. You said so just before the break tonight. How exactly would you do that? And I want to ask you a very simple question tonight. Do you want Ukraine to win this war?
I want the war to stop. I want to save lives that are being uselessly, people being killed by the millions. It's the millions. It's so much worse than the numbers that you're getting with your fake numbers. Like look, we're in for 250 billion or more because they don't ask Europe, which is a much bigger beneficiary to getting this thing done than we are. They're in for $150 billion less because Biden and you don't have the courage to ask Europe like I did with NATO. They paid billions and billions, hundreds of billions of dollars when I said, either you pay up or we're not going to protect you anymore. So that's maybe one of the reasons they don't like me as much as they like weak people. But you take a look at what's happening. We're in for 250 to 275 billion. They're into 100 to 150. They should be forced to equalize. With that being said, I want to get the war settled. I know Zelensky very well, and I know Putin very well. I have a good relationship, and they respect your president, okay? They respect me. They don't respect Biden. How would you respect him? Why? For what reason? He hasn't even made a phone call in 2 years to Putin, hasn't spoken to anybody. They don't even try and get it. That is a war that's dying to be settled. I will get it settled before I even become president. If I win, when I'm president-elect, and what I'll do is I'll speak to one, I'll speak to the other, I'll get them together. That war would have never happened. And in fact, when I saw Putin after I left, unfortunately left because our country has gone to hell. But after I left, when I saw him building up soldiers, he did it after I left. I said, oh, he must be negotiating. It must be a good, strong point of negotiation. Well, it wasn't, because Biden had no idea how to talk to him. He had no idea how to stop it. And now you have millions of people dead, and it's only getting worse, and it could lead to World War III. Don't kid yourself, David. We're playing with World War
Mother don't know how to talk to him neither.
III, and we have a president that we don't even know if he's. Where is our president? We don't even know if he's a president.
And just to clarify
they threw him out of a campaign like a dog. We don't even know. Is he our president? But we have a president,
Mr. President,
that doesn't know he's alive.
Your time is up. Just to clarify the question, do you believe it's in the U.S. best interest for Ukraine to win this war, yes or no?
I think it's the U.S. best interest to get this war finished and just get it done.
All right.
Negotiate a deal, because we have to stop all of these human
he doesn't even know if he's alive.
lives from being destroyed.
I want to take this to Vice President Harris. I want to get your thoughts on support for Ukraine in this moment, but also as Commander-in-Chief, if elected, how would you deal with Vladimir Putin, and would it be any different from what we're seeing from President Biden?
Well, first of all, it's important to remind the former president, you're not running against Joe Biden, you're running against me. I believe the reason that Donald Trump says that this war would be over within 24 hours is because he would just give it up. And that's not who we are as Americans. Let's understand what happened here. I actually met with Zelensky.
I'm sorry. I'm not trying to listen to a woman talk about war. I'm sorry.
A few days before Russia invaded, tried through force to change territorial boundaries, to defy one of the most important international rules
I'm really not trying to hear you in the
norms,
war room.
which is the importance of sovereignty and territorial integrity. And I met with President Zelensky. I shared with him American intelligence about how he could defend himself. Days later, I went to NATO's eastern flank, to Poland and Romania. And through the work that I and others did, we brought 50 countries together to support Ukraine in its righteous defense. And because of our support, because of the air defense, the ammunition, the artillery, the javelins, the Abrams tanks that we have provided, Ukraine stands as an independent and free country. If Donald Trump were president, Putin would be sitting in Kyiv right now. And understand what that would mean, because Putin's agenda is not just about Ukraine. Understand why the European allies and our NATO allies are so thankful that you are no longer president.
You have the opportunity to talk to him, and y'all don't talk to him to stop it. So what? And America sells its old weapons. They just rip the sticker off, sell it, and slap a new sticker onto it. Russians are getting hit with American weapons. Oh, never mind.
And that we understand the importance of the greatest military alliance the world has ever known, which is NATO, and what we have done to preserve the ability of Zelensky and the Ukrainians to fight for their independence. Otherwise, Putin would be sitting in Kyiv with his eyes on the rest of Europe, starting with Poland. And why don't you tell the 800,000 Polish Americans right here in Pennsylvania how quickly you would give up
What's going on, Link?
for the sake of favor and what
Hit
you
the
think
likes,
is
y'all.
a friendship with
Insane one.
what
What's
is
going
known
on,
to
man?
be a dictator
Peace
who would
to
eat
you.
you for lunch.
Welcome back. Welcome
Vice
back,
President
everybody.
Harris, thank you. We've heard from both of you on Ukraine tonight. Afghanistan came up in the last hour. I wanted her to respond to something you said earlier, and I'll give you a minute here.
See, you're not letting him
Putin
talk.
would be sitting in Moscow, and he wouldn't have lost 300,000 men and women, but he would have been sitting in Moscow. Quiet, please. He would have been sitting
Quiet, please.
in Moscow, much happier than he is right now. But eventually, you know, he's got a thing that other people don't have. He's got nuclear
We're getting that body count down, Link.
weapons. They don't ever talk about that. He's got nuclear weapons. Nobody ever thinks about that. And eventually, maybe he'll use them, and maybe he hasn't been that threatening, but he does have that. Something we don't even like to talk about. Nobody likes to talk about it.
Yeah, basically, War Master, like, I'm like, you know, that's how we do. Our money goes for defense. So, you know, we got to have the highest cutting-edge weapons. So
Just so you understand, they sent her to negotiate peace before this war started.
can't get weapons. Weapons need to be used. Guns need to be shot to operate.
3 days later, he went in and he started the war because everything they said was weak and stupid. They said the wrong things. That war should have
Can't just buy missiles and have them sitting there.
never started. She was the emissary. They sent her in to negotiate
Give
with
me 1 second, y'all. I'll be right back.
Zelensky and Putin. And she did.
Hit the like button, y'all. Support the show. Let's get it.
And the war started 3 days later.
Vice
And
President?
that's the kind of talent we have with her. She's worse than Biden. In my opinion, I think he's the worst president in the history of our country. She goes down as the worst vice president in the history of our country. But let me tell you something. She is a horrible negotiator. They sent her in to negotiate. As soon as they left, Putin did the invasion.
President Trump, thank you. You did bring up something. You said she went to negotiate with Vladimir Putin. Vice President Harris, have you ever met Vladimir Putin? Can you clarify tonight?
Yet again, I said it at the beginning of this debate, you're going to hear a bunch of lies coming from this fella. And that is another one. When I went to meet with President Zelensky, I've now met with him over 5 times. The reality is it has been about standing as America always should, as a leader upholding international rules and norms, as a leader who shows strength, understanding that the alliances we have around the world are dependent on our ability to look out for our friends and not favor our enemies because you adore strongmen instead of caring about democracy. And that is very much what is at stake here. The President of the United States is commander-in-chief. And the American people have a right to rely on a president who understands the significance of America's role and responsibility in terms of ensuring that there is stability and ensuring we stand up for our principles and not sell them for the benefit of personal flattery.
We've talked about Ukraine and Vladimir Putin. I do want to talk about Afghanistan. It came up in the first hour of this debate. I want to move on to Afghanistan.
Stoltenberg said Trump did the most amazing thing I've ever seen. He got these countries, the 28 countries at the time, to pay up. He said, I've never seen. He's the head of NATO. He said, I've never seen. For years, we were paying almost all of NATO. We were being ripped off by European nations, both on trade and on NATO. I got them to pay up by saying one of the statements you made before, if you don't pay, we're not going to protect you.
President
Otherwise,
Trump.
we would have never gotten it. He said it was one of the most incredible jobs that he's ever seen done.
Thank you. I want to turn to Afghanistan. It came up in the first hour of the debate, and we witnessed a poignant moment today on Capitol Hill, honoring the soldiers who died in the chaotic withdrawal from Afghanistan. I do want to ask the Vice President, do you believe you bear any responsibility in the way that withdrawal played out?
Well, I will tell you, I agreed with President Biden's decision to pull out of Afghanistan. 4 presidents said they would, and Joe Biden did. And as a result, America's taxpayers are not paying the $300 million a day we were paying for that endless war. And as of today, there is not one member of the United States military who is in active duty in a combat zone in any war zone around the world, the first time this century. But let's understand how we got to where we are. Donald Trump, when he was president, negotiated one of the weakest deals you can imagine. He calls himself a deal maker. Even his national security advisor said it was a weak, terrible deal. And here's how it went down. He bypassed the Afghan government. He negotiated directly with a terrorist organization called the Taliban. The negotiation involved the Taliban getting 5,000 Taliban terrorists released. And get this. And the president at the time invited the Taliban to Camp David, a place of storied significance for us as Americans, a place where we honor the importance of American diplomacy, where we invite and receive respected world leaders. And this former president, as president, invited them to Camp David because he does not, again, appreciate the role and responsibility of the President of the United States to be commander-in-chief with a level of respect. And this gets back to the point of how he has consistently disparaged and demeaned members of our military, fallen soldiers, and the work that we must do to uphold the strength and the respect of the United States of America around the world.
Vice President Harris, thank you. President Trump, your response.
Let her finish, and he cut him off.
Yeah, thank you.
Taliban.
So if you take a look at that period of time, the Taliban was killing our soldiers, a lot of them, with snipers. And I got involved with the Taliban because the Taliban was doing the killing. That's the fighting force within Afghanistan. They don't bother doing that because, they deal with the wrong people all the time. But I got involved. And Abdul is the head of the Taliban. He is still the head of the Taliban. And I told Abdul, don't do it anymore. You do it anymore, you're going to have problems. And he said, why do you send me a picture of my house? I said, you're going to have to figure that out, Abdul. And for 18 months, we had nobody killed. We did have an agreement negotiated by Mike Pompeo. It was a very good agreement. The reason it was good, we were getting out. We would have been out faster than them, but we wouldn't have lost the soldiers. We wouldn't have left many Americans behind, and we wouldn't have left $85 billion worth of brand new, beautiful military equipment behind. And just to finish, they blew it. The agreement said you have to do this, and they didn't do it. They didn't do it. The agreement was terminated by us because they didn't do what they were supposed to do.
I want to move on.
And these people did the worst withdrawal, and in my opinion, the most embarrassing moment in the history of our country. And by the way, that's why Russia attacked Ukraine, because they saw how incompetent she and her boss are.
President Trump, thank you. I want to move on now to race and politics in this country. Mr. President, you recently said of Vice President Harris, quote, I didn't know she was black until a number of years ago when she happened to turn black.
Here we go.
And now she wants to be known as black. I want to ask a bigger picture question here tonight. Why do you believe it's appropriate to weigh in on the racial identity of your opponent?
I don't, and I don't care. I don't care what she is. I don't care. You make a big deal out of something. I couldn't care less. Whatever she wants to be is okay with me.
But those were your words. So I'm
I don't
asking.
know. I don't know. I mean, all I can say is I read where she was not black, that she put out, and I'll say that.
Look at that smile
And
on her
then
face.
I read that she was black, and that's okay. Either one was okay with me. That's up to her. That's up to her.
Vice President Harris, your thoughts on this?
I think I mean, honestly, I think it's a tragedy that we have someone who wants to be president who has consistently, over the course of his career,
I'm gonna say racial.
attempted to use race to divide the American people.
There you go, racist. They're gonna paint
You
him
know,
as a
I
racist
do believe
now.
that the vast majority of us know that we have so much more in common than what separates us, and we don't want this kind of approach that is just constantly trying to divide us, and especially by race. And let's remember how Donald Trump started. He was land, he owned buildings, and he was investigating.
They're gonna say he's racist. Now look at this though. If she does get the presidency, doesn't that mean she's related to Donald Trump? The bloodline thing? Uh-oh.
Because he refused to rent property to black families. Let's remember, this is the same individual who took out a full-page ad in the New York Times calling for the execution of 5 young Black and Latino
What's going on,
boys
KLX?
who were innocent, the Central Park 5. Took out a full-page ad calling for their execution.
Run the
This
Central
is
Park
the same
5 game.
individual who spread birther lies about the first black president of the United States.
There we go.
And I think the American people want better than that.
So basically call him racist and act like you ain't playing racial games.
Want better than this. Want someone who understands, as I do, I travel our country. We see in each other a friend. We see in each other a neighbor. We don't want a leader who is constantly trying to have Americans point their fingers at each other. I meet with people all the time who tell me, can we please just have discourse about how we're going to invest in the aspirations and the ambitions and the dreams of the American people? Knowing that regardless of people's color or the language their grandmother speaks, we all have the same dreams and aspirations and want a president who invests in those, not in hate and division.
Vice President Harris, thank you. Lindsay?
President Trump, this is now your 3rd time.
This is the most divisive presidency in the history of our country. There's never been anything like it. They're destroying our country, and they come up with things like what she just said. Going back many, many years, when a lot of people, including Mayor Bloomberg, agreed with me on the Central Park 5, they admitted, they said, they pled guilty. And I said, well, if they pled guilty, they badly hurt a person, killed a person ultimately. And if they pled guilty, then they pled, we're not guilty. But this is a person that has to stretch back years, 40, 50 years ago, because there's nothing now. I built one of the greatest economies in the history of the world, and I'm going to build it again. It's going to be bigger, better, and stronger. But they're destroying our economy. They have no idea what a good economy is. Their oil policies, every single policy. And remember this, she is Biden. You know, she's trying to get away from Biden. I don't know the gentleman, she says. She is Biden. The worst inflation we've ever had, a horrible economy because inflation has made it so bad, and she can't get away with that.
Thank you. Your time is up.
I want to respond to that. I want to respond briefly. Clearly,
And he gonna let her
I am
respond.
not Joe Biden, and I am certainly not Donald Trump. And what I do offer
Your
is
word.
a new generation of leadership for our country. One who believes in what is possible, one who brings a sense of optimism about what we can do instead of always despair.
This is the thing, y'all. If all the politicians that keep telling you to believe and be inspired were good, they wouldn't have to build up morality in the people every time they run. Because you should, from the last believe and inspiring speech that you've heard from the other presidents, you would have been still believing and inspired up until the next election. What's there to believe and get inspired by? Link said, girl, no.
Encouraging the American people. I believe in what we can do to strengthen
You're in office right now. They should be believing and inspired right now.
our small businesses, which is why I have a plan. Let's talk about our plans and let's compare the plans. I have a plan to give startup businesses $50,000 tax deduction.
You're in office right now. What is there to believe and inspire about?
Pursue their ambitions, their innovation, their ideas, their hard work. I have a plan, $6,000 for young families for the first year of your child's life to help you in that most critical stage of your child's
that $6,000 is going to be gone like shit.
Development. I have a plan that is about allowing people to be able to pursue what has been fleeting in terms of the American dream by offering a help with down payment of $25,000 down payment assistance for first-time home buyers. That's the kind of
you can do it right now.
Conversation, I believe, David, that people really want tonight, as opposed to a conversation that is constantly about belittling and name calling. Let's turn the page.
Vice President Harris,
forward.
Thank you. Let's turn to policy.
President Trump, we have
Get
to
tired of her.
President Trump.
Let's turn to policy,
She
please.
has a plan to defund the police. She has a plan to confiscate everybody's gun.
President Trump,
she
we
has
do
a
have to
plan
move
to
on to
not
other
allow
issues.
fracking in Pennsylvania or anywhere
See,
else.
they want to skip
That's
on him,
what
but
her
don't
plan
skip
is
on her.
just recently.
I just need
Lindsay,
to
go ahead.
respond because
Trump,
the
President
former
Trump.
president has said
No, I'm
something
sorry.
twice that I need to
No,
respond to.
I'm sorry. We're
I just
gonna
need to
move on,
respond
Vice
one
President
time
Harris.
to what he
And they're gonna
has
let her
said.
go.
This is now your
Watch they let her
third
go.
time running for president. You have long vowed to repeal and
Okay,
replace
here
the
we go.
Affordable Care Act, also known as Obamacare. You have failed to accomplish that. You now say you're going to keep Obamacare, quote, unless we can do something much better. Last month, you said, quote, we're working on it. So tonight, 9 years after you first started running, do you have a plan, and can you tell us what it is?
Obamacare was lousy health care, always was. It's not very good today. And what I said, that if we come up with something, and we are working on things, we're going to do it and we're going to replace it. But remember this, I inherited Obamacare because Democrats wouldn't change it. They wouldn't vote for it. They were unanimous. They wouldn't vote to change it. If they would have done that, we would have had a much better plan than Obamacare. But the Democrats came up, they wouldn't vote for it. I had a choice to make when I was president. Do I save it and make it as good as it can be, never going to be great, or do I let it rot? And I felt I had an obligation, even though politically it would have been good to just let it rot and let it go away. I decided, and I told my people, the top people, and they're very good people. I have a lot of good people in that administration. We read about the bad ones. We had some real bad ones too, and so do they. They have really bad ones. The difference is they don't get rid of them. But let me just explain. I had a choice to make. Do I save it and make it as good as it can be, or do I let it rot? And I saved it. I did the right thing. But it's still never going to be great, and it's too expensive for people. And what we will do is we're looking at different plans. If we can come up with a plan that's going to cost our people, our population, less money and be better health care than Obamacare, then I would absolutely do it. But until then, I'd run it as good as it can be run.
So just a yes or no, you still do not have a plan?
I have concepts of a plan. I'm not president right now. But if we come up with something, I would only change it if we come up with something that's better and less expensive. And there are concepts and options we have to do that. And you'll be hearing about it in the not too distant future.
Vice President Harris, in 2017, you supported Bernie Sanders' proposal to do away with private insurance and create a government-run healthcare system. 2 years later, you proposed a plan that included a private insurance option. What is your plan today?
Well, first of all, I absolutely support, and over the last 4 years as vice president,
I've been a Biden
private
care.
healthcare options. But what we need to do is maintain and
Biden
grow
don't
the
care no
Affordable
more?
Care Act. But I'll get to that, Lindsay. I just need to respond to a previous point that the former
she's-
president has
she's
made.
still holding
I've
on.
made very clear my position on fracking.
She's still holding on. They're not even talking about fracking. They're talking about health care. What happened to Biden care? Biden don't care no more. Biden care is not even saving Biden. What happened to Biden care?
And then this business about taking everyone's guns away. Tim Walz and I are both gun owners.
just
We're not
changed the
taking
topic.
anybody's guns away. So stop with the
Nobody's going to stop her. She just changed the topic back to the old topic. She's not even listening to what they're talking about.
continuous lying about this stuff. as it relates to the Affordable Care Act, understand, just look at the history to know where people stand. When Donald Trump was president, 60 times he tried to get rid of the Affordable Care Act. 60 times. I was a senator at the time when I will never forget the early morning hours when it was up for a vote in the United States Senate. And the late, great John McCain, who you have disparaged as being, you don't like him, you said at the time, because he got caught. He was an American hero. The late, great John McCain, I will never forget that night, walked onto the Senate floor and said, no, you don't. No, you don't. No, you don't get rid of the Affordable Care Act. You have no plan.
No, you don't.
And what the Affordable Care Act has done is eliminate the ability of insurance companies to deny people with pre-existing conditions. I don't have to tell the people watching tonight, you remember what that was like? Remember when an insurance company could deny if a child had asthma, if someone was a breast cancer survivor, if a grandparent had diabetes? And thankfully, as I've been vice president and we over the last 4 years have strengthened the Affordable Care Act, we have allowed for the first time Medicare to negotiate drug prices on behalf of you, the American people. Donald Trump said he was going to allow Medicare to negotiate drug prices. He never did. We did. And now we have capped the cost of insulin at $35 a month. Since I've been vice president, we have capped the cost of prescription medication for seniors at $2,000 a year. And when I am president, we will do that for all people, understanding that the value I bring to this is that access to health care should be a right and not just a privilege of those who can afford it. And the plan has to be to strengthen the Affordable Care Act, not get rid of it.
Vice President Harris,
in terms of where Donald Trump stands on that.
I want to move to an issue that's important for a lot of.
She made a mistake.
I'm not gonna lie. If she does act black, she would pretend to be like a mammy type, which is hilarious. You better.
At number one, John McCain fought Obamacare for 10 years, but it wasn't only him. It were all of the Democrats that kept it going. And you know what? We can do much better than Obamacare, much less money. But she won't improve private insurance for people, private medical insurance. That's another thing she doesn't want to get. People are paying privately for insurance that have worked hard and made money, and they want to have private. She wants everybody to be on government insurance where you wait 6 months for an operation that you need immediately.
President Trump, thank you. We have another issue that we'd like to get to that's important for a number of Americans, in particular younger voters, and that's climate change. President Trump, with regard to the environment, you say that we have to have clean air and clean water. Vice President Harris, you call climate change an existential threat. The question to you both tonight is, what would you do to fight climate change? And Vice President Harris, we'll start with you. 1 minute for you each.
Well, the former president had said the climate change is a hoax. And what we know is that it is very real. You ask anyone who lives in a state who has experienced these extreme weather occurrences, who now is either being denied home insurance or it's being jacked up. You ask anybody who has been the victim of what that means in terms of losing their home, having nowhere to go. We know that we can actually deal with this issue. The young people of America care deeply about this issue. And I am proud that as vice president over the last 4 years, we have invested $1 trillion in a clean energy economy, while we have also increased domestic gas production to historic levels. We have created over 800,000 new manufacturing jobs while I have been vice president. We have invested in clean energy to the point that we are opening up factories around the world. Donald Trump said he was going to create manufacturing jobs. He lost manufacturing jobs. And I'm also proud to have the endorsement of the United Auto Workers and Sean Fain, who also know that part of building a clean energy economy includes investing in American-made products, American automobiles. It includes growing what we can do around American manufacturing and opening up auto plants, not closing them like...
I just saw this woman pumping a Tesla like it had gas. Holding the pump at a Tesla station like it takes gas, y'all.
Happened under Donald Trump.
Vice President Harris.
And if they're doing such a good job, what is she promising us now? Like, what is she selling us now if they're doing such a good job?
It didn't happen under Donald Trump. Let me just tell you, they lost 10,000 manufacturing jobs this last month. They're all leaving. They're building big auto plants in Mexico. in many cases owned by China. They're building these massive plants, and they think they're going to sell their cars into the United States because of these people. What they have given to China is unbelievable. But we're not going to let that. We'll put tariffs on those cars so they can't come into our country, because they will kill the United Auto Workers and any auto worker, whether it's in Detroit or South Carolina or any other place. What they've done to business and manufacturing in this country is horrible. We have nothing because they refuse. You know, Biden doesn't go after people because supposedly China paid him millions of dollars. He's afraid to do it. Between him and his son, they get all this money from Ukraine. They get all this money from all of these different countries. And then you wonder, why is he so loyal to this one, that one, Ukraine?
Right, Era.
China. Why is he? Why did he get $3.5 million from the mayor of Moscow's wife? Why did she pay him $3.5 million? This is a crooked administration, and they're selling our country down the tubes.
President Trump, thank you.
Thank you.
We'll be right back with closing statements from both of our candidates. An historic night.
All right. All right, let's see if we can get this in real quick. Shout outs to War Master. Dropping this game on us. Hold on, let's get it. Hold on.
Edition of the U.S. Report. And now it's time for a very star-spangled edition of your favorite and mine, Only in America. Well, the 4th of July is when we celebrate American independence, and by extension, it's also when we celebrate American strength and the ability for America to stand up for what is right. I know it's pretty crazy when you think about what's been going on in the U.S. and around the world for the past 3.5 years, but it wasn't always thus. This week, U.S. Congressman Wesley Hunt went on the Sage Steele show and told a little story about Trump and the Taliban, reminding us of what we had just a few short years ago.
I'll give you my favorite President Trump story. This is my #1 favorite of all time. When we were negotiating with the Taliban, while President Trump was still the president, President Trump wanted to get out of Afghanistan, but he wanted a conditions-based withdrawal. Meaning that you do what we tell you to do, and then we will start pulling troops back slowly as long as you abide by our rules. It's President Trump and Mike Pompeo, and they are talking to Taliban leadership in the room, and they had one translator in the room. President Trump looked at the Taliban leader and said this: I want to leave Afghanistan, but it's going to be a conditions-based withdrawal. And translator translated. And he said, if you harm a hair on a single American, I'm going to kill you.
Damn.
And the translator goes, and Trump goes, tell him.
Tell him what I said.
Reached in his pocket, pulled out a satellite photo of the leader of the Taliban's home and handed it to him.
Shut up.
Got up and walked out the room.
Sure did.
Do you know for 18 months not a single American was killed in Afghanistan?
Sure did.
That's the definition of strength. That's what I'm talking about.
Presence.
And that, folks, is how it's done.
Hey, guys, welcome to... My bad, y'all. I've been watching trailer builds. I ain't bullshitting. Shout outs to War Master. Hold up. Dropping the huge game on the show today. Yeah, that's some good shit right there. That's some good shit right there. Shout outs to War Master dropping the game on the show. All right, let's see if they back. Let's see. Hold on, y'all.
ABC News presidential debate from Philadelphia. Back in a...
Understanding the aspirations, the dreams, the hopes, the ambition of the American people, which is why I intend to create an opportunity economy, investing in small businesses, in new families, in what we can do around protecting seniors.
Kamala would never do no shit like that.
What we can do that is about giving hardworking folks a break and bringing down the cost of living. I believe in what we can do together. That is about sustaining America's standing in the world and ensuring that we have the respect that we so rightly deserve, including respecting our military and ensuring we have the most lethal fighting force in the world. I will be a president.
We already have that.
president that will protect our fundamental rights and freedoms, including the
looking in that camera, lying like shit. We already have that.
right of a woman to make decisions about her own body and not have her government tell her what to do. I'll tell you, I started my career as a prosecutor. I was a DA, I was an attorney general, a United States senator, and now vice president. I've only had one client, the people. And I'll tell you, as a prosecutor, I never asked a victim or a witness, are you a Republican or a Democrat? The only thing I ever asked them, are you okay? And that's the kind of president we need right now. Someone who cares about you and is not putting themselves first. I intend to be a president for all Americans and focus on what we can do over the next 10 and 20 years to build back up our country by investing right now in you, the American people.
Vice President Harris, thank you. President Trump?
So she just started by saying she's going to do this, she's going to do that, she's going to do all these wonderful things. Why hasn't she done it? She's been there for 3.5 years.
Here we go. Yeah.
They've had 3.5 years to fix the border. They've had 3.5 years
What's going on, Lonnie?
Create jobs and all the things we talked about. Why hasn't she done it?
Shout out to Lonnie Cabal in the building. What's going on, player? Are you a slat? What's going on, player?
Done it. She should leave right now, go down to that beautiful White House, go to the Capitol, get everyone together and do the things you want to do, but you haven't done it and you won't do it because you believe in things that the American people don't believe in. You believe in things like we're not going to frack, we're not going to take fossil fuel, we're not going to do things that are going to make this country strong, whether you like it or not. Germany tried that, and within 1 year, they were back to building normal energy plants. We're not ready for it. We can't sacrifice our country for the sake of bad vision. But I just ask one simple question.
Right.
Why didn't she do it? We're a failing nation. We're a nation that's in serious decline. We're being laughed at all over the world. All over the world, they're laughed. I know the leaders very well. They're coming to see me. They call me. We're laughed at all over the world. They don't understand what happened to us as a nation. We're not a leader. We don't have any idea what's going on. We have wars going on in the Middle East. We have wars going on with Russia and Ukraine. We're going to end up in a third world war, and it'll be a war like no other because of nuclear weapons, the power of weaponry. I rebuilt our entire military. She gave a lot of it away to the Taliban. She gave it to Afghanistan. What these
they were getting rockets out, this girl.
People have done to our country, and maybe toughest of all is allowing millions of people to come into our country. Many of them are criminals.
That's some crazy shit. Shorty, real live Fox 5 sold me a rocket, y'all.
And they're destroying our country. The worst president, the worst vice president in the history of our country.
President Trump, thank you. And that is our ABC News presidential debate from here in Philadelphia at the National Constitution Center. I'm Lindsay Davis.
And I'm David Muir. Thank you for watching here in the U.S. and all over the world.
Oh, y'all got another hour. Oh, this was weak.
Good night.
Man,
and that is the end of the first presidential debate between these two candidates, Vice President Kamala Harris and former President Donald Trump. Also likely the only debate we will see between these two candidates. We have been watching alongside our full team of analysts and, of course, each of our reporters who covers the campaigns. Laura Barone-Lopez has been reporting on the Harris campaign and Lisa Desjardins on the Trump campaign. I want to begin with you two before we turn to everyone else here. And let's just get your quick takeaways. The candidates' work here is over now. The surrogates and the campaigns take over. What are you hearing from them in terms of how they saw the debate and their takeaways? Laura?
Well, Harris's campaign is feeling really good about this debate. They feel as though they did a number of things that she wanted to do going in, which was goad him. And she did that on quite a few fronts. She did that on abortion. She did that on election denialism. And they said also that in the first hour of the debate, 71% of the grassroots donations that they were getting were from women. So they feel as though some of her strongest moments were when she was going after him on abortion and when she was talking about those personal stories of women who were having miscarriages and unable to get the care that they needed. And they also said that based on the undecided voters that they were tracking live during the debate, that the campaign was tracking, that another strong moment for her was her response when Donald Trump was questioned about her Black identity and her saying that racism is a pattern for him and that America
Okay, I got you, bro. Let's see. Hold up. All right, here it is. Hold on.
Yeah, leave it there. And let me ask you this. Do you think Jimmy is roaming around the White House tonight trying to find a meatloaf to warm himself up on?
I don't think the Carters eat meatloaf.
Who the hell are they? They're only from Georgia. Oh, let me tell you something. I am so sick of Washington and all its works and all them politicians down there and them congressmen and the congressmen. Boy, I'll bet you won't find none of them congressmen turning down their electric blankets tonight. Because if they did, their secretaries would get up and go home. Oh, readers, the Democrats is doing the whole the Democrats, and you put them in there. That's the face you had on you when you come back in the polls. Well, the Democrats' way of running this country is to go tell us all how we ought to make sacrifices. God, they're great on that stuff. But they're all going to have us over the hill to the poorhouse. We ain't going to be able to drive over there because we ain't got no gas, so we're going to have to walk it.
Oh, the Reader's Digest says walking is very good for you.
Oh, ain't that lovely? The Reader's Digest can always put a little joy into poverty. Listen, my whole point is this whole thing with the energy and everything. This is all a conspiracy. You know that it's a conspiracy.
I'm not gonna lie, old TV got hella game.
Listen, for years.
Old TV shows like Married with Children, all them shows, Super Red Pill got hella game.
Well, lies. They've been telling us to go out and buy stuff that use energy. You know, all electrical stuff. They got electric toasters, electric ovens, electric stove, electric stereo, electric TV, electric race, electric hair blower, electric knives, electric every damn thing. Not to mention the cars. And now, after all the big corporations there make the billions and billions of dollars worth of profits, signals, wham, they're changed. And after telling us for years that we can't live without this junk, now they tell us that we gotta live without it. The country is going straight into the dumper.
Some of those shows too, y'all.
Momentum now.
Hold on. Okay, it sent me to DJ Ham's show. Wow. Some of those shows were filmed in front of a live audience also too. So that's basically that was the temperament of America at the time. Were those the same people that sing the Those Were the Days song? Those were the days. Is that them? Now let me ask you guys a question, and then we're gonna get to the poll. Make sure you guys answer the question on the poll, and then that's gonna lead into another discussion. Okay, I was about to say I know that voice from anywhere. I ain't gonna lie, I was gonna sample that joint. Oh yeah, I was gonna sample that shit. Get them vocals in my MPC and start chopping it up. And those were the days. But let me get y'all the game, man. We know black women, if they clam together, they can outvote black men. Like if black men say, hey, we want to vote left or right or whatever, and black women can say, well, we don't agree with you. We want to vote this, and they would basically. Hold on, give me 1 second, man. Give me 1 second, y'all. Hold up. Okay, my bad, y'all. So, We know that they can vote us if we want to. Do y'all think that white women will be able to do that with their men? I mean, I doubt it. But do y'all think it's possible? And then also too, give me one. All right, I'm back. You said black folks are not in a bubble. I'll vote for prosperity. Yeah, I agree. What I'm saying though is that I don't even think their women have that type of power over them. Our women absolutely got that type of power over us. You know, politically. And then this is the thing about Kamala. She might not win. I mean, she knows white women will say they like her, but they're gonna go down to that poll and vote for Trump. I do believe women want another woman in office, but not her. You understand what I'm saying? I do believe women want another woman in office, but not her. And then on top of that, also, you know, with Kamala, you know, it's the sisters that'll probably vote for her. They don't forgot about the Megan Thee Stallion thing. They back on the Kool-Aid. You know what I'm saying? You know, they will say, "Oh, I'm mad at her," and then, you know, find themselves voting for her. And the white women, when you put a poll in front of them, they're gonna vote for Donnie Boy. The only person I'm seeing making it about gender is Kamala. Literally. As a matter of fact, white women are on TikTok making fun of Kamala.
Let me stay woke. You want a little bit of my waffle? I only like the center. I don't like the borders. I've been to the border. Okay, it's crunchy.
And then that's another thing too that y'all don't know. A lot of those jobs that are getting lost, it wasn't black people getting them jobs anyway. I'm not gonna lie, they taking jobs out of a lot of white women's hands. You know, a lot of white women, they've been moving around when it comes to work, you know, since the pandemic. And those jobs aren't available for them because, you know, somebody else took it. They can't even use the affirmative action thing. What's going on, T? Yeah, the mods were letting her talk and not letting him talk. They cut him off every time. Yeah, but you better thank a union member. Union members ain't no good if you don't want that job no more. All they can do is transfer you somewhere else to do the same job you don't want no more. Local 400. You know? And a lot of the white sisters, you know, they wanted a rest. A lot of those, you see, man, listen, I be watching those camping videos. Fuck work. I will work remote. I'm gonna camp, and that's it. They did a whole lifestyle change. They wasn't sitting up there playing around talking about something. I'm about to go into our office and do that. Hell nah. They wanted a break. They've been working their ass off. You know what I'm saying? And shit. White women don't even have the freedom to go take a break from their job and come back to an actual job. Hell no, that shit gets snatched up. So you damn straight they voting for Trump. They're not feeling this Democratic run. Yeah, yeah, right. That's exactly what they're looking for. They're looking for the bear. Help the bear. Help the bear. They're looking for the bear. Shit, that job market done spun them around so much times. They real life thought they could date a bear. It was really on here talking about dating a bear.
This coffee's helping me stay woke. You want a little bit of my waffle? I only like the center. I don't like the borders. I've been to the border. Okay, it's crunchy.
Absolutely. Shit, within the past 5 years, I've never seen all of these weirdo relationships take place.
Let you know I went ahead and paid for that MacBook you sent to my phone with my pension. It says it's gonna be ready for pickup tomorrow, but don't your ass forget. Tonight is my bingo night. Whether you like it or not, I'm gonna show you off. I'm gonna show you off. I'm gonna show you. Yeah. We're gonna have a ball. Then later you're taking them draws off. Pick me up at 8. Don't be late.
Gen Z talking about dating old women. I'm like, oh, y'all niggas freaked out. Y'all niggas freaked out. Y'all niggas freaked out. Oh my goodness. Y'all niggas is freaked out, man. So, man, look. Yeah, he said that 20% of the black vote, if Trump's gonna get that black vote. I think the men can make up the 20%. You know. But I don't see a lot of sisters actually going down there saying, "Hey, I'm finna." I don't. Look, first of all, I don't see a lot of sisters saying, "I'm finna vote this year." You know, I don't see a lot of sisters saying that they actually going to participate in voting this year. I'm waiting for them commercials, War Master. What did we get? What did we get the last election? We got that Matt Hoffa thing, or I guess to get your booty. Which one came? No, hold on. Last election, we got Saucy Santana and Trina. That no voting, no vucking. Then we got that. I think we got that goofball Matt Hoffa and Matt Hoffa and the other dude trying to battle rap us into voting. And then before that, it was get your booty to the poll. We didn't really get that much this year. And I think, other than that music video, I think all of those videos were made before streaming got really popular. So I think they were trying to get like Kai Cenat or somebody else to kind of, you know, I think they were trying to get Kai Cenat or somebody else to kind of fill that slot. And y'all saw how that worked out. Kai Cenat was super annoyed. You know, and I don't know. I mean, they're not even really, you know, hitting the youth like they could or they should. You know, they're not really touching the youth like that. I mean, Kamala really is trying to get the younger base to vote for her, and it's like, it's cringe. Bringing out Meg Thee Stallion and shit, presidential twerking. Yeah, I'm pretty sure a lot of sisters are with Trump. So I talked about those group of sisters, but they're like the older ones, you know, maybe a couple younger ones. I'm pretty sure a handful of the younger ones, they're probably with Trump also. Yes, she doesn't have any kids, so she kind of really don't know how to appeal to the youth, you know. And really, her run is really supposed to be pushing inconsequential sex. You know, so that's why the L Gibbet and a lot of people kind of get behind her and what she got going on and stuff like that, because she done cut them a deal. You know, they'll cut you a deal under the fucking table, you know, especially if you're a Democrat. You know what I'm saying? She said black people, they ain't gonna do nothing for black people. Black people, they just coming with their hands out. Believe it or not, to get reparations and money, you got to bring money to the table. Man, ain't money talks, man. Ain't no politician about to listen to you with your hand out. Then the funny part is that with the reparations that niggas are asking for, they don't even have a plan still. You know, too busy copying Tariq Nasheed. You don't even have a plan. And that's the thing. They can't even get behind her because they're running around here yelling, tether this, tether that. And it's like, don't tell me you need a tether to help you get reparations. That shit is crazy. And they forced Tariq's hand. Now Tariq, he got to defend Trump. Which I'm pretty sure, like, they didn't have no foresight. Neither did Tariq with this shit. He never thought in a million years he would have to do this. Especially when, you know what I'm saying, especially with all the shit talking they were doing when he was first about to get into office and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? But hindsight is 2020, you know. Hindsight is absolutely 2020. And you know how black folks is, you know, you were too busy to watch there was just so much going on during Trump's presidency. It's like they were, you know, I mean, they were actively hating on him. I mean, I'm not gonna lie to that. Trump is the only president. Bill Clinton had a smidgen of it with a couple of scandals, but Trump was the only president I could have said, like, yo, they treating him like a nigga. I think I called Trump a nigga countless times, how he was being treated on multiple shows, because that's the only way I could have thought about it. I'm like, you know, y'all never see when they go after each other, man. White people are super petty. I was just watching a group of white dudes fighting each other. They get super petty. Or don't let them be once friends at one point. That's even worse. You know. So I don't know how they feel about Kamala. You know, I know they're not, you know, I know they're not 100% standing behind her. Most people don't know. Oh shit, I gotta charge my my laptop. Most people don't know. I can't even see this screen. Most people don't know what the hell she's doing or what she stands for. You know what I'm saying? And honestly, you know, Trump made some good points in the debate. You know, he's like, you know, Putin would like her to get in the office because guess what? He could get away with murder, literally. Imagine sitting in a room with somebody that has killed millions of people. All right, we don't got time to be playing around with people and shit these days, man. And I know y'all don't like Trump, but I ain't gonna lie. I send that man into a room any day to negotiate anything for me, because I'm gonna tell you some real shit. He wrote The Art of the Deal, man. And when you got somebody like that, that's a businessman, and you know whatever, you know, it may not make sense to you. It may not make sense to you. But a lot of people have the luxury to be talking and don't have and you know don't have to run a country and shit like that. You know what I'm saying? That man done built a metropolis in a metropolis. Huge ass buildings in New York. He got multiple businesses and things running, and he's running the country. And then I think I got some DJT stock. That shit just went up. You know, the DJT stock been going up. I ain't gonna lie, I got a little small portfolio on Robinhood, and that DJT stock, that shit went up. Oh, you got Link War Master? Hold on. Shout outs to War Master. What's going on, Andre? Let's see.
Founded the KKK.
Yeah, everything flipped.
The Republican Party, of course.
Wrong.
Nope.
Wrong.
Democrat Party.
Democrat.
For real?
You know which party abolished slavery?
Which party? Yeah, that was the Democrat Party.
It was actually the Republicans. Republicans were the anti-slavery party established in 1860 with Lincoln.
Abraham Lincoln was a Republican?
Uh-huh.
Okay.
Yep.
I didn't know that.
Which political party gave African Americans the right to vote?
He's stupid.
You can go with the Democrat.
Republican.
Yeah, well, all right. Okay.
Yeah. Political.
This man hasn't even caught on to just say Republican. What's going on, Andre? Hold on. Andre, what's going on, player? Jump in, man.
What's good, man? Like you've been one of the dudes that like they keep it in the villain.
You said what? What happened? You're a little bit muffled, bro. Say that again.
You've been one of the dudes that have been keeping it the realest, unfortunately.
I appreciate it. It's not unfortunate, man. It's fortunate. What's going on, Jay Green? How was the Usher concert? Huh?
It's definitely fortunate because like Cause like I've been on these channels and it's like these dudes are giving me smoke and I'm like, why are you giving me smoke? Like I thought you dudes are about the truth and like I'm talking about the truth. Like you guys got a problem with it.
Were you over at MOT's?
No, I was actually like I was at like conservatives. I was at BTS.
Oh man.
You know, like
you in the Badlands, man.
Yeah, like
he said BGS.
Like,
oh, you were asking for some shit. You in the Manosphere You in the Manosphere Badlands over at BGS. Oh man. What did you think about Kamala's performance early?
I've been saying it was bullshit, but like these niggas, like they're just ignoring everything I'm saying. It's just like, yeah, she did okay. I'm just like, how did you think that was okay?
You know what it is? It's like you gotta commit to it. It's like if you pick a donkey, it's like shit. I gotta ride with this. See, that's what the voting process is for. It's like I gotta ride with this donkey until you know what I'm saying? Until whatever happens. You know, until it makes me mad. That's the whole point of the voting system in America. America got rid of the voting system. You know, that's why we don't have a king and a queen. We got rid of we changed up the voting system. We made the voting system all inclusive. So then when your party is messing up, so you won't rebel or you won't, you won't. I mean, of course you're gonna feel a certain type of way, but so you won't rebel. You go sit down because it's like, well, I voted for them, so it's my fault. It's really to take the air out of your tires so that you don't rebel.
Well, I mean, like,
European.
I was actually a little bit surprised about her conservative because I was just like, 'cause I'm not gonna repeat it on the air channel because like across multiple channels has been a problem, so I'm not gonna repeat it. But like, I was talking about like how money can be made like across like the landmass that the Americans and Canadians share. I'm not gonna say more off of that.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, Kamala got saved, man. The moderators were saving the hell out of Kamala.
Well,
they wasn't letting Trump really talk. They was cutting him off. They would ask him questions and don't even, you know what I'm saying? They was asking him questions and when he answered it, they didn't have nothing to say back towards him. They kind of didn't even. They were kind of like when he went to the National Republican of the black journalists, what was it? National Black Journalists.
What was really annoying me about that fucking debate was that they were asking him questions and like when he started like answering the question, they would interrupt him.
Yeah,
they would interrupt him like multiple times.
Right. Yeah, they wouldn't let him finish.
But like
we got it right here from the top. Hold on. I still got the live stream right here. We can run this back in a little bit.
And it's not even just the fact that they were interrupting him. It was like they were interrupting him and it's like these dudes in his face, it's like you literally watch this, you're playing this live on your stream and like you're ignoring this. I'm like, how can you ignore this? Like they're interrupting him and like you're pissing him off, and they even said that like he was getting pissed off by like being interrupted multiple times.
Right.
But then you're gonna go off like his response, like after being interrupted and being pissed off. Like obviously anybody, like especially in somebody in a position of him, who's like well above like anybody that's like running against him. Kamala,
I mean, it was really him versus like everybody. It was him versus everybody.
I was just saying, like, just look at like him versus Kamala's net worth, right? So it's like imagine a chick like that, like fucking arguing with you, especially if you've already been in office before, and now this chick is just coming here like saying a bunch of crap about you, and she doesn't even know what she's talking about. Like you're gonna be annoyed, right?
I mean, this is really, and I said this. We just need him to slow shit down. Donald Trump really can't save America, but he can slow some shit down. This is really, not no time to be like playing around to see if a woman can be in office and stuff like that. Like how the chips are stacked. You know what I'm saying?
I just thought it was really good.
Other countries got in office, like Putin is running around. All these other people, we can't really have. Like these are some rough times. You know what I'm saying? We can't afford to play like that, and a lot of women in America feel the same way. She keep bringing up race and Roe versus Wade and all this other stuff. It's like, baby girl, you're running the country. Can you stop thinking about your pussy for 2 seconds, please?
And the thing, and like another
A missile doesn't
like
care about your pussy, huh? You gonna need to have babies in a minute when they start blowing shit up. So
Well, and another thing too was that like Trump, like, he kept saying this like a lot. He's been saying this for like a while now. He's been talking about like the XL like pipeline. If you know anything about that.
there's a lot of things she don't know about until she's in that seat. And he let the cat out the bag. A lot of us known this because she's been missing for the last. I forgot she was vice president. Biden would just stop telling her to show. Biden would just stop telling her to show up. Biden wouldn't really let her speak. He would kind of let her play the background and stuff like that. Her and Biden got two opposite personalities, man.
Well, basically, like if you don't know anything about the XL pipeline, basically it's like a pipeline from from Canada to the U.S. where it's like we're gonna send like unrefined fuel, like over to the U.S. and like we get refined and like we're gonna work together and and fuck all these other countries, right?
Yeah. I mean, I understand why America is using other countries and buying fuel and their resources and stuff from them. I mean, Africa alone got enough fuel to fucking sustain the planet for like millions of years. But America is its own. America's an isolated incident when you think about it, especially with the power that we have and everything else. So the fuel that we can get out of the Atlantic and all these other different places that we do got fuel tucked away, we ain't trying to use that.
Well, Kuda, like that's the thing that you're missing is that basically is that Canada has the second largest landmass on the world.
That too. But what if we say we want to take y'all over? Like you don't know what's gonna happen in the future. You know what I'm saying? So it's like you got to reserve that because you don't know. We're isolated over here.
Well, I think you're kind of missing the point. The point was like basically is like why don't we work together since we're neighbors and like Canada, like as you know, is like the U.S. is like little brother, so it's like why can't we work together and fuck all these other people?
Some people act like they want to work together, but they're secretly planning on taking your shit over. That's just the reality of it. No matter how much years y'all been friends or working together, a lot of people are secretly planning on taking y'all shit over. And oil is one reason why somebody will take your shit over. Not even one, a good enough reason. You understand what I'm saying? Russia and China are acting like they're friends now. China don't need Russia.
I'm not gonna say it. I'm just gonna say just look at like history.
Like I'm over here. I'm one country away from China. China is not worried about the U.S. Putin is just showing up there just to show face. They really don't need each other.
Well, China is like
China don't need. I know China don't need Russia, but
China is like rocking with the BRICS, right? So, like, I don't know how much you know about the BRICS, but like China is part of the BRICS.
Yeah, but I mean, at some point, China might say, "I want your shit," and what's Russia gonna do? What's Russia gonna do? They in their backyard.
In the meantime, Russia's like fuck like the West basically. The West is against us.
Well, that's the thing. Trump talked about it. They're not trying to, they're not trying to talk. They're not talking. They didn't attempt to even talk to Putin.
Well, that's the whole thing. That's the whole thing. This is why like the Americans like at least like I don't know how far right they are, but like the Americans on the right and also like like the Canadians on the right like we agree with Trump. It's just like, yeah, like he was cool with the people at least, because his whole thing was like, I'm not trying to war with y'all. I'm trying to like do business. Like, let's get his money, right?
Yeah. But not even. I mean, he was basically stalling. I mean, he was trying to keep. Putin was timing shit. He was basically stalling. He was trying to keep them for as long as possible from invading Ukraine by keeping their attention on something else. You know what I'm saying? And then, once Trump got out of office, it's like, okay, well, what do we need right now?
Well, you're saying once Trump got out of office, but while Trump was in the office, like Trump was like, yo, like it ain't happening.
He was stalling. He was like, it ain't happening. He was stalling and keeping their attention on something else. He was stalling, basically. They wouldn't be that bold to do it, and it wouldn't have went down like that if he was in office. They would have, there was conversation there. But once once Biden got into office and then cut off the conversation, wasn't even trying to talk to Putin or nothing like that, or man, that shit was just a green light to go get your shit.
Yeah, and look what happened. Like when Biden was like, yeah, like I ain't trying to talk to Putin. Putin was like, yeah, that's how you feel. And like, look at the stuff that was going on in the media. Like Putin was saying some shit like, yo, if y'all step a foot, like if y'all take one step into this fucking, like, like
we're gonna clap people.
Well, nah. He said it worse. He was like, we're gonna nuke it the fuck up if you step 1 foot in here.
Yeah, they were threatening them, and Biden. What did Biden do? He said, if y'all send them any weapons or aid and help, there's going to be a lot of life loss. And what did Biden do? Send them weapons.
He sent them weapons and stuff, but like they were doing they were doing all this stuff secretly and stuff, there was a lot of behind the scenes stuff happening.
Yeah, I know that, but that you don't directly do what you know. You know how much people over there is fleeing and all kinds of shit going on, man. I run into Russians almost every day. Russians and Ukrainians. I even run into Ukrainians that believe that that they should surrender to Putin.
Well, like I do have a good friend that's actually Russian and Ukrainian, and I explained to him like what's going on, and like I kind of fucked his mindset up.
It's a war debt. Basically, through war, Russia was supposed to get Ukraine. The Ukraine is Russian territory, but it's like it's written like basically Putin is like, we're going back to we're reclaiming our shit.
Well, yeah, but Russia's like mostly they're going off of like the fucking like the previous empire that they had before, right?
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, It's like in contract. It's like, yeah, this is yours, this is yours. They need the resources also, because the Russian people are going through it in a lot of areas and stuff like that. They can use the resources and the, So it's just a lot. It's a lot of shit going on with them, And I'm looking at videos and stuff like that, kids getting shot and all kinds of crazy shit. It's like, damn, man, that shit is just sad, man. Always remember, one man's enemy is another man's freedom fighter. Don't forget that. One man's enemy is another man's freedom fighter. So when people are doing certain things like that, a lot of times is bad. War is bad, but a lot of people feel, a lot of people are under the impression that they're not doing nothing wrong. A lot of people are under the impression that they're doing something right.
Well, don't get me wrong. Like,
they were going in on those dudes that went to the White House and stuff like that and jumped that fence and stuff like that. And I know it looks heinous in hindsight, but when those people were doing it, they were under the impression that they were doing something right. If everybody had a similar mindset, them people would have been revolutionaries. But guess what? The attempt was bogus. and now the people look like now you in jail.
Well, don't get me wrong, because like for the whole Russian Ukrainian thing was like all amped up and stuff, but like once that shit started, I was kind of like you know you know I'm a humble man, but for all the Ukrainian women that are displaced during this war, you could find refuge here with me.
Shit, you got a lot of dudes getting catfished and getting their crypto account wiped out because of Ukrainian women.
Like I know I ain't shit, but like I try.
Send me the crypto. Send me the crypto.
I ain't saying shit, but like I'll try though.
That bitch said, "Fuck dollars, I want crypto." God damn. Shout outs to everybody in the building for rocking with us. You know, we're playing the presidential debate. Make sure you guys hit the like button, support the show. You dig?
I don't know. I try to have a real presidential debate, but like none of these guys want to really have it because like they don't want to actually break down like the real things.
Man, that shit is trash. They should have been rocking with us the whole night, like how I'm rocking with y'all. They should have been rocking with us the whole night. What type of presidential debate ends before 10 o'clock p.m.? Nah, man, we going till 3 a.m.
Well, the thing is like what I
talk about fracking.
Like I've been trying to talk with these niggas, but like once I try to talk to them, and like I try to talk about like real policies and stuff. Like,
wait, so what was BGS saying? I know he got to stick to the Kamala thing, and I know MOT was claiming Kamala, Big Mala. So what was
I never went over the MOT shit, but like basically they I'm not saying anything. Like I'm going off of what I see, and just basically I've been on different channels, like including like conservative, not fuck with conservative.
Mm-hmm.
But I was trying to talk about the fucking whole pipeline.
Mm-hmm.
That's what Trump's been talking about for a while, and like anybody that has half a fucking brain would understand that like it's a very important issue.
Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, Kamala's a steep hill to die on that. You know, I mean, because they wasn't claiming Kamala before. They just started claiming Kamala within the last month or so. Will be a month in, just about a month. So that shit is out of nowhere. I haven't yet seen any Negro in these spaces talk good about Biden.
Okay, what's more so surprising to me right now is that like the people that are saying that they don't fuck Kamala is that when I talk about the pipeline, like they don't want to talk about it. It's like literally Trump's been talking about this stuff, and
they don't care
like
about the pipeline.
Well, the interesting thing is like the stuff that I've been talking about, Trump brings it up, and he's brought it up multiple times.
Yeah, because he's trying to bring back American workers to a certain degree, even though he's outsourcing jobs also, so that's a lie. But he's trying to bring back the steel industry. And then he's trying to do the traditional thing and restore like the automotive industry in Detroit and all of that stuff, man.
Well, the thing is, like, he might be trying to bring back jobs and outsourcing and stuff, but like,
yeah.
Like,
One of those pipelines gonna be made American steel, right?
Most likely gonna be made with American steel, but the thing is, it's like the unrefined oil is gonna come from Canada. That's where the pipeline starts
at. Like closer to Alaska.
Probably about where I'm probably about where I live at, like in Alberta, right?
Oh, okay.
So basically, like this is why I'm big on like the XL pipeline because a lot of the oil and the gas it comes from Western Canada, and I live in Western Canada, so basically
Yeah.
like the unrefined oil
No, I get it. I
goes
get
to
it.
the U.
I get it.
Yeah, like
Yeah.
it goes to the U.S. and it gets refined and it gets sold back to us at a premium, which I don't understand that part. But like I'm not in the government, so
It's gonna make the property value in your city go up. Y'all will be the first to benefit from it.
well, basically it's like all the oil producing like cities and provinces in Canada, like they're also the richest, right?
Yeah, y'all would definitely benefit from it.
Yeah. So this is why I'm fully for it. This is like why I ride for the right. This is why I ride for the right. Because it's just like yeah, we benefit the most off it. It's like we're the ones doing the fucking work, so why shouldn't we benefit? But like the thing is like the U.S. is benefiting too, so I'm like, why can't we both benefit?
I don't mind a woman in office, cause I know what women in leader and management positions. I know what a lot of them can do, and some of them definitely do a really good job, even a better job than men, cause they can get themselves in rooms that normally men can't get themselves into. But I just don't think Kamala is the one for the job. Just imagine if she was your boss or manager. It's like,
well, that's the whole thing. That's the whole thing, right? Because it's like basically, we're for Trump because like we want Trump to get elected because that's what he wants to to happen, and like the current prime minister that we have, he's not for that. Like he's anti XL, right? And we're like, we need to get him the fuck about. We need to get him the fuck up out of here because like he on some bullshit.
Yeah.
So we're like pretty much on the same page. That's why I agree with the whole Trump shit. It's like we need to focus on making sure our countries make the most money possible, like the most amount of money possible that they can make, right?
Yeah, I mean they're trying to replace the American people, man. I mean, and then sadly, the American people. It's not even sadly, but the American people are spoiled, but we work to be spoiled. You ain't gonna pay us $2 for a $50 job. You understand what I'm saying?
What are your thoughts about them Haitians in Ohio?
I don't know, because I heard white people were eating dogs too, so I don't know, bro. I have no idea, bro. I heard white people was getting in on eating them dogs and cats too, so I'm like, god damn. It's crazy when they get in on it too, because they're pet lovers. A lot of, I don't know, man. They've been going after Haitians for a while though. They became the new target since Trump been in office. That came from his presidency. The Haitians and stuff like that. They've been going after the Haitians for a good minute. Them specifically. Young Jay said that that thing in Ohio with the Haitians isn't true. I'm in Ohio, fam. Yeah, I heard there was like a hoax behind that, and then I heard other people were in on it. So it's like, but they've been going after Haitians for a minute. Haitians, in the South we're getting the front end of the stick. They even made Haitians the face of immigration for a good minute while Trump was in office and stuff like that. So that's why Tariq really gassed up when he was talking about the tether shit during Trump's presidency, because a lot of Haitians were fleeing and stuff like that, and a lot of them really wanted to go in on Tariq, but they couldn't really go in on Tariq because guess what? Tariq made 1804. You know, he made one of the most prolific Haitian. He made one of the most prolific documentaries about Haitian history. So they couldn't really deal with him. You know. Yeah, I'm pretty sure a lot of that shit ain't true.
I'm gonna have to guess that Young Jay is probably Haitian.
Yeah, he's Haitian. Half Haitian.
I can tell. The only Haitian niggas be going so hard like that to defend it.
Well, I mean, Haitian people cool. I mean, you know, ça passe, you know. To all my Haitians and stuff, but you know. They try to make them the face of immigration when that's not true.
Yeah, making them the face of immigration.
Oh, you're not Haitian, Young Jay. I thought you said you were actually. I thought you were half Haitian. I thought you mentioned that you were half Haitian, but maybe that was somebody else. But shout out to my bro Young Jay. Young Jay, he are you traveling right now? I thought he said he'd be traveling right now. He probably driving right now. Shouts to Jay, but JB be in South America like crazy. He be in Sosua. He be everywhere. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know why I thought he was half Haitian, but it wouldn't surprise me. No, I think he's You have Trinidadian and Tobago, right? You said no. I was with the Haitian woman. Okay, yeah, okay, all right, yeah. I know I'm tripping. I know you well connected in you know in the Caribbean. We talked about it several times. My bad, y'all. I'm being distracted. I'm looking at something real quick. He said Border Patrol was Haitians with horse reins. Yeah, they tried to make them the face of immigration, and Tariq was going in on them during Trump's presidency and stuff like that because they were actually fleeing. You know, and then the Clintons they messed with Haiti. Yeah, go ahead.
This is what I've been saying, like against the Haitians. Well, maybe not against the Haitians, but like it's what I've been saying, like about the Haitians, like with the whole shit going on. It's just like, yeah, you know, I'm just like, yeah, my people are Jamaican, so like we're cool with the Haitians, but like we're a little bit worried about them. And like me personally, like the only Haitian I trust is Mr. Z, even though he's a lefty. Like Mr. Z is the only Haitian I trust.
Mr. Z, black,
I'm like,
Mr. Z.
Yeah, I'm like, yeah, like he's Haitian, he's a lefty, but like, you know, I'm cool with him.
I didn't know he was Haitian, but since he calls himself Mr. Z, I mean, it makes sense. Is he Zopal? He is Zo?
I don't want to know, but when I was over like conservative shit earlier, it was like there was some nigga that like in the chat that like he had like Zo in his name, and like he was riding hard for Haitians the whole time. So I'm like, yeah, you must be one of them Zo niggas, like.
Yeah, Mr. Z is Zo. The Z look Jamaican. Shit.
I'm like, I fuck with y'all, but I don't trust y'all.
So what, Mr. Z is for Kamala?
He's a lefty, so like he's technically he's for Kamala. I don't know where he stands, but like he's a lefty, so I'm assuming he's for Kamala. He's for Kamala.
I guess it's in his best interest, you know.
Well, I mean, he's a lefty regardless, so like, you know.
A lot of people want their families to come over and stuff like that. A lot of those people that migrated into America, their families are already here. You know. I'm gonna tell you the truth. A lot of people don't realize in reality they're better off in their countries. They don't realize that until they get here. You know, is there a certain level of freedom? Yeah, you can say that. But in their countries, their quality of life is a lot better. They're more happier. They own their homes. They can own their home. That's another thing. In America, you can hold a home, maintain a home. Oh, they like when you hold and maintain the home and add on to it and add the value to it before they finesse it out of your hands. You know, they like that. But you can't own no home really in America. They own their house. America, you still got to tell Americans not to sell grandma's house. You know what I'm saying? What's going on, Jay? Jump in, man.
What up, Lama? You hear me?
What's going up? Yeah, we can hear you. My bad. You driving, right?
What's good? How you doing,
I
pal?
just got done, family. What's up, fam? How you doing?
Jump in, man. What do you think about the debate?
I ain't even see it, bro. I've been on the phone talking to bitches, nigga. I ain't even heard that shit.
Okay.
I'm gonna replay it. I'm gonna catch up on the stream. You know, probably when you get off.
Yeah, I might play the beginning again because I missed the beginning, so we could definitely go over the beginning or maybe even cover it again. You know?
So I always told you, Kuda, I'm culturally I'm FBA, bro. I wasn't raised as a Caribbean man, so my father's Caribbean, St. Thomas, and then my grandfather's from they folks from Tobago and shit, Trinidad. So
that's all good. Like, what do you think about the policy,
Trinidad,
though?
I remember. Yeah.
What do you think about the policy, though, fam?
The who?
What do you think about the policy?
What do I think about the policy? What policy?
Kamala's policy.
I wouldn't vote for Kamala if her hair was on fire. Fuck that bitch.
Yeah.
All right.
That's cold.
All right, like
we already know. I wanted to. The only reason I came up because I heard what Buddy said. I already know Jamaicans don't fuck with Haitians at all.
No. It's not like it's no. It's not like we don't. No. It's not like we don't fuck with them. It's just like I've been saying, it's like we're wary of them. This is why I said like I'm cool with Haitians. Like I'm a little bit worried because like, and this is what I say all the time. I was like, I seen how y'all niggas was wilding out in Bad Boys 2. After that, I didn't trust y'all.
No, I mean some of the Jamaicans in America don't mess with them, but that's the Jamaicans that was a part of the shower posse and all that other shit. It's those.
Nigga, it's a Jamaican nigga in DR, bro. Got his own restaurant. You know what that nigga told me? Because I was with a Haitian girl. He was like, nigga, I don't fuck with the Haitians, nigga. Them niggas better go practice that voodoo shit over there. I was like, nigga, what? What are you talking about, bro?
Well, like,
but a lot of Jamaicans believe in voodoo too.
Like both of y'all just proved my point because yes, I do have family that's shower posse, and like I do have family that was into like that other shit, but like what like the like the Yachties, they call that shit obio. Like it's different from like the Haitian like
I mean,
Haitian
they just
voodoo
completely
shit is,
different. I mean that shit stems back from slavery, man.
Yeah, but it's different. Like the Haitians is like into some like sacrifice shit.
Yeah, I mean,
Obia, Anansi, over in Jamaica. Yeah.
Yeah, Legba and all of the other stuff. But Jamaica have they beliefs in that stuff too. You know, their roots in that stuff too. But you know. That shit is just some old shit though, man. Like,
it's
even
old,
like the newer age.
I talked to my homie that's Haitian. It's old, like Jamaicans are known not to like fuck with Haitians like that. I don't know the historical beef or whatever. That doesn't even make sense that they're beef because one of the biggest icons that came out of Jamaica, even though he ain't even Jamaican him damn self and came down to Haiti, was Bookman.
It's who?
Yeah.
Bookman.
Jamaica got a lot of transplant artists. I forgot where Garnett Silk from. I know he's not from Jamaica.
You mentioned it before, and I was like, "Yo, you're gonna have to hold it down on that one."
What, Garnett Silk?
Yeah, I was like, "Yo, you're gonna have to hold it down on that one."
Yeah, he's gonna be the next Bob Marley, to tell you the truth, a little bit. For real.
What I don't understand why other black folks, a lot of black folks treat Haitians like black folks were treated during Jim Crow. And I'm like, really, if it wasn't for Haitians, y'all niggas, would none of you niggas be free?
I mean, the type of courage that they want to exhibit in America as like FBAs and ADOS is the type of courage that they exhibited in those islands. But the thing is that, you know, those islands are a smaller incident, or a smaller, you know, self-contained thing. You know what I'm saying? So, like, you know, those people had to know the island, which is not that much. You know, people had to know certain things, so they had enough intel to rebel. I mean, I think Black Americans have enough intel to rebel, but shit, white supremacy or whatever the hell y'all want to call it these days have done a good job of checking the water. You know, making sure,
Basically,
okay,
it's
are y'all really arming yourselves? You know, are y'all really? They basically they're good at making sure we still weak. Yeah, we got guns, but not to point at them. To point at each other. Yeah, we got little resources and shit like that, but guess what? We sell it off to other people. We exhaust it. You know, yeah, we got buying power, but we're not using it to buy anything to put us in power. Yeah, we got loans, but we buying land and we're not opening businesses on those lands. Even the pick with the fist on it that we used to, you know, when niggas used to rock the afros and they used to wear the pick with the fist on it, we don't even own companies that's printing the plastic to make those picks.
Well, I missed what Young Jay said in the chat. He was saying he was St. Thomas in Tobago.
Yeah, my great grandmother is straight from St. Thomas.
I think Vibes Cartel just bought us a place there. Or I think that's St. Vincent. I'm not sure which one. One of them places. Recently.
Yeah. No comment.
So, yeah.
Like just like last time with not trying to turn this into Tenor talk. Like, let's go with them all though. I'll say that.
Did Trump watch him in the debate?
Yeah, she was jitterbugging. Basically the moderators was helping her and basically kind of setting up topics for her to keep going in on. So like the moderators will say like they will ask Trump a question in an insulting manner and phrase it as if it was true. And then what she will do is she would take the alley-oop and kind of go behind it and reaffirm it. And act as if she wasn't in office right now. Like she's in office right now. All of the shit that she's talking about right now, a lot of that shit she can get done and even win the election because people will think that she will continue it. You know?
And that's what was pissing me off, like what happened these conversations like across these like different panels was like these dudes
they read it
like,
wrong. They wasn't picking up on it. I mean, they got to defend her. I mean, that's a that's a hill they got to die on at this point.
Well, they were just completely ignoring the shit that I was saying, and I was like, okay, fine. If you want to do that, like, I'd rather not like have the conversation at all if you're gonna do that.
Yeah. They overlooked it, like it wasn't getting skewed in her favor, and it's funny because these dudes will throw that red pill shit out the window so quickly when they see a woman getting favorable attention, favorable, you know, when they see them getting favorable. It's funny. These red pill dudes whine, bitch, and bicker for over a decade, complaining about women getting favorable treatment and all this other shit, and then they see a woman in office right now doing that or getting that, and they're behind it just because they quote unquote gotta support her with what she got going on. And the thing is that I get it, you know, but the thing is this: women teach and men need to take this chapter out of women's book because women are very good at this, and I commend them for. Women teach you how to treat them. You know, they teach you how to treat them. They're gonna be like, no, I'm not doing this. No, I'm not doing that. Even if she don't got nothing, even if she not bringing nothing to the table, but some used coochie, they'll tell you what they finna do and what they not finna do. They'll establish boundaries, and a lot of guys don't know how to establish boundaries and stuff like that.
Well,
Even if you're establishing boundaries under the guise of favor, special treatment and stuff like that. So a
well,
lot of
like
people don't understand is Kamala teaching people or the government and the people around them and how to treat her, or is she actually getting favorable treatment, and it could be a little bit of both, but then at the same time that kind of turns her into a puppet in the office. You know what I'm saying? Or a bigger puppet. Everybody's a puppet when they get into office, but it makes her a bigger puppet, because now you got so many people in power that's not, the face of it. She just becomes the face of it. What's going on, Cap?
well, like the main problem for me was like basically they're giving her special privilege, and it's like, they're like, oh, she's
Yeah.
black, and I'm just like, bro, like, she's a black Jamaican. I'm just like, bro, I'm literally Jamaican. Like, are you gonna tell me like if she's Jamaican or not? Like, I don't
She's
know.
more Indian than Jamaican. She's more Indian than Jamaican. But what I'm saying is that a lot of people would like her to be the face of something, and then they're kind of actually in power. She's just gonna take the credit. Like, for example,
I call my
Kim
nigga right now.
Kardashian.
I call my nigga right now. Got that strong ass Jamaican accent. Born in Jamaica. Ain't no that nigga would tell you that bitch ain't no goddamn Jamaican nigga.
Yo, dog, my family, them, like them man done a yard still, So like even though I'm not born there, like I can speak Patois if I want to, but like I choose not to. But yeah, like she's not Jamaican, bro. Like her dad is like
That don't,
Indian.
but that don't even matter. What I'm saying is that a lot of people would like her to be the face of certain things. Like a lot of guys will be able to use her behind the scenes. Like again, like I said, you have Kim Kardashian and Monica and all them other people that like they get the credit because they're the face of a group of people helping other prisoners and other people get out of the jail with that prison reform shit. Right? But Kim Kardashian is not sitting down doing the paperwork. She's not sitting down finding the loophole and studying other people's cases and saying, how can I get this person out of jail and then get them out of jail? Other people are doing that. They just send her down there with the information that they've gathered to get those people out of jail because she has a name. She's the face of something. You get what I'm saying? Does that make sense?
Yeah, I get
Nay?
you.
Okay.
I'm here I'm just looking at the reviews of debates. A lot of people saying Trump dropped the ball a little bit.
He won
on policy.
I mean, she got him a little bit on some points, but this is what I'm saying. Because she got help from the moderator. This is what I'm telling y'all. When people say F Drake, they think they're saying F one person. When Drake is a business. Does that make sense?
Don't
Kendrick
add
Lamar
that in
is a
here.
business.
Don't add that in here.
Y'all know you from Canada, but listen, Drake is a business. You're not just saying F Drake. You got 40. You got OVO. You got a bunch of people that's behind him.
That's
his PR
like
manager,
you're saying fuck
brand.
OVO XO, like you saying fuck the whole country basically.
Yeah, Drake is a business at that point. He's not just one person. Yeah, he's Drake. But there's a whole bunch of people that's behind him, his sound, branding, deals. So a lot of people would definitely rally behind Kamala just so they can have a little bit more power than what they're used to, because she don't know how to really make decisions, or she not fit to be a president. Absolutely. That vice president that her handbag that she carries around with her all the time, he gonna have more power than he need to have. But guess what? When some shit go down, she gonna have to take responsibility for it. And that's gonna be where the problem is gonna happen, because then the thing is that she's gonna be like, well, it's these other people, and it's like she's not gonna try to take accountability for that. People ain't ready for Kamala to run no goddamn. Kamala ain't ready to run no goddamn country.
Yeah, if Kamala wins, bro, that should tell you everything you need to know. Not
truthfully, I be
necessarily
thinking
about her,
she's drunk.
but
I think
it's gonna
she's drunk.
prove the election was rigged again. There's no way she's gonna get this vote over Trump. I don't believe it.
I mean, I think Trump gonna win, but they're gonna try to make it seem like it was really close. They got to make as much money from this election as possible, so they're gonna, oh, she might win.
Well, basically,
what are y'all gonna do?
I'm gonna say this, and I'm probably gonna get smoked for fucking as long as I stay in the space. But if Kamala wins, I'm putting this L on fucking Americans. I'm gonna say you guys are the fucking dumbest people in the fucking world if you let her win.
I'm just surprised BGS and all of them people are rallying behind them for her.
If she does win, I'm not gonna necessarily blame Americans. I'm blaming black folks.
Like Kuda, like they're indirectly doing this stuff. That's the whole thing. It's like everybody's indirectly doing this stuff. This is why it's like pissing me off, because it's just like, bro, just be fucking direct and just say it.
That ain't red pill, man.
Just say that's what you want. Then but they're not willing to say this shit. But this is across like different spaces and stuff.
You're not gonna be up here for years pushing the gender war and then turn around and then start voting for Kamala and shit like that. That ain't red pill. I'm not saying be anti-woman or nothing like that, but like, goddamn.
Well, I'm not anti-woman at all, because like I enjoy their company.
I'm not anti-woman, but even women will tell you, hell no.
It's just like I'm surprised to see this shit. That's why it bothers me, because like this is why, like, especially like a night like tonight where it's like
and then they do this thing where they try to push it. Then they do this thing where they try to push it on other red pill men, like, and if y'all was smart, y'all would vote for Kamala. Like, boy, if you don't believe in both candidates, the thing is, don't vote at all. That's red pill. That's all you got to do. Don't vote at all.
Yeah, but then you're going to have Sambos like Anton Daniels say, well, you can't talk. You can't say nothing because you didn't vote.
The thing is because they got to feel, I just told y'all, the thing is because they got to feel better because they participate. You know, niggas will do anything for a fucking ribbon. Niggas just want a I voted sticker. That's all it really is.
My grandfather told me, because he was like, are you voting? I said, no. He said, well, you voting for the enemy.
It's a ribbon. My
grandfather said, you voting for the enemy.
How you voting for the enemy? If you actively vote, you voting for the enemy. Let me tell you something.
Brainwashed by the Democratic Party, man. You know how these old niggas are.
But let me tell you something. This is how they lie to you. No answer is an answer, right? But not voting is not necessarily an answer. It's a statement. You know, depending on what it means for you. You know, because if you don't vote, you didn't participate. And that don't mean you voting for nobody. It's not how you voting for the enemy if you don't vote.
Well, what is the statement of not voting? Can you please explain that?
No, because the thing is it's a participation trophy. I told y'all they need you to participate, because when people don't participate, they're not going to be thinking clear. See, when you participate and get your little ribbon and feel like you did something, it makes you feel patriotic. But one of the most patriotic things you can do is not actually vote. It's two heads on the same snake.
Well,
You're not gonna go to jail because he didn't vote.
So dumb, bro. Like, you going to vote for the president means nothing. You know why? Because it's a fucking electoral college that selects the president, not your popularity vote, dummy.
Yeah, presidents are selected, not elected. Yeah.
If you're not a part of the electoral college, your vote don't matter. Period. Now, what I do say is I always preach to people who say vote locally where you live at, because that's really where you got the power at. It's where you live at, your city.
Yeah, yeah. You are better off locally. Yeah, absolutely. That's fact. But the thing is the voting process is to make you, be less reluctant to rebel. You know what I'm saying? I'm not saying
have the typical old nigga line is, oh, people died to vote. No, niggas didn't die to vote, fool.
Yeah, but they didn't die for you to vote for the wrong person.
They didn't die for you to vote blindly, idiot.
They died for your right to exercise, not to vote also. They leave that part out. You know what I'm saying? You don't have to choose if you don't participate. If you don't participate in the circus, you can't complain about the clowns and none of that shit going on. You don't have a dog in the fight.
But you hit the nail on the head, homie. You said niggas just want to be a part of something, man. Period.
Yeah, it's a participation trophy, and the sticker is the ribbon. People just want to feel like they've done something, and I get it. I mean, they've instilled this in men since school days, man.
It's been a very
They're trying to make you. They're trying to make you feel bad if the country goes to shit because you didn't vote. But the thing is that they're trying to make you feel less bad if you did vote and the country still goes to shit.
It's definitely been a very hard night of trying to do the whole balancing act, and yeah.
Black people have yet to not vote and really test and see what these politicians will do for your vote. Black people have yet to weaponize their own voting power. And that's a shame. Because you could have really negotiated the tangibles that y'all want. Even niggas could have asked, each and every single nigga could have asked for a donkey and a glass of milk. And they'll have a fresh donkey and a glass of milk in y'all front yard by tomorrow if y'all learn how to weaponize your vote. Black people got their ass in the air when it comes to voting, man.
I mean, David Carroll's talked about niggas and voting. He said, man, shit, black folks politically ignorant, and in order to get black folks aligned politically, it's gonna require intellectually heavy lifting. That's what David Carroll said. He's right, man. These niggas is dumb. And more and more I live.
They send Lil Wayne down to the damn White House. They don't send Phil Valentine. They don't send none of them real people down to the fucking White House. They don't send Dr. Claude. They send Dr. Claude Anderson down to the White House.
Well, you just made a great point. You just said like they send Lil Wayne out to the White House, but
yeah.
They sent him out to the White House, right? But in terms of like the average person that potentially might vote, Lil Wayne never made it to the Super Bowl.
Yeah, he fighting over with Kendrick. I did a video on that. Y'all should check it out. Really good shit. Went into details.
Kendrick could bring him out. They did do
the only thing, but he can't do. They'll probably do Mona Lisa, but he can't do like us, not like us, and that's the whole point. The whole point was for him to do Not Like Us.
What, they said he can't do that song?
That's a Drake diss. Drake is a part of Young Money.
Yeah,
they're gonna be in New Orleans.
Well, if he does not like us, that's gonna be a huge. It's gonna be a huge problem.
There's gonna be a slap in the face. Yeah.
Drake isn't from New Orleans. Lil Wayne is though.
Yeah. So they're trying to really usher in that beef again. But they trying to throw Wayne in the middle of it. But the only thing Wayne would do is go get weed legal, and I'm not even gonna lie, bro. Black people don't need no fucking legalized weed, man. You know, put that Wiz Khalifa shit up. We don't need no fucking weed at this point. Weed is only making you weed is only making you somewhat feel better about the about the state that your people is in. They'll give you all the weed in the world so they can pull your goofy ass over. Probable cause or some shit. Niggas want to be sedated in the world that they live in and shit like that, getting shot up by police and stuff. We got bigger problems to fix.
Shit, man, we
ain't still worried about weed being. And then they putting shit in the weed. They putting the Fetty in the weed and all kinds of stuff in the weed. You know, if y'all gonna smoke some weed, listen to me. You can holler at my boy LT Man in Chicago. He delivers every fucking. Shout out to our bro LT Man. He delivers everywhere in the U.S. and surrounding areas. But you know, niggas don't need to be sedated like that. You know, I mean, niggas want to be sedated. I understand why. But you know.
Yeah. Plus, I heard that they said Lil Wayne is real hard to work with, and then recently, I guess he just did a show where this nigga forgot his own goddamn lyrics. This nigga so goddamn high.
He's high as hell. He in his own world.
Yeah, that nigga look bad, man. He need to put that mother. That's that years of drinking that lean, man. That nigga look old as fuck.
Wayne a spoiled rich kid. He's been a rich kid for the majority of his life. You know. He's a spoiled rich kid. Now, I think he should do the show in New Orleans, though, because, you know, he kind of on the tail end of his career. I think Wayne is an excellent, one of my favorite, one of the greatest to do it. You know, I love Wayne, but the audience has outgrown him. You know, his subject matter hasn't changed. He hasn't matured. You know what I'm saying? He hasn't matured. You know, he's kind of, you know, and then that whole Birdman thing really stopped his growth. You know, he hasn't really matured.
Well, he hasn't really consistently put out music either.
No, he put out a bunch of music. He been doing features. He been working his ass off. He put out a bunch of music. He's a workhorse. It's just people outgrew him. And then, you know, his metaphors, it goes over a lot of people's heads. He's one of the best lyricists to do it. It's just that the audience will outgrow you. The people that grew up with you will outgrow you.
Hey, that Carter 6, nigga. Coming soon.
I don't know who's gonna pick it up.
Well, what does he put out recently?
I
You have to put me on that.
I didn't listen to his last couple.
Do numbers, bro.
No, I might listen to the Carter 6. I got Carter 5, but the replay value on Carter 5, nah.
Yeah, the Carter
he had another album named.
Was alright. It wasn't like.
Yeah, got a couple of songs. I skipped a lot of them. He got another album called Funeral, which had some cool tracks on it, but it's like,
No, the Funeral was fire. The Funeral was fire.
Yeah, he got some tracks on Funeral, but like respectfully, and I like Swiss beats, but nah.
And that mix, that album he did with 2 Chainz, that was
Yeah, and I like 2 Chainz and I like Wayne, but it's meh. It ain't Duffel Bag Boy. I'm not gonna lie, that Duffel Bag Boy verse was legendary.
Yeah, that's where we disagree.
And I'm a foul. That shit fire.
Nah,
I'm counting all day like the clock on the wall.
that's bullshit, bro. Like that's what you running with. That's
I'm about to
crazy.
play that shit. Hold on.
That's crazy.
Nigga, 2 Chainz, 2 Chainz really had me like, yo, I'm about to put some dope money together and go get me a Gallardo, man. I'm about to go.
Who was 2 Chainz? Like I've never heard of him. I've only heard of Titty Boy.
He's Titty Boy. That's Titty Boy. He had to rebrand himself.
All right, bro. I'm gonna be
Ludacris
right
was
back. I
sleeping
gotta hop
on
off
2
this
Chainz.
place, man.
All right, bro. Ludacris had a roster for real. He just played it bad. He pushed Shauna instead of I-20, Chingy, and goddamn 2 Chainz, man. That Ludacris, man. Come on, man.
Yeah, I've never heard of 2 Chainz. I've only heard of Titty Boy.
That's 2 Chainz and Titty Boy's the same person. You know? Titty is his street name, Titty 2 Chainz. No homo. That's funny as hell. Titty
Yeah, I
2
know. I'm trolling why I said that.
Yeah. I remember when I was telling people Future was gonna blow up and they ain't believe me. And I remember him and 2 Chainz kind of had that, like the DJs was having a little battle with them back in the day. I'm riding around, I'm getting it. It's mine, I spend it. 2 Chainz haven't had a hit in a minute, other than Feds Watching. And just a couple, man. I don't know, man. I don't know what producer Wayne got to link up with, but he got to link up with. He got to change his sound up, and he got to stop using the auto tune. The auto tune really fluffed out Wayne's sound. You know, he uses too much auto tune. I thought he was doing a tape with DJ Drama recently, or I think that probably was Jeezy or somebody. I don't know who doing the tape with Drama. But yeah. I heard somebody call Rick Ross's music trap music. I'm like, that is not trap music, man. I don't know what niggas talking about. Shout outs to Renzel, though. All right, let's take a look at this, y'all. Hold on. I'm counting all day like the clock on the wall. Give me 1 second. I'm going to let this play, y'all. I'll be right back.
Special, the ABC News presidential debate simulcast.
Oh, they took it down. No. No. They took it down. Oh, no. Lord have mercy. Let's see. All right, give me 1 second, y'all. I'll be right back.
Thank you very much, Ashley. And we're counting down to the top of the hour to take you to Philadelphia, where with our own special coverage to follow.
Which is to provide a tax cut for billionaires and big corporations, which will result in $5 trillion to America's deficit. My opponent has a plan that I call the Trump's sales tax, which would be a 20% tax on everyday goods that you rely on to get through the month. Economists have said that Trump sales tax would actually result for middle-class families in about $4,000 more a year because of his policies and his ideas about what should be the backs of middle-class people paying for tax cuts for billionaires.
President Trump, I'll give you 2 minutes.
First of all, I have no sales tax. That's an incorrect statement. She knows that. We're doing tariffs on other countries. Other countries are going to finally, after 75 years, pay us back for all that we've done for the world. And the tariff will be substantial in some cases. I took in billions and billions of dollars, as you know, from China. In fact, they never took the tariff off because there was so much money they can't. It would totally destroy everything that they've set out to do. They're taking in billions of dollars from China and other places. They've left the tariffs on. When I had it, I had tariffs, and yet I had no inflation. Look, we've had a terrible economy because inflation has, which is really known as a country buster. It breaks up countries. We have inflation like very few people have ever seen before, probably the worst in our nation's history. We were at 21%, but that's being generous because many things are 50, 60, 70, and 80% higher than they were just a few years ago. This has been a disaster for people, for the middle class, but for every class. On top of that, we have millions of people pouring into our country from prisons and jails, from mental institutions and insane asylums, and they're coming in and they're taking jobs that are occupied right now by African Americans and Hispanics, and also unions. Unions are going to be affected very soon. And you see what's happening. You see what's happening with towns throughout the United States. You look at Springfield, Ohio. You look at Aurora in Colorado. They are taking over the towns. They're taking over buildings. They're going in violently. These are the people that Xi and Biden led into our country, and they're destroying our country. They're dangerous. They're at the highest level of criminality, and we have to get them out. We have to get them out fast. I created one of the greatest economies in the history of our country. I'll do it again and even better.
We are going to get to immigration and border security during this debate, but I would like to let Vice President Harris respond on the economy here.
Well, I would love to. Let's talk about what Donald Trump left us. Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment since the Great Depression. Donald Trump left us the worst public health epidemic in a century. Donald Trump left us the worst attack on our democracy since the Civil War. And what we have done is clean up Donald Trump's mess. What we have done and what I intend to do is build on what we know are the aspirations and the hopes of the American people. But I'm going to tell you all in this debate tonight, you're going to hear from the same old tired playbook, a bunch of lies, grievances, and name calling. What you're going to hear tonight is a detailed and dangerous plan called Project 2025 that the former president intends on implementing if he were elected again. I believe very strongly that the American people want a president who understands the importance of bringing us together, knowing we have so much more in common than what separates us. And I pledge to you to be a president for all Americans.
President Trump will give you a minute here to respond.
Number one, I have nothing to do, as you know, and as she knows better than anyone, I have nothing to do with Project 2025. That's out there. I haven't read it. I don't want to read it purposely. I'm not going to read it. This was a group of people that got together. They came up with some ideas, I guess some good, some bad, but it makes no difference. I have nothing to do. Everybody knows I'm an open book. Everybody knows what I'm going to do. Cut taxes very substantially and create a great economy like I did before. We had the greatest economy. We got hit with a pandemic. And the pandemic was not since 1917, where 100 million people died, has there been anything like it. We did a phenomenal job with the pandemic. We handed them over a country where the economy and where the stock market was higher than it was before the pandemic came in. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. We made ventilators for the entire world. We got gowns, we got masks, we did things that nobody thought possible. And people give me credit for rebuilding the military. They give me credit for a lot of things, but not enough credit for the great job we did with the pandemic. But the only jobs they got were bounce back jobs. These were jobs bounced back, and it bounced back and it went to their benefit. But I was the one that created them. They know it, and so does everybody else.
Vice President Harris, I'll let you respond.
So Donald Trump has no plan for you. And when you look at his economic plan, it's all about tax breaks for the richest people. I am offering what I describe as an opportunity economy, and the best economists in our country, if not the world, have reviewed our relative plans for the future of America. What Goldman Sachs has said is that Donald Trump's plan would make the economy worse. Mine would strengthen the economy.
What's going on, Buster Free? You said Kamala hands were out of control all night. You said her voice is annoying as hell, man. Look. No, I mean, I wouldn't say white folks are getting their jobs taken, but they don't have job security. And then the thing is that they can't easily go and come back or easily switch jobs like they could before. You know what I'm saying? They can't easily switch jobs like they could before. Nigga, they leave a job for a couple of months thinking they irreplaceable, like Beyonce, and then come back. There's some Indian ladies in their spot. That's the crazy part. Because Kamala's Indian. You dig? And it ain't like the Indian woman's out working them. These, you know, I'm telling you, y'all got to travel, man. They train these people in their country for years before they get to America. I remember I was giving y'all the game a minute ago. Think about it. A lot of these people never been to America before. And yeah, they give these people business and business loans and everything and jobs and opportunities and stuff like that. And yeah, all of that. You know, I'll give you guys a cookie. All of that, right? Next time I see, I'll give you guys a cookie, right? But they put these people in the hood. You know, people running around here, tether this and tether that and leather this and leather that. And it's like, bro, you put these new business owners and foreign people around some of the worst niggas you can find. And then some people wonder, oh, damn, why they dislike black people? Why they? Because I'm living in Compton. How about that? Yes, they put me in America, but guess what? They also put me in a blood neighborhood. You know? So you gotta look at it. You gotta look at that shit for what it really is, man. They be putting them in a fucked up neighborhood. It's like, imagine going from your country to a place where you got to have burglar bars on your doors. Really an insult, to tell you the truth. But it's the American way. You gotta look at, you know, your business, you in the hood, so your business starting to make money and shit like that. You gotta look over your shoulder when you trying to, you know, carry your money and deposit it into the bank. Make sure one of these Negroes ain't watching you. Hold on, y'all. Bullshit talking about some I'm having trouble connecting. Yeah, because I was giving y'all that work. I was giving y'all that good game, and they now all of a sudden my signal went loose. But I didn't forget what I was telling y'all. Like I said, that shit is a slap in the face, you know? They would rob a black business owner leaving his business before they would rob. And honestly, people shouldn't be running around robbing nobody. But a black business owner would get robbed in the hood way before an Indian one or an Arab one. You know? And then the job market in America is fucked up. A lot of people ain't trying to go back to the traditional work model. Kamala up there saying, "Oh yeah, y'all better think a union member. We got the 5-day work week." People don't like that. Shout outs to Paul. What's going on, player? And he said, if you buy your girlfriend is good every day, you still a trick. What do you mean? And I'm overdue to do a show because a lot of these young little zillennial couples, some of y'all dudes done broke up with your girlfriend over this shit. She wants to vote for Kamala. You talking about Trump. You done broke up with your bitch. She started talking about some, you don't want me to use it. I like it. You know, it's funny. It's so weird. It's so weird. Like a woman will argue with you. Like I'll be seeing some of these little goofball arguments stem behind some of these little presidential debates and shit like that. Like a woman will try to throw on you, oh, you don't want me to have reproductive rights and shit like that. Y'all niggas be falling for the banana in the tailpipe, man. A woman can do whatever she wants with her body, but to sit up there and point. I seen another girl said, I've never seen a woman fight over a good man. I said, damn, there's some truth to that. But to sit up there and point to a dude and be like, oh, you don't want me to have reproductive rights over my body because you're voting for Trump. And it's like, bro, I didn't even say that. I just said vote for Trump, not Kamala. But a lot of y'all don't know how much abortions and deletions and stuff she may have had before she met you and shit like that. Y'all don't be telling y'all men that shit. Y'all be putting too much on men. I got a whole show to do about how fellas need to be careful with damaged goods. There's nothing wrong with dating a woman that is quote unquote damaged goods, but a lot of these little damaged goods ass women, they'll destroy a good dude. If not straight up bully a good dude. I've seen a lot of good dudes get fucked over by damaged women. If you date some abused women, they will terrorize you as a good guy. And they will gaslight you and accuse you of things you haven't done. Because a lot of them, they hide behind quote unquote certain little good dudes, and then they hide behind dudes that's perceived as bad. And a lot of little fucked up women hide behind dudes that's perceived as bad to look like good women. And if you don't got no eyeball, or you don't got the foresight to even, put two and two together, man, you gonna be fucked up in the game. So some of these women that's breaking up with some of y'all little dudes over this bullshit Kamala thing, it's like she don't even know what man, listen. They just now started worrying about Kamala. They didn't give a fuck about no fucking Kamala, man. Yeah, they brainwashed, man. And Kamala needs to take advantage of that as quick as possible. Kamala got to take advantage of all of this shit quick as hell. You said, I mean, if you buy your girlfriend food every day, you still a trick. I mean, I guess. I mean, that's your lady. You said it's funny because people clowning Trump on the pet comment videos, but videos starting to pop up on Twitter of immigrants catching pets and geese. Yeah, but you know, people eat duck, squid, cat, all kinds of shit. They eat all kinds of, you know, especially in foreign countries, they eat that shit. A nigga will go catch a duck from the pond and go cook that shit. You know, we gotta switch it up in America and call it pate and shit like that. But Americans be eating ducks too. You know. But it is what it is, man. And honestly, too, when they cook duck in America, it's different. I eat duck noodles. I like duck noodles. The duck noodles here, bomb as hell. You know? But in America, duck is greasy as shit. Because they try to cook it like chicken. And I'm not gonna lie, I think like the skin on the duck kind of makes it super greasy and stuff like that. I'm not gonna lie, when I seen duck in America, it was not appetizing. But out here, oh my god. I know one master gonna be like, who to be eating weird shit. It's true, but it's not. But yeah, man, it's a lot of little nuanced stuff that we gotta work out and talk about and stuff like that. And this whole presidential debate thing is resetting the whole gender war conversation, man. You know, this gender war conversation is getting resetted again right in front of us. You know what I'm saying? And Kamala is like, you know, bat signaling. Oh, I'm gonna look out for the women. I'm gonna look out for the ladies and stuff like that. But the women that she really needs to vote for her. That's what I wanted to ask y'all earlier. Who do you think has more voting power when it comes to women? Because I was saying earlier that if sisters vote, it'll trump, you know, black men's voting power, you know, by a landslide, you know, of all, you know, sisters versus brothers. But who has more voting power, black women or white women? Who has more voting power, black women or white women? You know? And maybe that's what it's going to come down to. You know, there are some white women that will vote for, you know, Kamala. But they're going to vote for Trump. They're not going to publicly say it. And I get that. But they're going to vote for Trump, man. And that's the crazy part. They'll live in a Trump world before they live in a Kamala world. You know what I'm saying? Because a lot of women don't trust each other. You know, that's why when Kamala was like, we're women, don't we trust each other? And it's like, she was looking around. A lot of the women were like, no, but yeah, we're here, you know? And I think a lot of white women do want a woman in office, but not a Kamala. You know what I'm saying? Not a Kamala. You know, I think in reality, I think they'll take a Hillary over a Kamala if a woman had to be in office. you know. And then Kamala, she sounds drunk and nervous, like she has like a frantic voice and stuff like that. It's like Kamala gives me more of like a school principal vibe than a president, you know, like she's like a principal, like a school principal. You know, that's the vibe that I get from her. It's like, yeah, you'll be better as a principal at a school. You know. I don't think America, not with these leaders, these other world leaders that's running around, America's not ready for a female president. You know, and a female president at this point is not ready for America. You know, there is no beginner mode. There is no beginner mode with that position. You know what I'm saying? So they better off talking to somebody, you know, that knows what's going on. You know, 'cause we don't have the luxury to sit around and play musical chairs. You know, and women know this. You know, even women. So you got a lot of shout outs to the sisters that's really holding it down. You know, you got a lot of women that's like, nah, man, because they bag is getting fucked up. You know what I'm saying? A lot of sisters. You got a lot of qualified sisters. You know, that actually, you know, they got a lot of experience. They got hella experience. You know, hella experience in their job fields and stuff like that. You know, I see them every so often. I run into them. You know what I'm saying? Like, you got a lot of women that I'm like, yeah, I definitely take a class with her. You know, because she know what she's talking about. I love women. I like women that can play the bossy role. Every woman be trying to play it, but not. And most women don't have the personality or the know how to play the boss role. You know what I'm saying? You know. But one thing about women, and especially the sisters, is that they believe in themselves. So you will find a lot of women in certain positions that you normally, you know what I'm saying, that you wouldn't think you'll find them in. Do some of them get used as guard dogs? Absolutely. But they go for what they want. You know, they go for what they you know what they want. And like I said, black men could take a chapter out of their book and really get some shit done. But you know the ones that can take certain positions and the ones that can't. Like, it's like, bro, nah, man. Kamala not fit for that, man. Respectfully, though. Respectfully. Because a lot of brothers, y'all will find out, man. Some of these sisters, man, you put them on the case, they'll get shit done. I mean, there's a lot of sisters I absolutely would hire. You know, if I was in position to have some of them that I know working for me. I know some women that I know they'll get shit done. And in certain businesses, you know, they'll swindle a lot of the dudes. You know, a lot of these little managers and dudes, you'll be surprised of the corporate tricking game. You know, they'll be corporately tricking. Flying these women out, buying dinners and lunches and shit. Mind you, you got to remind men not to mix business with pleasure. But being a president, it ain't, hell nah. That's a different position. Shit, you can't give Putin no pussy and make no goddamn war go away. That ain't finna happen. So me see if this thing will work. And crank this thing back up real quick, y'all. Y'all hit the like button, support the show. Kicking it with y'all today. Let's go.
What the Wharton School has said is Donald Trump's plan would actually explode the deficit. 16 Nobel laureates have described his economic plan as something that would increase inflation and by the middle of next year would invite a recession. You just have to look at where we are and where we stand on the issues. And I'd invite you to know that Donald Trump actually has no plan for you because he is more interested in defending himself than he is in looking out for you.
It's just a soundbite. I gave her that to say. Look, I went to the Wharton School of Finance, and many of those professors, the top professors, think my plan is a brilliant plan. It's a great plan. It's a plan that's going to bring up our worth, our value as a country. It's going to make people want to be able to go and work and create jobs and create a lot of good, solid money for our country. And just to finish off, she doesn't have a plan. She copied Biden's plan, and it's like 4 sentences, like run, spot, run. 4 sentences that are just, oh, we'll try and lower taxes. She doesn't have a plan. Take a look at her plan. She doesn't have a plan.
Mr. President, I do want to drill down on something you both brought up. The vice president brought up your tariffs. You responded, and let's drill down on this because your plan is what she calls is essentially a national sales tax. Your proposal calls for tariffs, as you pointed out here, on foreign imports across the board. You recently said that you might double your plan, imposing tariffs up to 20% on goods coming into this country. As you know, many economists say that with tariffs at that level, costs are then passed on to the consumer. Vice President Harris has argued it'll mean higher prices on gas, food, clothing, medication, arguing it costs the typical family nearly $4,000 a year. Do you believe Americans can afford higher prices because of tariffs?
They're not going to have higher prices. What's going to have and who's going to have higher prices is China and all of the countries that have been ripping us off for years. I was the only president ever. China was paying us hundreds of billions of dollars, and so were other countries. And, you know, if she doesn't like them, they should have gone out and they should have immediately cut the tariffs. But those tariffs are there 3.5 years now under.
I don't know. I mean, he's going to get blamed for a lot of stuff if he does get back in the office because he got to clean up a lot of their problems, their financial problems with other countries and stuff that they've created. I guess before he can start doing whatever the hell he needs to do. So them first 2 years about to be crazy. And that's why a lot of people don't like Trump because he moves like a young nigga, man. He moves like a young dude. Quick. Not slow and paced like Biden. Because, well, I guess because Biden don't know what the hell's going on. But, you know.
Their administration, we are going to take in billions of dollars, hundreds of billions of dollars. I had no inflation, virtually no inflation. They had the highest inflation perhaps in the history of our country because I've never seen a worse period of time. People can't go out and buy cereal or bacon or eggs or anything else. The people of our country are absolutely dying with what they've done. They've destroyed the economy. And all you have to do is look at a poll. The polls say 80 and 85 and even 90% that the Trump economy was great, that their economy was terrible.
Vice President Harris, I do want to ask for your response. And you heard what the president said there because
No
the
rebuttal
Biden
to that.
administration did keep a number of the Trump tariffs in place. So how do you respond?
Well, let's be clear that the Trump administration resulted in a trade deficit, one of the highest we've ever seen in the history of America. He invited trade wars. You want to talk about his deal with China? What he ended up doing is under Donald Trump's presidency, he ended up selling American chips to China to help them improve and modernize their military, basically sold us out when a policy about China should be in making sure the United States of America wins the competition for the 21st century, which means focusing on the details of what that requires, focusing on relationships with our allies, focusing on investing in American-based technology so that we win the race on AI, on quantum computing, focusing on what we need to do to support America's workforce so that we don't end up having on the short end of the stick in terms of work.
Well, listen, China supplies the majority of your phones and technology and things that we use in America. So, never mind, man. And the Democrats rely heavily on China. Okay.
Workers' rights. But what Donald Trump did, let's talk about this, with COVID, is he actually thanked President Xi for what he did during COVID. Look at his tweet. Thank you, President Xi, exclamation point, when we know that Xi was responsible for lacking and not giving us transparency about the origins of COVID.
President.
Yeah, but see, that's the thing, though. America is a business. You know? You can't be friends with half these countries. They don't like you. What's going on, Star P? You can't be friends with half these people. You go in there, you get your money, and you bounce. Because, you know, them and Russia not really friends like that. This shit all about the money, resources, rockets, and shit, all this shit, man. America not running around trying to be friends with people. I mean, are we allies and friends with other people? Yeah. But when they get to acting crazy, America got to be like, hey, man, we ain't gonna fuck with you no more if you do that. You know? And honestly, I would rather have somebody like him on our side, because guess what? He gonna make sure you know, he gonna make sure you negotiate a deal. You know? I don't think, well, no, I'm not gonna say what I was gonna say, but I was gonna say something along the lines of, I don't think Trump's the type of guy that would short himself on anything. So if he's arguing on somebody's behalf, you know, I don't think he would short them on something. You know what I'm saying? Like, if he wouldn't short himself, I'm not gonna put it past him and say, oh, he's not gonna short the country. You know, anybody could do whatever they can. I mean, when they president to the country and shit like that, you know what I'm saying? Because there's a difference between them and the country. But what I'm saying is that I think he would negotiate to put the country in a better standing, even if it was on some narcissistic shit, to be like, yeah, I did that. You know what I'm saying? Because if he gets to brag about some good stuff that he does do, well, guess what? By proxy, the country benefits from some good stuff that he does if it's actually good, you know? And it's that part right there. Actually got to be good. Okay, yeah, you signed this bill. You know, what did it lead to? Did it lead to, you know, prosperity, or did it, you know, did it tank, you know? So sometimes it is good to have somebody that will say, hey, you know, I'm going to negotiate something for us, even though I'm probably thinking about me first in this situation. You could benefit off of other people's selfishness or narcissism. I don't think Trump lost. I don't think he lost, but Kamala was getting help from the narrator. Oh, wait, not the narrator, the moderator. Kamala was getting help from the moderator. And she was, you know, the moderator was kind of, you know, setting the dominoes up. She, you know, she was knocking them down a little bit. But the fact of the matter is that she's been in office. She's the one that you got to talk to. She's been in office for the 4 years, for the 3.5 years. So it's like, what are you promising that you already aren't delivering right now? Why don't you get a head start on the stuff that you said that you were going to do, like right now? She probably headed back to the White House right now. I guess she don't want to do any of that stuff until she feels she got a little bit of cooperation. What's going on, Wes? Most people don't. She don't even have a policy to. She don't even really have a policy for a lot of people to say they got a favorite. $50K for small businesses. There's already business loans out there handing out that much without even doing a real background check. They like, look, just send us your EIN. You know. Yeah, there was some points in the debate where she caught him. I'll give you that. Conscious. He said she was a senator in Cali. She's a good circle talker. Yeah. What's going on, Drip? Shouts to Drip in the building, man. What's going on, player?
And Trump, I'll let you respond.
First of all, they bought their chips from Taiwan. We hardly make chips anymore because of philosophies like they have and policies like they have. I don't say her because she has no policy. Everything that she believed 3 years ago and 4 years ago is out the window. She's going to my philosophy now. In fact, I was going to send her a MAGA hat. She's gone to my philosophy. But if she ever got elected, she'd change it. And it will be the end of our country. She's a Marxist. Everybody knows she's a Marxist. Her father's a Marxist professor in economics, and he taught her well. But when you look at what she's done to our country, and when you look at these millions and millions of people that are pouring into our country monthly.
Look at her. She interested in him. She trying to figure him out. Look. Got her putting her hand on her chin. What's going on? What's going on, Bronze? Was she interested? Like, pussy wet.
Where it's, I believe, 21 million people, not the 15 that people say. And I think it's a lot higher than the 21. That's bigger than New York State pouring in. And just look at what they're doing to our country. They're criminals. Many of these people coming in are criminals. And that's bad for our economy, too. You know, you mentioned before, we'll talk about immigration later. Well, bad immigration is the worst thing that can happen to our economy. They have, and she has, destroyed our country with policy that's insane. Almost policy that you'd say they have to hate our country.
President Trump, thank you. Lindsay?
I want to turn to the issue of abortion. President Trump, you've often touted that you were able to kill Roe v. Wade. Last year, you said that you were proud to be the most pro-life president in American history. Then last month, you said that your administration would be great for women and their reproductive rights. In your home state of Florida, you surprised many with regard to your 6-week abortion ban because you initially had said that it was too short. And you said, quote, I'm going to be voting that we need more than 6 weeks. But then the very next day, you reversed course and said you would vote to support the 6-week ban. Vice President Harris says that women shouldn't trust you on the issue of abortion because you've changed your position so many times. Therefore, why should they trust you?
Well, the reason I'm doing that vote is because the plan is, as you know, the vote is, they have abortion in the 9th month. They even have, and you can look at the governor of West Virginia, the previous governor of West Virginia, not the current governor, is doing an excellent job, but the governor before, he said the baby will be born and we will decide what to do with the baby. In other words, we'll execute the baby. And that's why I did that, because that predominates, because they're radical. The Democrats are radical in that. And her vice presidential pick, which I think was a horrible pick, by the way, for our country, because he is really out of it. But her vice presidential pick says abortion in the 9th month is absolutely fine. He also says execution after birth. It's execution, no longer abortion, because the baby is born, is okay. And that's not okay with me, hence the vote. But what I did is something for 52 years. They've been trying to get Roe v. Wade into the states. And through the genius and heart and strength of 6 Supreme Court justices, we were able to do that. Now, I believe in the exceptions for rape, incest, and life of the mother. I believe strongly in it. Ronald Reagan did also. 85% of Republicans do. Exceptions. Very important. But we were able to get it, and now states are voting on it. And for the first time, you're going to see, look, this is an issue that's torn our country apart for 52 years. Every legal scholar Every Democrat, every Republican, liberal, conservative, they all wanted this issue to be brought back to the states where the people could vote. And that's what happened. Now, Ohio, the vote was somewhat liberal. Kansas, the vote was somewhat liberal, much more liberal than people would have thought. But each individual state is voting. It's the vote of the people now. It's not tied up in the federal government. I did a great service in doing it. It took courage to do it. And the Supreme Court had great courage in doing it. And I give tremendous credit to those 6 justices.
There is no state in this country where it is legal to kill a baby after it's born. Madam Vice President, I want to get your response to President Trump.
Well, as I said, you're going to hear a bunch of lies, and that's not actually a surprising fact. Let's understand how we got here. Donald Trump hand-selected 3 members of the United States Supreme Court with the intention that they would undo the protections of Roe v. Wade. And they did exactly as he intended. And now in over 20 states, there are Trump abortion bans, which make it criminal for a doctor or nurse to provide health care. In one state, it provides prison for life. Trump abortion bans that make no exception even for rape and incest, which understand what that means. A survivor of a crime of violation to their body does not have the right to make a decision about what happens to their body next. That is immoral. And one does not have to abandon their faith or deeply held beliefs to agree. The government, and Donald Trump certainly, should not be telling a woman what to do with her body. I have talked with women around our country. You want to talk about this is what people wanted? Pregnant women who want to carry a pregnancy to term, suffering from a miscarriage, being denied care in an emergency room because the healthcare providers are afraid they might go to jail, and she's bleeding out in a car in the parking lot. She didn't want that. Her husband didn't want that. A 12 or 13-year-old survived.
That related to different light. So
Working people, working women who are working 1 or 2 jobs, who can barely afford childcare as it is, have to travel to another state to get on a plane sitting next to strangers to go and get the health care she needs. Barely can afford to do it, and what you are putting her through is unconscionable. And the people of America have not.
That's crazy work right there. That's some crazy gaslighting right there. Trump, look at what you're putting her through. How's Donald Trump putting you through that? You made her take that cock, Trump. Why are you doing this to her, Trump? Like, what? Trump made you get pregnant? When you got pregnant and you started weighing your options, Trump made you realize that you're in a state where you got to drive to another state to go get an abortion. Okay. Gotcha. What's going on, Star P?
What up, though, man?
Why you want to control these women's bodies? Like, bro, don't nobody care.
But you got to think though, man, you got to these policies and these laws and stuff. If you open up one door, it's gonna open up another door, and then
gonna open up another one, right?
You know what I'm saying? So it's gonna create other loopholes that's already there, and it's gonna be a never-ending. Go ahead.
No, you're right. But the thing is, the problem is that you have a lot of guys minding their business. They're not trying to control a woman's body. But the thing is that if a woman can't control her body, dudes do got to step in and regulate. Oh, she wants this law written, but the other woman says she wants this law written. Oh, she says go forward, but another woman said no, go backwards. Then it goes into intervals. I hate to say it like this, but I think in certain times, I wouldn't say abortion shouldn't be illegal, but I think in certain times abortion should be legal, and in certain times it shouldn't be legal or whatever. But what these politicians do is that they play on your conscience by using extreme circumstances. you know, that aren't the norm.
Right, to sway your judgment. No,
To make it seem like you're a demon when you're against something when it's not the norm. And then the thing is like I said, Kamala is here to push inconsequential sex. She got a check from the L Gibbet. That's all that's at her rallies. You know what I'm saying? Niggas wearing Totoro hats and shit. Like that's a joke, by the way. If y'all don't get it, go look up Totoro. Or Totoro, right? But it's a pushing consequential sex. And the fucked up part is one of the epitomes of non-consequential sex is abortion. You know, if a woman wants to do that, I'm for her. If she wants to do that, she should be able to terminate whenever she likes to, I guess. You know, I mean, I think it's fucked up if the guy want to be a father, but guess what? It's not his body that got to go through that. And I understand that. But the problem is using with all the contraception and stuff and things that we have out here. My thing is using abortion as birth control is crazy. You know, that's kind of where I draw the line because
and that is crazy, dude. Because then here we go once again. Systematically, the system becomes weaponized again. Now I can use this as a weapon, or I can do this as a weapon, and I could do this as an advantage point, or you know, and that's strange to me, man. He gave.
I just don't agree with it being used for birth control. Yeah.
Trump gave an example of that because they look. Kamala, Biden, they utilized their power as a weapon. You know what I'm saying? In order to get certain things to try to get him out the way and stuff like. So it's very touchy, man, and it's tricky.
But women aren't even ready for other women. Women aren't even ready for other women to start dictating what they should do with their reproductive organs and stuff like that. I don't even understand how women supported feminism. Especially sisters, black women, when Gloria Steinem and all of them wanted black women to sterilize themselves. They wanted black women to not even be able to produce babies like that. You know, they you know, y'all go look up the eugenics movement.
What's that one? Yeah, I got what you're saying. What's that thing where you gotta do some thorough research if you have what is it? Not the pancreas, but it's a certain fluid that come out when a woman does have a baby, and the hospital will have rights to it if you don't sign for it or if you don't know. But a lot of time women are under such sedation through the drugs that they pump into their body. They don't really know what they're doing, so they're not really conscious of what's going on. What is it?
I forgot the name of it. It's the sac.
Man?
It's the sac with the placenta.
Yeah, placenta. That's what it is. That's the word I'm looking for. Yeah, man. So
when a baby's born, as a baby, you're supposed to be hooked up to the placenta for like 2 days. And they cut the umbilical cord. Like, you are supposed to come out with the placenta. The placenta has the stems, the stem cells. The placenta got a lot of different nutrients. The baby
all the genetic information, man.
The baby's still supposed to be hooked up to the placenta for about 2 days, till it goes thin. Those nutrients actually belong to the baby and help with its development. Yeah, you're supposed to be hooked up to the placenta for a day or two.
And it's a lot because that doesn't get talked about. Like the whole hospital.
Yeah, some women do eat their placenta. Yep.
I'm not gonna sit up here like I know everything. I know a little bit, but I'm not even fully aware of what goes on with the paperwork.
Yeah, I mean that shit is disgusting. I'll tell you, that's why I didn't have a kid yet. I'm one of them fathers. I'll faint in the emergency room. Nigga, you gonna need 2 hospital beds because I'm a faint in that emergency room. I'm not about to watch no pussy get. I'll wait outside. That's cool. I ain't cutting no umbilical cord neither because I saw a nigga snip that shit and a whole bunch of liquid start coming out. I said, oh hell no. Nope. The nurses in there gonna have a good game of trust fall with me. I'm a faint in that emergency room. So no,
And and that's another thing with too. A lot of the political talk is black and white, man, to where it doesn't leave room for
yeah, but she's not
being a bit.
convincing no
Go
damn
ahead.
woman though. Women are looking at her like, ma'am, you're talking about pregnancy and all this other stuff, but you don't have no kids. Even the women in this space with no kids are like, nah, I don't trust her. You know? So that speaks volumes, man. You know, it's to push inconsequential sex. I mean, that's really what it is. And honestly, women having access to abortion pushes inconsequential sex. I know
get
it sounds
That
crazy,
makes
but
sense.
yeah.
You're making sense. You're making sense,
Yeah.
man.
Yeah. Because you can terminate anytime. Now, your womb going to be fucked up, depending on what doctors you go to and what they do. You know what I'm saying? There's a lot of women out here that I've seen. You know, like I said, I used to kick it around hoes all the time. You know, I used to be, you know, at one point, my place was in a bitch face, so I've seen women that and how they're not happy. You know, there was this other girl that was on social media talking about she already got it was in the summertime, and she said I already got 3 abortions this summer. I said, damn, bro, whatever baby come through that portal that's a death trap. Nigga, this world gonna be the shadow realm for that baby. You know, because you know when you have a baby, you know, your womb fucked up as a woman. You know, like people want to talk about this damn body count thing, but nobody talks about microcamerism. The microcamerism process starts as soon as the woman gets pregnant. And if there's no baby there to, you know, for that process to take place, their emotions be all over the place. They start grieving, and they just when you understand it, it's like, damn, like it's a fucked up little process that they got to go through.
And that's true because it's similar like putting the seed in the ground. There's a certain process that's taking place once something is planted. You know what I'm saying?
So imagine if that's not there, how confused the body is. And then having to go through that several times. Because that DNA is still in you. You know, getting whatever is happening. You know? So that's some wild shit. You know, like you basically your body is learning how to deal with someone else's DNA and it's swapping, but there's really nothing there. It's like you're overclocking your body's functions, you know, with multiple people's DNA like that, you know. And honestly, I'm not gonna say this is a new concept. I mean, what about like the grandmothers and the big mamas and stuff like that? People used to deal with certain things like this back in the day without the government having to step in and turn it into a business and stuff like that. I mean, obviously, you know, if the A word is legal, they don't even throw the mothers in jail. They throw the doctors in jail. And then a lot of these women are getting left on the medical table of you know, for some malpractice type shit. So it's like
that becomes a technicality because of the terminology. If you're considered a professional, you're supposed to know what you're doing.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So somebody could come back and put a suit on you because you're considered as a professional, you know, or you know what I'm saying, or this and that, and like, oh well, you didn't really know what you were doing. You went, you know what I mean? They could utilize that as a lawsuit. You know what I'm saying?
But not even that, Star B. Some women's bodies is not built for that. They don't even got to be malpractice. Some of their bodies ain't built for that. Just like some of their bodies ain't built for birth. What do you think about that? How you get a malpractice suit and their body not even built for that procedure? do you think about that?
I mean, shoot, it's hard to say because I'm not I don't really know whose body would be built for. I wouldn't even know how to answer that, bro. That's a tough question, man. I'm gonna be honest.
And most doctors don't know until that motherfucker on the table dead. You just snipping away, and then it's like, oops, whoopsie.
Cause I got okay. Now I'm gonna make it personal to myself. My grandmother had 11 babies. I don't know what she did. You know, I'm not trying to ridicule her or anything. She had 11 babies, but and her babies wasn't all by the same guy. They're by different dudes. So whatever her process was, maybe her body was able. Of course, obviously, she had 11. You know, so she was capable of bearing children. You see what I'm saying? So
she a damn factory. That's what.
You see what I'm saying?
Is she Catholic?
I don't know what her religion was. I'm gonna be honest, bro.
Because most Catholic women, they have like babies like that.
You know.
Yeah.
But you're right about that. And some other people's body are not able to do certain things. Like, no, that's true. And it comes down to like athleticism, like certain things. Like some people are able to do other things that other people are not able to do. You know what I'm saying? That's across the board. So it's
But then you got different alternatives in America though. You got surrogate. I know adoption in America is like kind of crazy. It's kind of fucked up. Some kids ain't gonna get adopted because people want to build their kids. You know, people are creating avatars now, which is crazy. Avatar humans now. You know, I want my kid to have that nose, or I want my, you know.
No, you do, and you actually that's actually a real thing too with birth, where you can pick the features of a child before it's born. Depending on the scientists that you go to, they're able to go into the DNA chart and pick all these
manipulate
features.
it.
Yeah, exactly.
Avatar your kids. So imagine how much kids ain't gonna get adopted because they don't, the people be wanting their kids to have like the perfect jawline and all that other goofball shit. You know. So I don't know. But I don't know. I mean, in the black community, more black people have been killed in the black womb than anywhere else. You know, and that's a fact. You know, but it's not our choice. You know. But if somebody can't handle it, if somebody can't handle it, what's going on, Title? If somebody can't handle it, it's like shit. Men in the government gonna have to step in, and if the government gonna have to step in, they're gonna put regulations on it and figure out a way to make money from it. You can ask Tyrese right now. They want Tyrese to pay up just as much as they want his woman want him to pay up. That man in jail right now.
Well, I see an issue. Because the more legislature that is created, the more gray areas that are created. I was talking about earlier, like when you open up one door, another door opens. You know what I'm saying? You think you're solving this problem or this issue, but you're really creating another one while trying to solve a certain one that at the time seems like a problem.
Mm-hmm.
So that's where I'm concerned. Like, okay, if you want to put this into place and you saying it's like this, you're gonna open up Pandora's box again. There's gonna be another door that's gonna open once you make it a precedent.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? Because I don't really think there's like there's not an absolute to anything. You can't, like, something that just is a natural thing of a natural happening. How do you really govern it? Like, all right, do we want to make it wild, or do we just want to have a wild west, or we just want to put a animal in a cage? But then you taking away of a natural thing, of a natural being, if you cage it up. You see what I'm saying? So it's,
well, I mean, they're not against the cage theory though, Star P. That's what I'm saying. They're pushing inconsequential sex. Who are you gonna push inconsequential sex on more? straight women, which even the gay ones can have babies also, or gay or straight men. That shit is for straight men. They're trying to push inconsequential sex. Even the LGBT, they got their money thrown into pushing inconsequential sex. She can't use your baby on you if you can't have no kids. Nah, bro. Learn the pull-out method. You know, or whatever. You know. They going after straight men. Even if you promote gay relationships, you're pushing inconsequential sex. There's no kids that come from that. And that sounds appealing to somebody that never jumped off the porch. Sad to say.
Well, I'm gonna say this. I don't know, man. I don't know where this thing is going, and the splinter in societies of people's point of view. You know, it's just tough, man. It's tough, man.
That's something we need to talk about in these spaces as heterosexual men, because a lot of we're gonna lose a lot of heterosexual men to the powers that be in the future and stuff like that. You know, the dolls are coming. AI is coming. All of these different measures to push inconsequential sex is coming, and it's gonna blur the lines.
And you know, even though I consider myself a player, man, I'm gonna be honest, bro. And like, and this, because I don't,
Mr. Foster.
But I've had and this might sound weird, you know what I'm saying? But I ain't never, you know, went into on to the other side. But that's at the point now too. I realize, dude, this is like coming up to me, trying to be like, what's up with it? Like, what? Hold on, like, no, hold on, homie, nah, what? Like, nah, I'm good, man.
I mean, even in Asia, there's a lot of dudes that's like,
look,
man, you look cool, or you know, they'll give me a compliment and shit like that. I just take the compliment and move on.
Man, shit, man. Jeez Louise, but I don't know, man.
This new generation freaky, bro.
No, bro.
You know, this new generation freaky, and I'm telling you, I mean, sex is everywhere, bro. It was everywhere when we were coming up, but not as much. Remember when you used to watch a movie with your folks and the little sex scene used to come on, or a love scene would come on the Titanic or some shit, and you just covered your eyes? I be peeking this shit, but you know, you cover your eye. Man, kids don't do that shit nowadays.
Hell no, they watching that shit, and then they might pull or play with they stuff right there while watching it. You know what I'm saying? So I'm not trying to be too explicit. I'm just
a Megan Thee Stallion when we were coming up would fuck our head up. One Megan Thee Stallion will fuck our heads up. Go look at some of the sisters on social media. You can't look at them for long. You look at certain sisters on social media long enough, you're gonna see an ass, a titty, or some type of sexual apparatus.
And then look.
You can't look at sisters long enough online without seeing a titty or something.
Hold on.
Y'all want to see something funny? Y'all want to see a titty? I get kicked off of YouTube for speaking my mind. Let me show y'all something. Let me show y'all what YouTube let go. You can't look at a sister long enough without seeing a titty. Before you do that,
let me just add something real
quick. Go ahead. I'm gonna be looking for it while you talk.
Man, I go to certain place. I gotta make sure if I'm trying to holler at that, don't no fucking nuts drop out of bitch fucking skirt and shit. Like, hold up, nigga. I have to confirm that you got a coochie, but then you can't even do that now because they got surgery for that. They got surgery.
If it has an apple. If it has an apple, it has a banana. Bro, if that shit has an Adam's apple, it has a banana, bro.
They got surgery for that too, bro.
Oh my God.
And actually, it goes back to something that you were saying. Well, the only way you're gonna better prove that she's a woman if she got some babies. But then now you gotta be careful with that too. Because now you got adoption and you got others, you know, so it's all these little innuendos and little man, it gets strange, man. I'm like, what the hell, man? Bizarro world. But yeah, you got it though, bro. I just want to put that out there.
Look at this woman. She know what the hell she's doing. Look at this little weird little chick.
Back, everyone. Welcome to my YouTube channel.
What do you think is gonna happen, y'all, with this shirt? You can't look at a woman a sister long enough on the internet without seeing a titty.
Just gonna try to fit in the frame.
The nipple might slip out, and that little waistline, she thinks she's slick. Lifting that little shirt up right there, that little waistline.
You already know what's going on. Yeah, no one's listening to what the hell she's talking about.
My mother's Bible.
I don't even know what this video is about.
Right, because there's nothing to lean my. I don't have a phone stand, but yeah, I just want.
Then she leans
in the middle of.
Then she leans into the camera and try to show you up under her shirt. Hold on. And she's looking at the camera, so she knows what's going on.
If anyone knows, because even though I've been.
How much time you gonna fix your damn shirt? Hold on. Hold up.
I kept seeing signs of him. Just because you don't see movement right away doesn't mean it's not working. But I got impatient and I was like, you know what? Should I even be
keeps this up
anymore? Because after I developed feelings for this guy at my current job,
knowing damn well the camera looking down your shirt, come on.
He has
titty.
Very similar qualities, but thankfully he doesn't remind me of the other one. You know, so I don't know. And I've seen my affirmations. Fuck, I need to redo my.
Bro, look how she moving back and forth. It's already like
she's watching herself. She know her titty gonna pop out. That's all they do.
Man, that shit crazy, man. Go ahead.
I'm currently trying to manifest. For example, last week, I don't know if it was Tuesday. My job was closed for maintenance. I don't know if it was Monday, Tuesday.
Well, that's coming.
I don't know.
Give it some time.
But the day before that day that I was scheduled to be off, he came in. This is not a big deal, okay? But let me be a schoolgirl.
Look, titty. Titty. Titty.
Girl in peace. He came in. I had just came in from my shift. I didn't realize that he was there. He must have picked up a morning shift. And he stopped by in the break room to say goodbye, which is pretty sweet. You know, first of all, let me just note that he is very, very, very shy because he's younger than me. Hint, hint, I like younger.
There you go. Hold on. Hold on. I can barely see. Hold on.
Oh, let me just note that he is very, very, very shy because he's younger than me. Hint, hint, I like younger guys.
But yeah, you get to see little, you know. Then I showed y'all. Hold on, damn, I shouldn't have exited that out. Then I showed y'all Glorilla getting pulled over by the police.
I could be wrong about Glow. It looked like her. She got a titty job. I don't know. It looked like her titties got bigger. You know what I'm saying? Because her titties wasn't that big at first.
She did, but you can't look at it. I'm telling y'all, you can't look at a sister long enough before you see a titty or an ass. Now look at her when she steps out this car. Damn, I can't even see. Hold on, y'all. Yeah, I can't even see, bro. My screen is cooked.
The front of my car, okay?
Hold on.
So that's why my flowers.
Hold on. Asking the cop, can she pee on the side of the road? Bitches be pissing in the streets and shit.
Step out and then
No.
walk.
Now look at that. See that? See that right there?
Yeah, I do. Her titties was never that big, bro. Hold up.
Titty. See the titty?
God damn. Yeah, I do. I see the nipple. You know.
Her whole bra betraying her chest.
All right, so step out and then walk to
Look at that. Whole titty out.
the front of my car, okay?
I told you I had to pee, so that's why my flowers.
It's okay.
You can't look at a sister long enough without seeing a titty, man. Not on social media.
Well, I don't know, man, because see, this is creating a dilemma, man. In my thinking,
No, I'm just saying everything is set. What the point?
go
Listen, I
ahead, go
love
ahead.
titties. I mean, I
I do
listen.
too. I like titties. I like ass. I like women.
Yeah,
I like women in general, bro.
I love women.
You know what I'm
You
saying?
know, I have
So
too much fun with women to jump to the other side. You know, so I don't know. You know, but niggas got their preferences or whatever. But what I'm saying is that everything is sexualized now. You know, it's not one of those things where you like, damn, I'm bugging because I'm an adult now. I recognize stuff that I didn't recognize as kids. No, everything wasn't as sexual like that. But everything now is sexual. Everything now is sexual. So this generation, it's in their best interest to push inconsequential sex. You know, what's going on, Jody? How you doing? I appreciate you. Thank you, love. Everything is sexual now. And that's why it's just funny when a lot of sisters and other people is like, oh, well, we're gonna close our legs, and it's like, good luck with that. They already dumped billions into your legs being open. You know, they already dumped billions into that. Where's the close my legs fund? It doesn't exist. And I've seen some bona fide hoes actually go celibate. But I'm talking about the average person. I'm talking about the average square person. The average square person is exposed. They don't even need a blade. They don't even need a, you know, I'll be wondering why dudes are so worried about seeing women on social media when there's women everywhere. You got OnlyFans, you got the blade, you got real life, you got music videos, YouTube videos, you got Instagram, you got Twitter, Tumblr, OkCupid. You even, man, all of those gaps get filled in. So imagine being a kid growing up in today's society. You're hypersexualized. I gotta tell dudes in this space, which is supposed to be a grown man space, I gotta tell dudes in this space, like, dog, why are you killing yourself over broads? Not even real women, because y'all don't be approaching women like that in real life, but the idea of broads, like, social media got you hyped up to be believing that you're supposed to be having all all different types of sex, and that's not the case. You know, of course, you want to have sex and have amazing sex and good partners and stuff like that, but social media got y'all heads pumped up to make y'all be like, oh man, I'm alone for a long time, and I haven't had this, and I need to get these girls and all this stuff. It's like, bro, you gotta slow down, man. But even for that type of consumer, you know what I'm saying? The idea of inconsequential sex, to a certain degree, they get behind that, because it's like, well, I don't care if it's consequences or inconsequential, as long as I'm engaging in it. And that's where a lot of dudes in this space is gonna go south. That's what I'm telling you. A lot of dudes in this space.
And then how about this though too? What about the concept of this whole marriage idea being pushed too? Because that's another thing, man. To where now you hearing these things, and then there's a lot of talk about, well, if you were married, this or that and this, and that's not true. That's not even true. So they try to push there's like a morality push, when a lot of times things are just immoral, and then it's not based off nothing. It's just a natural instinct that, or a natural happening. Like I've had situations to where, I mean, first day late, you know what's I'm
same
not
day
thinking
late. SDO.
so it's like, you know what I'm saying.
My thing is,
I don't know. I don't know, man.
I think everybody should be reasonably good at relationships before they get married, no matter how compatible you guys are. You know, I think you got to be good at relationships before getting married, and even that, I'll even tell you, even that's vague.
That's what I mean, because even that's some
Yeah.
systematic thing to get you to believe in some type in a certain type of thing, a certain
But
philosophy.
but
You
the
know what I'm
reality,
saying?
but the reality is, as a guy, there's hundreds of women out here that could be your wife anyway. You know, some marriages are going to be better than others. But you have hundreds of wives walking around, to tell you the truth. Now, in reality, for a woman, it's a little bit different because she has to get somebody to love her and marry her, or love her to the point that they would marry her. You know what I'm saying? Because it's more trickier for women, because some guys that would love her, if they're getting the milk for free, they still won't put a ring on it. You know what I'm saying? So that's another thing.
Yeah, yeah.
And
No,
then
I get that.
Yeah,
I
marriage has
get that.
become so trivialized. The kid is the marriage now. You know?
This is the reason why people will stick around each other.
Yeah.
Yeah, I get
Yeah.
that too.
And then one of the biggest problems in relationships that both sexes need to have reasonably is problem solving skills. You know? I think if you have good compatibility and problem solving skills, and you don't mind each other's company, or you guys, know how to deal with each other, then I think marriage is a good thing. And even if you're on the way to learning those things, I think that's a good thing also.
And see, look,
Some people just grow apart. I mean, that's just how it is.
I-
I'm pro relationships.
and I think that's actually, to me, the whole tying yourself to a certain thing. I don't think that's a good idea, because sometimes, like, look, living to a certain thing, like, you are, I'm gonna do this, that, and this, and this. You know what I'm saying? Have a list of things.
Yeah.
That can become, how can I say it? That can become.
But I don't. But this is the thing, though, Star P. I don't think everybody's gonna get married. Though.
Go ahead, though. I'm just saying, like, maybe you want to be spontaneous. Maybe you want to, you know what I'm saying, go do, you know what I'm saying, certain thing, and then you're being restricted in a certain way because you signed up for this type of life, or you know what I mean.
People have their phases, though. It's the game. I don't think everybody is gonna get married. You know what I'm saying? Some people peak later on in life. Some people will blow their situation with somebody that would have married them. Some people make the most out of that situation. You know, like, for example, I don't super agree with being a stepfather, but guess what? Somebody got to do it. You know, somebody got to do it.
I get that, but I'm telling you right now, I'm not that guy. But I get. What you're saying,
but I mean, if there is a guy, but I'm saying if there is a guy that's that guy, I wouldn't knock him. You know, I wouldn't knock him. I'm like, bro, hey, look, if you happy, and somebody else's child make you happy, because I understand it. You know, I've dealt with women that had kids before, and I've grown attached to certain little kids and stuff.
And look, I ain't got nothing against children either. Like, I like children.
Yeah.
Like if I'm able to, show something to children that are not mine, yeah, I'll share something. I don't have no problem with that. But me actually being like, no, I'm just like, no, because I know how I am as my own being.
Look, I'll look at it. I'll tell you this way. I think it's a sweet spot. I might have to do a show about it. I think it's a sweet spot in being a stepdad, because those middle ages, that shit ain't really fun unless you want to teach kids how to ride bikes and play football and all that shit. There are dudes that's kind of what they want, but like, as a guy, when you get older, the stepdaddy thing goes in and out, because like if you get in your late 30s and 40s and stuff like that, some of those women, they've had kids when they were younger, so the kids are more grown up, so they're not really around the house like that. You know what I'm saying? Or they off to college or something like that, so it ain't really a big deal or anything like that. And then sometimes if you meet, go ahead.
Well, what's crazy about what you're saying? I had an issue with a guy that wanted to talk to my mama, and I'm considered a stepchild. Like, but when I got older, I realized, oh well, my mama she want to be happy too. So whatever. Like, okay, cool.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's not really a
So
big
it's
deal.
not even, you know what I'm saying? But it's as I
it's
got
not
older
really,
though. You know what I'm saying? So.
And then it's not like you have to. It's not like he got to really come out of his pocket for you because you an adult and shit. But
Because I'm able to take care of my damn self. I'm able to take care of myself. So
like
man.
I think it goes in intervals. You know what I'm saying? Like certain years are better than others. You know what I'm saying? But like between that stretch between 3 years old to 13, oh my god.
Man, when I was young, I didn't want nobody around my mama, bro. I was a little protective.
I mean, and then both of y'all looking at the stepdad like a big ass wallet. You know, shit. The original dad get looked at as a wallet.
It's just an interesting dynamic, man. And then the whole political thing where the restriction of certain. I wouldn't even know how to structure that, like legislatively. That's man. Look, man.
What about for the abortions?
Yeah, for the abortions, for.
I mean, I'm not even gonna lie. I think some people should have to go to a different state to get it done. Because there is repercussions when you make something like that a comfortable process. I think the actual process of going through it should be comfortable. Like, I don't think women should feel pain, but they're gonna feel pain because of what the nature of what they're doing. But I think some women, I'm talking about the process of it being so accessible. Some women should have to go to another state to realize, like, they give them time to think. When you're driving to another state.
This the thing, though, Cooter. They'll figure out a different way to do it.
No, but this is what I'm saying. They'll find somebody illegal to go do it in their state. But what I'm saying, what I'm saying is sometimes that little drive gives them time to think about what they're really gonna do, and it actually saves a life. No one talks about that. She got a whole drive to really think about what she's headed to, what she's gonna do. And sometimes they turn the car back around and be like, nah, you know what? I'm gonna have this kid. I know it's crazy, but hey. I don't know, man. I'm not a lady.
Well, I know. Me neither. But I heard certain stories, man, and look.
But it's like with all these contraceptives. The contraceptives is supposed to push the inconsequential sex. Honestly, if you use them right, it's just that people don't use them, and especially in Black culture. You know what I'm saying? There's a lot of things that we don't look forward to in Black culture.
Well, do you think that's not actually pushed on one or I don't want to say one, but a particular group of folks over other groups of folks, to where here it is this narrative that's being put out to these group of people, but then when it comes to these other set of people, that same narrative is not being pushed. It's something different.
Every culture and race has sex, but Black people are hypersexualized. We've always been the experimental class. When Susan B. Anthony was talking about the eugenics movement, she wasn't talking about that to white women. She was talking about they tried on the black women. When the L. Gibbet is rolling something out and they push something on it, Black people are the first people to go through it. Black people have always been hypersexualized. Go look at African women and shit like that. Just a big set of ass and titties walking around. Asszilla. Look, it's Assira.
You got a point.
Everything is sexualized with us. These girls are getting BBLs to be Sarah Bartman and shit like that. I thought Black women had ass. Why y'all getting all these surgeries?
Yeah, but then it gets structured too, though, to where, all right, now it's an attention thing too. That's another thing. All of that
shit is for attention. Attention is currency, not just for women now. It's currency for everybody, good or bad. There's no such thing as good or bad. Dirty money is good money, so bad attention is good attention now. You know.
Yeah, no, that's true. I get that too.
Yeah.
Well,
but we are super sexualized, and then the thing is that black women should know this. A lot of the stuff that they put on the market for black women, it fucks them over in particular. You know what I'm saying? What's going on, Pat? You said that's why he moved from the States. Who, me? I'm Gucci, man. But they got all of that stuff out here too. Don't think other races don't be having all of these all of this sex like it get pushed in the black community, but the black community in particular, we just really outward with it. You know what I'm saying? We just really outward with it, and it messes us over, I guess you could say.
So okay, let me ask you this.
Mm-hmm.
Let me ask you this. So, all right, do you think for a man, do you think just personally, and whatever, wherever you answer this, do you think it's more correct to be monogamous than actually trying to not trying to be like out here just fucking every type of woman that you can find? But do you think that you should just try to be with one person versus just going out having fun and living your life? You know what I'm saying? Just as a man, and I mean heterosexual lives.
Yeah. I mean, it's what you can make work for you and stuff like that. Because even if you have two girls, I think it's good to be monogamous to both of them. You know, figure out a way to get it together, and then that's your arrangement and stuff like that. I think you should be loyal to your arrangement and shit like that. But the thing is that I think a lot of things are in phases. You know what I'm saying? Of course, you have a whole phase. You have a phase where you're experimenting. You got a phase where you're getting it. You got a phase when you're not getting it. You know, I think you should also be respectful to the phases that you go through. If you're going through a whole phase, you know, it's your responsibility to refrain from relationships if you don't want to go around being a heartbreaker. You know, but then it's a little bit tricky because men have the capacity to love more than one woman. You know, so with some men, I'm not even going to lie, it's a little bit tricky, you know?
Shoot, man, I still find myself liking the women that I've already done something with still, like right now. Like, I'm like, dang, where old girl at? You know what I'm saying?
Or you run into somebody. You want to know why? Because you want to know why too? Because at some point, see what a lot of men don't talk about. At some point, if you were worried about that person's well-being to the point that if something was to happen to them while you were around them or while they were around you, you would have gave your life up for that. You would have gave your life up for them. You know what I'm saying? You ever seen an ex-girlfriend and be like, damn, you know, at one point, if somebody was to fuck with you, I would have crashed out. You know?
I mean, because now you got me reminiscing about
I'm not even gonna lie. That's some
I done had a scenario.
Just a fact. That's some unconditional shit.
Because let me tell you this. Because I had a high school girl I went to prom with, right? And that was my main squeeze. I had other girls too, but I'm just saying she was my main squeeze. Mm-hmm. But the news that she told me, her family didn't like me. So I knew what she was telling me at the time, talking about she got pregnant and she about to go off to college and stuff like that. I know it wasn't coming from her. It was coming from her family. But she had did a certain particular thing.
Romeo and Juliet.
Yeah. But she had did a particular thing when she was trying to introduce me to her family. And there was, you know, her so-called family. I don't really know if they blood related. But when I went over, when she introduced me to her folks, it was this another young man like me, to where she sat in his lap, and the dude was talking to me like, you know, you got a good one, and I'm like, bro, this is my girl, bro, and she's sitting in your lap. So I'm already thinking that they already had a pre-existing thing. You know what I'm saying? So I'm like, I wasn't sweating it, but it did trigger me in a way. But I was just trying to keep my cool. You know what I'm saying, and just maintain how
Well,
player
that's
are.
what happened. I mean,
But the thing, man, look,
that probably was the boyfriend that she introduced him in the
possibly,
beginning, and then what happens
possibly.
is some bullshit happened between them. The family still likes them. Just because you break
Hmm.
up with somebody's daughter don't mean you break up with the family. I remember, like I said,
That's true.
I broke up with a shorty that was doing some goofball shit, and her father was like, "Man, bro." You know, her father was disappointed in her because me and her father was cool.
No, that's
And then
crazy. You said that. That's crazy. You
had a
said that because
Corvette
me,
and
me and
everything.
her, me and her dad was cool. We was cool. Like we was cool.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
and then her mama though, her mama wanted to try to, I ain't gonna
Right,
talk about it,
right,
but
right. The mother, yeah,
the mama
yeah.
was like,
Sometimes the mother be on some bullshit. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. But I mean, look at the daughters though. The daughters grow up to be their mothers. Slowly but surely they grow up to be they mothers. I saw a
and they,
girl out here the other day, and she was walking, a white lady too, and she had like a anchor tattooed on the side of her neck by her ear. And I'm just watching her walk across the street, and then her mother and her father was right beside her, and she looked just like her mother. And guess what was tattooed on the side of the mother's ear? The same tattoo.
probably the same thing, yo.
Yeah, yeah.
And you know what? Go
And
ahead.
then one of the girls that I'm talking about, she had a problem. Like the girl that I'm talking about. One of the girls that I'm talking about. Her father, Black American guy. All American black man. Cool dude. You know what I'm saying? Had a Corvette and everything. Was even planning on giving me the Corvette. I was super cool with them, and he was really refreshed by me because his daughter was bad as shit when I was dating her. She was bad, super bad, high yellow. Just bad. And he had a daughter, which was her, and then he had a son also. But the fucked up part was that the daughter, which is my girl's brother at the time, his son was gay. You know what I'm saying? So her
That's
brother
crazy you
was
said
gay,
that because the girl
and
that I'm talking about, her brother never liked me. Her brother
yeah, see, I wasn't
never
sure if her
liked me.
brother liked me or
Go,
not, but
go.
I was just around. Yeah, yeah, bro. So her brother was gay and shit like that. So he divorced the mother and stuff like that. And I guess I don't know how the mother took it, but the mother just kind of started falling apart and looking crazy and stuff like that. And then he was still a young dude, he could still like, no homo, like he could still jump back out there on the market and go snag up something young, tight, and right. So, when I saw her mother and stuff like that and met the family and everything, it was like, damn, even though both of them are nice people, I see why he got up out of that situation. You know what I'm saying? Then he got like a rocky relationship with his son because his son is rebelling, and the son probably was around the mother, and then the mother was just going through it. You know what I'm saying? And the girl, my girl that I was dating, she was just bad, like, and then I'm not gonna lie, like once we broke up and stuff like that, as the years went on, um I never expected it, but it happens. Like, I'm not even gonna lie, because she kind of looked nothing like her mother. But as the years start going on and she starts stressing out and eating or whatever, I guess comfort eating or whatever, she turned into her mother. She turned into her mother. I said, damn. I saw her on Facebook the other day. I said, damn, she done let herself go. Go look at how much of the women, Star P, that right now that you knew from high school done let themselves go. Like, you wouldn't even give them a chance anymore. It's like, man, if I go to my high school reunion, bro, that shit gonna be funny as hell. It's like, hey, you. You know,
that's a good.
I ain't gonna lie.
And no, that's a good one because I had some baddies, bro. I had some
Yeah,
baddies.
no, there's some baddies. No, there's some
Hey.
baddies in my high school that right now I'm like, oh, you want my
Even that's actually I done seen later, and I done seen later in life, and they still look good, bro. So
yeah. Even after a kid or two, some of them still look good.
You know what I'm saying?
There's some of them that maintain, but spin the block. But there's a lot of them where
I'm trying to think. No, because that's a good question. I'm trying to think. There may be.
I'm not gonna lie, that shit like comparing wine and shit like that. It's like, damn, I got you in your good years. I'm glad I messed with you when I did, because nigga, fuck no, I would not put up with you right now. I barely put up with you then in your good years, but now, oh hell no.
Okay, well, this might not even be accurate. It might be two, the ones that fell off. Maybe two, that I could think of, but the ones that I, man, I had a girl. She ran track. She played basketball, so she was, you know what I'm saying. She kept her, you know what I'm saying. She's an athletic build. I had another girl, the girl that I'm telling you about. I took to prom. She was a singer and a dancer, so her body was cool. And then I ended up seeing her later. She got thick. She didn't get as thick as her mom, but she got thicker than what she was when, you know what I'm saying, when we was younger. So and then there's one that she kind of just stayed the same, but still look cool. Like, so, man, look, man, and she was a cheerleader. So it's like it's hot, man. And it's more. I got more stories than that too. But I'm just saying, those are the ones that are coming to my mind. So I would say two. I would say two that I could remember. Cause I used to run through them, and I'm not trying to brag, bro. I'm just saying.
Yeah, I mean, I ran through bros like Tarzan sometimes, but I ain't gonna lie. My years was like my senior year. I mean, I ain't gonna lie. I was a player in my freshman year. When I was a freshman, end of my freshman year, I started dating a senior. So I ain't gonna lie. I was skipping class my sophomore year. A lot.
That's because you said that, because I had a couple senior years when I was freshman, and then I had a couple of freshmen when I was a senior. So I know both sides of that. You know what I'm saying? So shoot, man, look.
I'm not gonna lie. I used to skip class to go mess with this baddie. But that's a whole situation in and of itself, where that situation came from. And then the funny part is that the girl I used to skip school to go mess around with, she turned into a dyke. But she's not like because like a bitch get like a security guard job and then don't know how to act and But this girl was weird. Like she wasn't even like a dyke. Like she was just like a baddie, but she like pierced herself up and start like she was like a goth dyke. It was like but she was weird when I ran into her years later, but she was weirding me out. But I understood how she got into that situation, because I understood what when I stopped messing with her and haven't heard from her in years, I understood what she was I understood what was going on. But she was just weird. And I ain't gonna lie, I could have resaved her, but it wasn't worth resaving. It's not like
No, I've been in those situations too, when I'm like trying to rekindle. I'm like, nah, it ain't really worth trying to rekindle that.
Yeah.
That like that's already a dead horse. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
So
because
like,
you gonna get with somebody, you gonna get right back with her long enough to realize why you stopped fucking with her in the first place. And then now she got more baggage on her, like not more baggage, but like mental baggage on her and shit like that. It's like I'm really not getting nothing if I save her from whatever the hell she up against. So just kind of let her be.
No, I get that too.
Respectfully.
I get that too.
Live and let live. That's how she won't be.
Because and then you know what's crazy though? Because there was a time where I seen, when I told you the high school girl I took to prom, I seen her in that club later in years, and she showed up with another dude, and she was thick. She was thicker at the time, and she just really thought she was gonna one up me, like just coming in with her dude, like I was gonna feel it. I was like, I'm not tripping on you no more, girl. I'm cool. Like
Yeah,
I'm cool.
I
Like
read up
that's
on a
already
couple of
like
bras
that's
with
already
another
that's
bra.
already a done deal. I ain't tripping if you whatever. That nigga ain't got nothing on me anyway, and you know it. That's why you trying to stunt right now.
Right,
Like you really
right.
doing something and you're really not. I already got the best
I had
you
an
see what I'm
ex
saying?
like
So it
that.
just man,
I had an ex
yeah.
like that. She got me a job at one place, and I was working there. And even after we broke up, I was still working there. She tried to bring her new dude in that joint. It was like a food place, and she tried to bring a new dude in that joint. And the nigga looked just like me. I'm like, damn, dog. One of the niggas so bad went and copped the bootleg.
I had that too. I had that happen to me too.
Damn. I ain't gonna lie. I ran into that nigga one time. I was having some problems with my. I know War Master gonna get on me for this, but I was having problems with my iPhone one time. And like the dude, when I met him, he was like trying to try to walk around like a gangster, like he a tough guy or whatever. Years later, I end up running into him. He worked at the iPhone store.
That's too funny
And
because
he
you
had to help
reminded
me
me of
with
some
my
shit. Go
iPhone.
ahead though, bro.
So he had to be cool, calm, and collected when he ran into me. And I didn't know until later on because I remembered his first name. And I was like, oh, shit. But he actually helped me out at the iPhone store. But I ain't gonna lie. It was just funny. Life is a weird fucking thing when you run it up, you know, or you active. You know, you don't necessarily even gotta run it up. You just gotta be active, man. You know what, man? Shout outs to LAR movement, man. He said something. I was looking at a video that he made. He said something real that another player told me, and I've heard this before, but like when he said it, it hit a little bit different. He was like, even losers don't want to be around other losers. I said, damn. That's some real shit. You know? I think a lot of guys in the space need to take heed to, you know, to the game he be dropping, man. I wish O'Shea and them pushed him a lot more, man. But anyway.
Well, I mean, I get that sentiment. I don't really know that cat like that. But I will say this:
Yeah.
I realized that like I could go back to my hometown right now, and there's certain cats that still
In that
doing
same
the
spot when you left
know
him.
what I'm
Yeah.
saying? Where
Yeah,
I
yeah.
left, but I'm past that, bro. So I'm like I can't go do those things. I even got a homeboy right now, and I love my nigga. He down right now because you know he murked somebody. You see what I'm saying? But all the stuff that we used to do, I can't do the same. I can't do those same things. You know what I mean? And I hope he's not upset with me. But I
Nah, but you have to
do.
leave that
You know?
you have to
Yeah.
you have to
Gotta
leave
move
that
on,
environment.
man.
You gotta
Yeah.
leave that environment for a little bit before it consumes you. Like, you know, you gotta go somewhere else and go sit down real quick, you know? And learn that there's more to life than there. There's dudes right now, you know, like I said, are in the same spot, and you can't tell them that that's not life, bro. That's all they grow up. That's all they know. Look, for example, there's a rapper from Chicago named FBG Butter. This man just got caught again with some drugs, some 2 guns in the car, and no license and all that shit. And he tried to run, and he just got like 2 black eyes recently. For trying to break up a fight or some goofball shit that happened with a fight or whatever. And he's still in Chicago. And these are dudes that survived. These are dudes that were around from the beginning of the war, outlived King Von and all them other cats, and, you know, lived and had a story to tell, and going on Vlad TV and all these other shows and making money, and now can afford to get out the hood or at least go to some type of suburb and go sit down and stop being in the police face and all kinds of goofball shit, and then just throw it away for no reason. When Vlad interviewed FBG Duck, he was like, yo, why don't you just move out of Chicago? Oh, all my friends are there, whoopie whoop. You mean all the people that's gonna get you either locked up or killed? You know? And then both of them had the same answer at one point when they were like, okay, well, you making good money now. Why don't you go lead a hood or whatever? They're like, nah, I don't want to go somewhere else. And Butter he was running around LA for a little bit. I don't know why he left LA, you know, but, you know, like, you know, Chief Keef and all of them stayed in LA. They didn't go back to Chicago. And look, they, Even though they got their little mishaps with some of the gangs out there, they fit it right in. You know, my thing is this: it's like they would say that when they leave certain places, they didn't want to go to other places because guess what? They felt they were gonna get extorted. And it's like, bro, that ain't even the case, man. You know,
Like extorted, like what? Or like extorted, like check in or something. Like if you come over,
yeah,
here,
or
okay, I see what you're saying.
and then not even
And then
too.
look,
There's vices that they got and things that they like to do.
well,
So
let
I
me
mean, it's like,
let me
yeah.
say this. Let me say this about
Mhm.
that. Going to a different place. I've learned how to blend in, and if my me blending in ain't
Right.
working, then I'll become, I'll become reserved, and I'll just like, all right, whatever. Since I can't blend in because I don't really know the scoop out in this land, so I just stick to myself. You know what I'm saying? So, and I've
Yeah, but
done
them
that. I
niggas
got
don't know how to mind their business.
yeah. So, but I hear you though.
It's about minding your business. If you stay in your neighborhood and you like to pop pills and do drills and shit, and you go to another place and you still got this pill addiction, okay, well now you sat down in another place, but guess what? Now you got to find who got the pills, who got this. I'm used to carrying a gun with me. Where am I gonna get a strap? I can't carry it across state line. Where am I? You understand what I'm saying? So now it's like you're your own
No,
worst
I got
enemy
you.
because now you're creating the bullshit in another area where you don't need it.
And let me tell you this. Now you got a point, but I will say this though, in the defense of people that rather go back to their hometown or whatever. I could pull up to my hometown right now, and the same niggas that I was fucking with, they'll come fuck with me. They'll pull up on me. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So
Yeah. You tap in with them and get your hands on the stuff you used to get your hands on.
you know what I'm saying? So, but in order for me to not look like I'm some type of informant or some shit, you know what I'm saying? I don't, I don't frequent. I just be like, okay, when I jump in, like I just lost my mom recently. I don't know if you know about that. My mom just
Man,
passed
my
recently, bro.
condolences, man.
And
My condolences, man.
when I pulled up to her funeral, you know what I'm saying, her service or whatever, all my homies was there. They pulled up because they remember them times. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And we shared them times together.
That was their
it's like,
mom too.
you see what I'm
You
saying?
know?
And actually my mom's spot was the kick. That was the kicking spot. Everybody used to come
Yeah,
through,
yeah.
bro. So
Yeah.
so it's a little, but I know if I do hang around too long, old beef will start stirring up, and then it would turn into some funk and stuff to where it's a possibility that motherfucker might catch me slipping. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So, and I get that side of it too. So, man, look, man. I don't know
You
how
gotta
many.
you gotta stay out the mix, man.
Yeah,
That's
that's
all
true. No, that's true.
stay out
That's
the
true.
mix, man.
That's true. And
You
then
gotta stay
I'm
out
almost on some Kanye shit. I'm about to move to like Wisconsin or something in the middle of nowhere and just work on music and my craft and
produce.
stuff.
Yeah, be remote. Listen, I've been looking up RVs and campers and stuff like that. I'm like, shit, I might get me a little RV or a camper and just start traveling America, moving
Find somewhere
around.
where a beehive is and collect honey and
Hey, look, I at one point I was like, I wouldn't mind becoming a beekeeper. You know, the niggas get paid. You know, bees are interesting anyway. Honestly, a lot of people make a lot of fucking money having selling honey and setting up some of that stuff in their backyard and stuff like that. You'll be surprised.
true.
There's a lot of bees that won't sting you.
And then I'll drop this gem on everybody too. I don't know if you know about tax liens and tax deeds, man, but for everybody, even in the audience and you too, man, look into that.
Yeah.
Because you can get some property for the low. You know what I'm saying? For the low. And they try to make it seem like, it's inflation out here, but what are you gonna do? You're gonna do a fixer upper, or do you want to pay full price for something that's already depreciating asset?
You don't even have to do any of that shit. You can be the middleman. They even got a business that's kind of like Airbnb for RVs too. It's a buyer and then you take a commission.
Yeah.
You know.
Well, I'm at this point too, though. I want to be able to have somewhere I can just go. You know what I mean?
Well, you
And
can
then
run a notary. You could be a
and I
notary.
could be
You could be a
like
notary.
that too. I know about that, but I do want to have a
Yeah.
place where I could just go if shit get too hot, and I could just go and I could be at peace at that place that I got. You know what I'm saying? So.
Not gonna lie, get your ass a camper for real, and go sit out there in a nice little spot and go hook your RV up and just chill for like a couple of months. For real, man. You know?
But yeah,
I get
man.
a lot of alone time where I'm at and stuff like that. People be like, "Yo, Kuda, are you dating? Are you doing this?" I'm like, "No," and I'm happy, man. You know, I'm not into any of that stuff. I like my freedom. I like my peace and stuff like that. And it's not personal, man. People be taking that shit personal when I want to be alone. I'm like, damn, how comes me being alone, you take it personal? I'm always doing a fucking show. You know where you can catch me if you want to talk to me, if it's like that. You know? But shit, sometimes off air, I want to sit down, smoke a nice cigar, and be around quiet, or go listen to some music or something, or go work on my music on my MPC, or do something else. Like, people just want you to talk 24/7. It's like, bro, I talk enough. I run a whole show where I'm talking. I'm not no fucking extrovert. I'm an introvert that happen to fucking speak, and people like me when I open my,
And I'm gonna say this. No, I appreciate you, man, because
yeah,
you're pretty open. You got your ways and shit. Well, whether everybody got their ways, but I appreciate being able to just come up, because this is actually some therapy shit too. Even me coming, listen to people, talk to people. You know what I'm saying?
Absolutely.
Sometimes that may be all it takes, is just to sit down and just have a conversation.
You gotta talk to your boys,
You know
though,
what I'm saying?
because there's some things that you can't talk to your girl about respectfully.
No, that's true too.
You know what I'm saying?
No, that's true.
You can't, and that's I like being that beacon for black men. There's things that I'll never be able to talk to, no matter what, no matter how close, me and my shorty. There's things you'll never be able to talk to your shorty about. Respectfully, and you're not supposed to talk to your girl about every single
certain things she don't even know about that shit anyway.
Yeah. Sometimes your girl been around you for too long. Just be like, yo, go hang out with your lady friends, man. Decompress. People be on this little internet shit doing way too much. You know what I'm saying? They be on this internet shit doing way too much. Overdoing it. It's like the internet now is not. It's like if you're a square and you're on the internet, you're probably fucking yourself up.
So, because I know you was talking about a couple of situations that you had an issue with. So what's your most recent gripe that you might have, like right now?
What you mean?
Like with either somebody hating on you or talking this about you, and I'm just talking about on a social media type side of the game. You know what I'm saying? Like,
I don't have no problems. Couple trolls here and there, but I don't got no problems for real. It's a bunch of just niggas I wouldn't listen to. Telling me what to do and shit like that. That shit gets annoying. Hey, do this, and it's like, bro, why don't you start a YouTube channel? Like, it's like,
and do your own thing, right?
Niggas always try to tell you what the fuck to do and shit like that, and it's like, bro, niggas still asking goofball questions about game and all this other goofball shit. It's like, bro, if you don't have it, you don't have it, and that's okay. And it's like, I don't know. It's just people being annoying. That's really what it is, and they adults and stuff like that, So, my mind be somewhere completely different. You know what I'm saying? I got exams coming up. I'm thinking, I got to think about numbers and all kinds of different stuff. Like, my mind be somewhere completely different. You know what I'm saying?
But you doing some accounting and shit?
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
I actually just spent $5 and bought the rest of this. It's this free accounting course, well, bookkeeping course that's actually really good, and it has like the questions and stuff. And then I actually spent an extra $5, which is good actually, to learn full accounting. And then they got tax preparation and payroll. So those are extra things that I can offer with the bookkeeping. I don't really have to do, because I would have to go to school to actually be an accountant.
Right,
But
to get that certain paper to say that you this, and
yeah,
if you require
yeah.
this shit.
But how I'm learning is I'm learning how to be an accountant. So then when I walk it back, I can easily do bookkeeping, because like accountants need to know bookkeeping. You know what I'm saying? So I'm like, okay, well, let me just dive into this. I don't need to get my degree, but I can be hell of a damn good bookkeeper and make more than an accountant, honestly.
It's interesting because I'm struggling with because I like my video games, and I like the programming side of it too. So not that I only like to play video games, but I like the programming side of it, because I can see the code, and I can see how things work and put things together. And I'm wondering how how much time, because I got my handyman stuff that I do too. So I be on call if somebody need a door fixed or a window or something like that. You know what I'm saying? They hit me up. So I'm like,
they got places teaching you how to use like the Unreal Engine and stuff like that. They got places where they'll pay for your school and stuff like that, but they just got to make sure you're committed. That's the only thing. They'll give you grants and stuff like that, but I don't think you need to go to school to learn that shit. I mean, I just think you should become like a video game tester, and then work on certain things by yourself.
No, I looked into that too.
Yeah.
I just see, and this is just a personal thing, to where I have so many different interests. It's difficult for me to lock in, because like I can just say, oh, I'm about to lock in on the beat machine, and I'll spend a few days, but then I'll be like, damn, I want to do something else now. And then I might be like, okay, I want to travel, I want to go here and see what this part of the world is. So it's just, and personally, I struggle with that, and I don't know if other people, I'm pretty sure they probably do. So I'm just throwing it out there. Like,
You're creative. I'm the same way. I gotta find things to do, or I'm gonna go crazy.
or I'll sit down and play a game for a whole month. You see what I'm saying?
I was gonna say another thing you can. I was gonna say another thing you can do is you can just become a video gamer YouTuber, and then just talk to your audience, get them to suggest games, and then you play the games that they suggest.
I'll go out of nowhere to purchase me a Rubik's cube and be like, all right, how they doing this? You know what I'm saying?
I got a couple of Rubik's cubes laying around. Yeah, absolutely.
Or I might want to get into photography or something, because I was already doing that too. And actually, that's how I met one of my girls, is through photography. Like, so
I don't like math at all, but I don't like math at all. That's why the irony of getting into accounting. But like, actually, math is starting to become a little interesting.
Yeah, that's dope, man.
Yeah, under accounting, because basically, learning how to do bookkeeping is just recording transactions, but it's telling a story. This is how much was spent. This is where it went. This is what it bought.
Mm-hmm.
The owner bought this truck for his business. So basically, you have to contribute the price of the truck to the business, not to him. You know what I'm saying? And then it starts to make sense, where it's like, okay, so people can protect their they can protect their assets by putting it under the business, not to them. So the business entity owns it. They don't own it. So if something happens to them, they don't lose it, because it's not theirs. It's the business that they own.
Mm-hmm.
And then they're using that asset to and then you learn double entry bookkeeping, and then you learn how to categorize
stuff.
And then you learn about profit margins, the health of the company. Is the company making a lot of money? Then you learn about the cost of goods. This is the price that you bought it at. This is the price that you sell it at. And then, this is the price that it was negotiated at, the cost of goods sold, and all this other stuff. So it's a lot of little terms and stuff like that you got to learn.
No, that's true.
And it's like, the average person use some of those terms, but they don't use it in like it's really another language, to tell you the truth.
Yeah, it is. That's true.
You know,
But that's similar to like when I was getting into this law stuff. You know what I'm saying? And that can transform into acquiring certain things and putting them in an estate or putting it under their trust, or you know what I'm saying? So I get what you're saying though. I get what you're saying.
Yeah. Because when you learn law, you do got to understand business also.
Yes, you do. That's true.
When you start allocating, who gets what and where this goes.
Most people don't check this out. Most people don't know the thing that would seem so simple as a traffic ticket is that's a lawsuit. They're suing for and they're making an accusation that you broke something that you agreed to. You know what I'm saying?
And they got to prove that you did it. It's basically you versus the state.
Yeah,
if you contest, if you contest it, and if you pay it, it's like you're guilty. You admit to being guilty. Yeah.
So it's interesting, man, and it still applies, and it's been applying for a long time. This ain't no new game. This is an old game, but y'all niggas just new to it for the most part. Not you. I'm not speaking.
I mean, the police. The police that wrote you that ticket got to show up to court too.
Yes, they do.
Some of them, they show up to court. Sometimes you go to court, they don't show up to court, and it's like, oh shit, okay. I can win this one.
But I'm not suggesting for cats to just be out here just being wild and doing anything. I'm not suggesting that.
No, absolutely not.
Not at all. I'm just saying.
No, you're talking about what it really is. What's in writing. You know.
Well, yeah, man. All right. The political debate, bro, because I know that's what you was on. I know that was your.
Well, no, I mean, we talking about everything. We shooting this shit. You know. We can also talk about Tyrese sitting in jail right now for child support, and his shorty, he got a loose queen in these manosphere streets, and you got a lot of dudes in the manosphere running around that are huge fans of his shorty. And she telling y'all what men should do, and she up there putting Tyrese through hell over a kid.
You said fans of her?
Because she's in the manosphere. She's giving out manosphere advice. And she got a successful channel more than a lot of people that been in this manosphere. Her channel is more successful than the LAR movement and the Black Ram and all these other guys. What I'm saying is this too. They pocket watching Tyrese. And when you're a nice guy and you're a guy that, believes in feminism or women and stuff like that, or a daughter dad, or, just one of those guys that, that got a soft spot, they take advantage of you. You know what I'm saying? And they're like, oh, well, he could pay the money because he bought his daughter a Rolls Royce for her birthday. I guess a Phantom or a Wraith. I don't know what type of Rolls he bought his daughter. But man, one thing and he stupidly got online and was talking about it because the state want the same thing from him that the woman wants. The lawyer want the same thing from him that his woman wants, and that's money. The reason why a lot of these little ain't shit baby daddies don't get put through the court system like that is because the woman know he ain't got no fucking money. It's a waste of time. And I'm not gonna lie, I'm not advocating for y'all to be broke or nothing like that, but shit, that should have saved your ass, man. Who the hell want to live like that when they get some money?
And see, matter of fact, I'm not gonna say that. Never mind. I ain't gonna say that.
Well, go ahead. Say what you gotta say, man.
No, because there's ways around all that shit, man. And I'll just say that. I'll leave that.
But that's the thing. You can have money, and you can have money and hire the best lawyers that money can buy, and that's the fucking problem. You're hiring the best lawyers that money can buy. You need money to buy those lawyers, and those lawyers like money. They don't like you; they like the money. So they're gonna squeeze every single dollar out of you to do some simple shit that you could have done yourself.
You know what's crazy?
You got everyday men going through what Tyrese is going through right now, And I'm not even gonna lie, the fact that they're probably normal actually saves them from going through what he's going through right now. The court's like, you know what, there's bigger fish to go fry. Let me leave him alone. Let me go after Tyrese.
Mm-hmm.
That's sad,
That's true.
man.
No, that's true. That's true too.
That's sad, man. The courts need money. Y'all be like, why the courts keep the fuckery going? Because fuckery that they come up with makes money.
Well, we gotta think too.
And women damn near work for them. If you think about it, dragging
that's true.
that's true. For them to become rich.
The court, and then this is another thing. I'm gonna just drop this gem real quick. Another word for court is the bank. A lot of people don't know.
Yeah, absolutely. Treasury. What they call it? Treasury, or what do they call it?
This is where transactions. Well, that's the U.S. Treasury. That's another bank. But at the court, though, these local places are subsidiaries, and you got your local courts, and those are considered banks.
Yeah.
Because somebody and like you said, somebody gonna have to pay. You know what I'm saying? So no, that's I just want to throw that out there. I don't want to get too weird with it. Because
it's fucked up when you're the only person with money in the room, and everybody knows it. You know. And I know some people are like, well, I don't like Republicans because they're like Kamala was like, oh, Donald Trump just want to pay his rich friends and all this other stuff. You have to have a concept of people being rich. Everybody's not supposed to be rich. Most people don't even want to be rich. Most people just want to be comfortable and shit like that. But you have to have rich people. That's how poor people get not poor people, but that's how regular people get certain things, A lot of the technology that we're using right now are hand-me-downs from the rich.
That's true. And you got to think, though, with great power comes great responsibility.
Most people ain't ready for that. They're not trying to do that. They're trying to chill,
So if you reach a certain,
be comfortable.
If you reach a certain level of what we call quote unquote money, you're gonna have a responsibility for a multitude of things,
Right.
And that could be overwhelming for most people. And you're right. So some people just want to reach this certain level where they're comfortable. And you're right about that.
Yeah.
If you wanna go to the moon, look, people say it's easy, but it's not. It's not easy as people would say.
Well, I mean, we're parasites of the universe. Just by the way that we live, we're parasites, man.
That's true. I agree with that.
We destroy shit. We pollute shit.
That's
and
true.
We don't know how to live any other way. Like, just think about your carbon footprint. Think about that soda can. Not even that soda can, but like that wrapper or something that you've thrown away as a kid from a lollipop that you ate back in the day. That wrapper is still probably somewhere floating around out here, and you done moved on with your life.
And how many of those pieces of candy did you eat coming
every
up?
Halloween? Yeah, back
You see what I'm
in your
saying?
childhood. Yeah.
And Halloween is coming up.
Yeah.
So guess how much candy is about to be put out here?
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? So no, I get what you're saying, bro.
Yeah, you got a carbon footprint. All of us. You got a digital footprint.
That too.
Yeah.
Oh, that's true.
Yeah.
Oh, that's true. I'm in agreement.
Yeah.
It's just interesting to me. All right. How far are we going to just continue to add? I'm just saying as a society, and I'm speaking for all societies. I can't speak for anyone individualistically, and I won't do that because everybody has their own voice and they have the right to that. You know what I'm saying? That's just that's just a natural right. This the thing though. If there's not a collective stride to do a certain thing or have a certain performance done, then we all gonna suffer. We're all gonna suffer if we can't find a way to work together as an entire existence. then we're all going to suffer, and it's going to be at every last one of our demise.
Well, I mean,
If we
even
can't
with this
figure
president,
go ahead.
I mean, but you're right. But I mean, even with this presidential shit and stuff going on, they're trying to resell the American dream back to people, but nobody's for sure. Kamala doesn't know what's gonna happen. Trump doesn't know what's gonna happen. Like, restore jobs. Like, Americans don't even really want to work no more like that. That's what the robots are coming for. That's what AI is for. In a lot of cases, niggas don't even want to return back to the fucking niggas that rather work remotely. And I say that with air quotes. Niggas really don't want to be in no fucking work setting with some jackass telling them what to do.
But see, that's also created by a whole nother thing, because you have to go to and from a certain place, and everybody's doing that in traffic, and you got to risk being pulled over for some type of infraction.
Yeah, and honestly, it takes you a long time to get to work, and your job should be actually paying for your commute.
And then your job would be like, if you show up late, and you be like, oh well, look, I had to go through this in order to get here. So
right.
See what I'm saying?
Nobody's trying to go through that anymore.
Go through that bullshit. We already see the game. We already see it.
That's what I'm trying to say. They're trying to repackage and resell you traditionalism, but they can't. I mean, if you really know what's going on, you know, and then a lot of Americans have to be without, so they're forcing you to live an old life that you're like, man, that shit was stupid. I'm not killing myself to go do that. You know? And then they're like, hey, we're gonna, you know, remember when Bank of America was like, oh, we're gonna give out these houses, but the APR and the monthly rate was like through the roof. And if anybody that had a the money, and then if anybody had a calculator on the time and they did the quick maths, it was a horrible deal. And it was like, man, that ain't falling for that bullshit. Oh, but we're gonna give you a house. No, we're not. You want us to get that house so we can fix it up so you can finesse it back from us and sell it for a higher price.
I ain't even gonna look. I wanted to say something about that, but
the fuck?
But yeah, no, you're right, though. Right.
Like, people ain't dumb. Like, and then it used to be, I'm learning with this whole bookkeeping thing, it used to be that businesses were ran by professionals. What the hell is a professional nowadays? It's regular people. Instead of doing a side hustle, they're running a business. So it's like, you're just talking to somebody that just took another route than you did. It's like now it's like okay, well, it's the battle of who took the better route.
No, that's true. That's true.
Okay,
I agree with that.
Cell phones, you make money, but guess what? Now you need a bookkeeper to manage your cell phone flipping business. If you want to see where you made your money and your profit and stuff like that, and they're like, no, I don't think I should pay for a bookkeeper. Well, you don't understand because you're new to business. You don't understand that businesses pay for a bookkeeper. Why? When an audit comes around, then you're going to wish you did. You know, of course, you got an online business or something like that, but guess what? You got to do shit. Never mind. I'm not even going to say what I was about to say. Never mind.
No, I'm tracking like a moose, though. I follow you.
Yeah, it's like everything is different now. You know, and then we're like, you know, not really in the gig economy anymore. The gig economy, it dried up. So now the people that have the gigs and stuff like that, if they were making money in the gig economy, now they got to start a business. You know, so it's like, damn. You know, or you got to hurry up and learn a new skill. But the thing is, it's like college. You know, you sit there and you sit down for a good minute and take 4 years out of your life and really learn a skill and get the experience. And then the next minute, ChatGPT come and take it from you. People don't want to work right now. This is why they're going off of that social credit and all that other stuff. Like, there's, you know, it's the mechanic replacing the organic. You know what I'm saying? It's the mechanic replacing the organic. And then you got to get it like honestly, look at what Kamala and even Trump is doing. We got to get the America in the spirit back into the spirit of working again. But if these people don't have no fucking real American dream on their mind, what are they working for? It's like the majority of people are just working to working to survive. There really isn't no time where you can sit on the side and really enjoy half the shit that you work for. You know, this is why a lot of men aren't participating in the workforce no more. They figured out a way to sit home, play video games, and relax. You know.
No, that's true. No, that's true, man. And see, and this is reminding me of an old book that I read. It's called Second Genesis, and it talked about this, where basically turning working into being pleasurable. So as time goes by, people are not going to even realize that they're really not living, and they're working.
Yeah.
And see, and when I read this, I was like, that's not necessarily a bad thing to work, because look, if it's gonna take me some work if I need to go pluck an apple from a tree, or a grape, pull a grape or something to eat. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna have to do some work.
No, but the thing, the problem is, Star P, is that the images in your head aren't even of your own. Think about it. Me and you, we march to the beat of our own drum, so we know what the hell we talking about. But I'm talking about the average person is sad because guess what? They get on Instagram and they see people living their life, and they're like, hey, I'm at work on my phone, but I'm really not living my life. And if I wanted to do this type of stuff, I can't or won't do it, because I'm at work all the fucking time. And it's not even their own idea. It's just that Instagram and what they see other people doing reminds them of how much bro. I used to think kids were crazy. That it was a Chinese kid that makes so much money for just sitting on the internet playing with toys all day. Remember when kids used to have their own action figures and their own imagination, and the world was just a different place to them? Now they're watching kids use their imagination and paying those kids to have an imagination and play with. Kids are getting paid to get filmed playing with toys online. It's the same thing. Look at the whole Passport Bros thing. These people could have went on these trips or did some of this stuff with instead of just watching somebody else do it. You're watching other people do things that you want to do nowadays.
I get that.
Instead of doing it. You know what I'm saying? A lot of people don't have an imagination. A lot of people don't have the balls to do some of the things that they want to do. And they live vicariously through somebody that they're listening to or seeing on their phones. Because most of these people ain't even at a computer desk to sit down. I told you, your phone is an external organ. Most of these people ain't even at a computer desk to sit down and watch somebody do what they're doing. And if they are, they're probably at work. You know, they have a tab open or some shit like that. So what I'm saying is that a lot of people are watching other people be an example of how they should be living their lives or how they would like to live their lives. And what you're chasing is not your dreams. You're chasing dopamine. You're doom scrolling. And there's nothing wrong with watching YouTube and watching other people do other different things. But I'm talking about, you know, you have to carve out time to live for yourself. You know, you got to carve out time to live for yourself. You know, and I will tell you that, you know, I give y'all the game on a lot on these shows. I give y'all hella game. But me, I'm under the assumption that, yeah, you're going to turn this shit off eventually and go outside and go apply some of this. So you'll know exactly what I'm talking about. You know? and see that it works, or you've done this before or something similar, and we could chop it up because you go outside, you apply this type of stuff. You're around those type of women. You know exactly what I'm talking about. You damn near even have a name for the girl. When I talk about certain things, like, yo, that remind me of such and such. You know. So I kind of make the mistake and assume that people are like myself. That's one of my weak points. I assume that people actually go outside.
I made those mistakes too, thinking that somebody is like me. And
yeah,
that's not true.
Yeah, or at least have the same understanding as I do. You know, so
even that ain't true.
Yeah. So I got my faults also that I got to work on. You know, and I'm working on it. I mean, it's not a big deal, but you know, I sometimes got to catch myself and be like, damn, you know what, this person's not looking at it that way.
And then, you know, not to try to be a copycat, but this thing ain't no sprint, man. It's a, you know what I'm saying?
It's a marathon, yeah. Yeah.
None of us know that time, that day, you know what I'm saying? To where the only thing that we'll ever have is a memory of someone. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
And then once any one of us, once we're gone, then where does our memory go? We don't know. I don't have the answer to that, but I'm just saying it won't be available at wherever current existence that we're in. It won't be available.
Yeah.
So yeah, I get that, man.
I don't know, man. I have a weird notion that when people pass, like, you know, there's you know, I'm blessed to be here, you know, with some of the stuff that I've gone through and some of the things that I've lived through. And like, I be thinking when people pass, they're that same age forever. You know what I'm saying? Like I got friends that passed when I was like 14.
I got you.
Yeah,
But
and I'm like, damn, forever in my mind.
Those are that's the memory, though.
That's the memory. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah.
That you know what I mean? And then because you don't have any more information after that. Once the data you collected on being around somebody and they go, it stops right there. You see what I'm saying?
For you though, because I wonder if they still get old. It's stop for them too. I think sometimes too. But I wonder when you go, are you forever that age? You know.
Now I will say this. And then see, now we're getting into like
esoteric shit.
Yeah. To where I may have a dream. I may have a dream about someone that was a friend or family or whatever. And at that time, me being around them stopped. But later in years, I have a dream about them.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know how to really process. Is this another reality that I'm experiencing with them, or is this some type of residue of where things left off from what I remember? And this is all the information that I've accumulated from my own life to even conjure up this dream that I'm in right now.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? So it's
right.
Hey man, look.
Or are you going? Or are you continuing and going off of a memory? You know.
Yeah.
Certain dreams, just like your memory, is bittersweet. You know, I mean, it could be a continuation of a memory. I mean, you know, when people do mushrooms, right? They say when you do shrooms, certain shrooms or all shrooms actually leaves a trace of itself in like it's like a piece between your spine and your neck. And
I was
honestly,
just about to say that
your memory recalls that. Yeah, so you can tap into an old trip.
Your spinal cord and shit. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. What's going on, Fasting? Shout outs to Fasting is Life in the building, man. Let me know if you need that link, Fasting.
Yeah.
You did?
No, I get that too.
This is a Fasting Valley. You know, Fasting definitely could chime in on this concept. But yeah, you know. Some people want closure though. Some people, they're, and not even just you. I think certain spirits that you may be around see closure also. And I think one of the realms that they use to communicate with you is dreams. You know, you know, sometimes they say a dream is like a phone call for a spirit. You know what I'm saying? Spirits treat dreams sometimes like a phone call. You know.
Yeah, but then you got other things that say nothing comes to a sleeper but a drink. You know.
Well, I mean, your
And then
brain is so sophisticated enough because so they say when you dream and you see certain faces in your dream, even if you don't talk to that person, it's somebody that you've seen in your life, whether you know it or not. And the thing is that even if you're walking in a crowd or you're passing somebody, it's somebody that you know. But the cool thing about your brain is that your brain will make and create a whole personality, voice, and everything just going off of your judgment of what you may think that person sounds, or it'll just make up the whole thing right there and then, about somebody. So, that's interesting in and of itself. It just shows you how much of an instrument your brain is. You definitely got to learn and teach your brain. And your brain will learn and grow with you and teach you how to really look at or handle and interpret certain situations. You know what I'm saying? And that's why when people be trying to talk about these type of topics and stuff like that woman that was interviewing or that Cam Newton was interviewing, she was talking about compartmentalization, and like compartmentalization actually comes from your brain trying to develop a relationship with something through something else that it knows, and try to gain an understanding of certain things. This is why I tell dudes to go outside, because the more people that you deal with and stuff like that, you start to get more familiar territory with certain things, or when you're learning certain things, you start to gather more information on a lot of different things. And then what happens is it makes it easier for your brain to compartmentalize different patterns and people and things like that, and you'll be able to grasp more concepts that you normally would have felt confused about, or
No, that's interesting because I even asked this question back in the day. I can't remember exactly who I asked it to, and I probably said it on platforms before, but I was given a scenario to where if you and I made it and I was making it personal to the individual to say, what if you were in a situation to where you just grew up in a square, you probably don't even know it's a square box, but you're within this certain place.
Sandbox. Like a sandbox.
And then all you know about is somebody just slides some food under the door just for you can eat. And you probably don't even know how to really eat, but you could probably sniff it and smell like, oh, this might be something that's good to me. So just having a blank canvas without having no influence or nobody, right, as you're growing and developing, what data are you really collecting? Are you looking at?
I mean, I think somebody
a four corner room. You see what I'm saying? And the data that you collecting.
Somebody made
your DNA has the information. That's why you don't teach children how to do something. They already have it built in them.
No, but somebody was talking about it, and they got it from, I think Dr. Francis Cress Welsing also talked about it also. But when you have a generation, they did this experiment on rats, where they will put the rats in like a box, right? Like you said. And what will happen is when the rats tried to leave that box, they would get shocked. And they kept trying to leave the box and get shocked, to the point that the rats just stopped trying to leave the box so they won't get shocked. And then what happens is when they try to leave the box, when they just stop trying to leave the box so they won't get shocked. When they had kids, the kids didn't even care about leaving the box. The kids just stayed within the box. The kids never got shocked because they never attempted to leave the box. And it shows you how fear and trauma can get passed down even through DNA. You know what I'm saying? It's like you're not even gonna you've gathered the information through DNA to just not even contest or try to, you know, think outside the box or leave the box, if you get what I'm saying. So fasting absolutely is correct. It is through the DNA.
That's why they have that saying. They're like, you can't run away from who you are because you're connected. You can deny who your ancestors are, and that's why I remember when we talked about how that
no matter where you go, there you are. Yeah,
like we say that there are some black people, they're white, but on the outward you think they're black, but they're not. And then you have some white people, they're black, but at the end of the day, it's like, just think about this, right? A person who his whole life, right, third generation, all he knows is white people. I'm white, I'm this, I'm that, right? And he has a certain way of seeing life, like Star P was saying. But then there's something in him, right? They be like, well, what does he always wanna cling with those people? Like, why is he leaning towards anything that's black? He wants to belong. He wants to love it.
Hold on, but fasting, what you're saying is good, and what Star P said is good too, because most black people, black Americans, they actually have more of a white thought process than they think. They identify with the dominant society directly, even amongst each other. You understand what I'm saying? Even
because of the programming in the DNA, because of the history.
Yeah, that's true. But because the thing is that also, to Star P's point, that box doesn't necessarily have to be a physical box. Most likely, it's a mental box. But
that's
if you
the
don't
greatest
know,
power.
if you don't know, you're not gonna test it. How are you gonna test your mental box? Most people don't even know where to start. You can't talk to the average person about hypnosis. First of all, what's your thoughts on hypnosis? What's your concept of hypnosis? Have you learned anything through hypnosis? Who's gonna hypnotize you? You know, what's your thoughts on psychology? What do you know about your subconscious brain or your unconscious brain?
And that's true, and I get what you're saying, but then like you said, if you ain't never been shocked, like the rats.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You know
That's
what I mean?
That's a metaphor in and of itself, right?
So and that even opens another door.
No, but see, look at it though. The rats continue. The rats continue to get shocked until they gave up. So it's like you know how we talk about risks. Even though the rats got shocked before, it didn't stop them from taking a risk. But guess what? They continued to take risks until they said, "Hey, this is futile. Let me just stop."
Meaning they created a repetition. Like what did it say? There's a French saying. It says, "Repetition is the mother of science." And to simply put it, repetition is the mother of knowledge.
Or the father of learning. Yeah.
Because how do you know something? By doing it over and over and over, and and like putting what the Bible talks about. It says what? My people perish for lack of knowledge, because thou has rejected knowledge. So it seems like the whole that passage, right? But a lot of people quote it. This is what it's saying. It's saying, okay, yeah, I know you this and that, you're special and everything, but because you don't know something, or you're not repeating, or you're not repeating something that you're supposed to know, or you're supposed to practice. Now, because you lack that knowledge, guess what? Here's the side effect.
You're doomed to repeat it over and over, right?
Yeah.
It's insanity too.
And that, remember, I always say I'm crazy. Why? Crazy people, they know. That's why the world calls them crazy. Because they know too much. They
embrace the repetition. They embrace the sanity, because there's a saying in the game: what you don't complete, ultimately you will repeat.
Yeah.
You know, that's where that saying comes from. So Fasting dropping some good game on y'all, man. Y'all hit the like button, support the show. God damn, we've been rolling for 5 hours.
Wow, I just started work.
And I want to add to that too, because that there's a physical, there's a mental, and there is a energy realm.
Spiritual. Yeah.
So the mental container, and see, and I think this is purposely done. This is purposely done. From I don't know how to really pinpoint it to say who this, that, they, whoever, whatever. I don't know how to pinpoint it, but it's literally been a structure put out here for me to only contain a certain level of information. But it does take responsibility for me to gather whatever I'm looking for also. But there are mental traps out there to be like, okay, look, I'm gonna set this
Star
up.
P,
Go ahead.
What does your, because most people don't know, and it's not your fault too, right? What does your ideal life look like? What does your ideal car look like? Do you have a garage to park this ideal car or life? Or, what does your ideal life look like? A lot of people don't know.
I do have an ideal life. I do have an ideal life, and I do have an image. I do have an image, and I'm speaking for, of course, I'm speaking for myself.
Right.
And I know what it looks like. You see what I'm saying?
Okay.
So,
yeah.
It's not just where it's empty, but my thing is, well, how much influence of the ideal life that I have the vision of my ideal life, how much influence was outside of me versus internally.
Right.
You see what I'm saying?
Right.
And I don't really get that part, because even me giving that example of that white room with the tray just being slid under the door, I haven't ever been in a situation like that. So I wouldn't even know what the ideal of my thinking would be if that's all I experienced. I have a collection of experiences because I've been able to
live different types of lives.
You know what I'm saying? Be out in the wilderness, and so
yeah, you've done many things. So, but what I'm saying too is because, like, when somebody asks you a question like that, like, what is your ideal life? It's kind of similar to asking somebody, where you at mentally now, and what do you think is going on now, even though further, it might change later on.
But Kuda, let me make it harder and more profound.
Okay.
Kuda, when you're asking that question, are you, because when we say life, what is the beginning and the end? Which part of quote unquote life are you talking about? Because if we are eternal beings, we just change faces and vessels. When you say ideal life, well, what if this is the 50th time that I've been back in this dimension? So when you ask me what's my ideal life, well, I won't be back here again if I had my ideal life. I'll be gone already.
But
why am I here again?
But hey, fasting. Where would you go though? Where would you go?
Well, watch this.
Go ahead.
There's no going. You are already there and everywhere. There is no going. It's an illusion.
So it sounds like you would just dissolve and you would just turn it.
They say you are where you're supposed to be. They say you are where you're supposed to be. Like, a lot of people will be like, man, if I had passed that test, I would have been in off to school and in football and doing all this other stuff. I would have been in the NFL. That's not true. If it was true, then you would have been there.
Yeah.
And the whole thing. Let me say this. Let me just insert right quick, because I just had a shout out to the fortune cookie makers. I don't even know if it's whatever, but I'm just saying this thing I pulled out of this cookie, and I am what do you call it, superstitious. I am superstitious, but I pulled this thing out. It said, "You're right. You're exactly where you're supposed to be.
Where you need to be."
That's exactly what it said. So hey, but go ahead. My bad. Go ahead.
But I mean, a lot of people are selfish though, because guess what? If I'm exactly where I need to be, and let's say I do enjoy what I'm doing, I might be able to say something right now, or already had said something on this show that puts something in perspective for somebody that's sky watching and not even interacting. You understand what I'm saying? Like, I probably said something to help 5 people and don't even know it.
Yeah,
but
it's
I
like
had
you
to
don't
be
know.
where I am. Yeah, I had to be
Yeah.
where I had to be where I am right now to do
Mm.
that for other people. So sometimes you got to not be caught up on being selfish and being able to you know, to be of service to other people that you probably don't even see or don't even know. Somebody might come back to me in the future and be like, "Yo, I remember when you did that show, I actually saved it, and you said this, and this really helped me out when I, you know, when I was in this area." Yeah.
What's Kuda, for what you just say, right? When you say that, like even Stompy using the example of the fortune cookie, meaning the people who made them, they don't know Stompy, but they put it there where in that moment,
Yeah, you go. Yeah, that's another
time,
good example. Yeah, I didn't
yeah,
even pick up on that. Yeah, that's another great example. Yeah, keep going. Yeah,
yeah,
yeah, you're right.
like,
You're right.
like
Yeah.
in moment in time, quote unquote, Stompy picked it up, right? It goes back to what they've given us. What do they call it? The World Wide Web. This whole illusion or reality that we're given, it's a spider web. We're all connected some way, somehow. Like if you study spiders, right? You could be in one corner, a fly gets cut up there, guess what? And the spider is on the other side. How does he know that a fly got cut? Because he's standing on the spider web, and the spider web has electricity. It sends a message. And then blah, 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 it runs and goes where the fly is cut up and does what it does, right? So, yeah, so it's showing that we all...
And the fly gives up his location on the web, trying to get out,
We're all connected somewhat, even if we try to separate ourselves. That's what I was saying about going even back with the DNA. It doesn't matter if you want to deny who you are. Say, I have nothing to do. Guess what? You can't go, there's no machine that will molecularly change your makeup. It's over. You are what your programming is. Like it's like a robot that's made of clay wants to change itself to be made of silver. You can't.
Well, I mean, it's the organic trying to be the mechanic when the organic
impossible.
created the mechanic. Yeah.
No, that's interesting.
Well, I wouldn't say
because
it's impossible because Elon Musk is trying to use the goddamn, what's it, Neuralink?
Yeah, Neuralink. Stop. Yeah,
we're trying to use biomechanics to do what the body naturally does in the organic.
But you have to just to add to what you're saying, right? But think about this, Kuda. No, mankind is not quote unquote smart enough to come up with that stuff. All those things that Elon Musk is trying to do.
No, it is, but it's a step back. It's like stop trying to be God. It's a step back because guess what? We had to teach machines how to bleed.
Yeah. It's basically
we're making machines that bleed.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. It's not ours, too. That's what I'm saying. You know, like I know many religions they'll call them, you know, the fallen, the angels, and all that stuff. So what it's saying is, if you look at
Wolverine,
if you look at nature, right, what we call the physical world, there are certain laws in place, right? But then you'll be like, okay, wait a minute, okay. We see everything in the world, what you call quote unquote good or bad, everything works together. But you look at mankind, right? That's why where we say that there's an analogy. It says what? It says what? Just like our human body, right? It's like its own universe, and you can get infected by quote unquote a virus or something like a outside thing that will be malignant to your body or create an imbalance itself. Even in this physical world, there are quote unquote viruses that are here in this vessel called Earth, trying to create like some malfunction, right? So if you study the body, right, what does a virus do? It grabs on your body's cells and changes it
and
where but your body will think it's your body. Meaning it will think that cell it's yours, but it's not. And then the virus starts multiplying. Right. So that cell,
it replicates itself. So if it sticks around a long time, your body even tries to cope with it.
So going back full circle, right? With what we're saying, I know sometimes it may not make sense to some people listening, but going back to what, right? Looking at the virus, guess what? That's what I say. Mankind in itself doesn't have to quote unquote the mind the knowledge of doing what, the whole thing about Neuralink and all this stuff. It's the virus from the outside that, quote unquote, merge with the cell of the earth, meaning one of ours, and it's changing, or it's giving it knowledge, science, to create something that will be against the body, which is Mother Nature or nature or the physical dimension.
But mankind doesn't have a problem with being a host, though.
Yeah,
that's the problem. If you don't want responsibility for certain things, you don't have. So mankind doesn't mind getting used like that. Go ahead,
well, watch it. Well, just watch this though. But see that opens a whole nother door, because you gotta and this brings me back to science class when I was using petri dishes and stuff, and where there was a certain thing in the petri dish, but I will add something to stimulate a certain thing that's within the petri dish. So this is all looking like a science experiment right now.
Exactly. Like you can look at it like that.
So we gotta I'm not saying what y'all have to do. I'm just saying this is what I'm thinking. So I'm thinking, okay, so what is behind the experiment? Who is adding or administering this certain project? And then it goes back to the rats in the fucking maze that was getting shot. Who the motherfucker made the shocking system to get your rat ass back in the damn box? And I'm going beyond.
The thing is that
let me just say this.
The rats are so.
Hold on. Let me just say this, because then it causes another aspect of it I recognize about myself, to where I have an internal being inside of me, to where I can remove my physical body, to where that shock can no longer contain me. But I can't speak that for other species, but I know for myself, I can be a separate from this capsule that my being.
No, but listen,
I'm just saying.
Rats,
go ahead though. Go ahead.
The rats are super smart. The rats are just as smart as humans. See, the only difference between man and animals is that man learned how to build a fucking wall. That's really it. The only difference between us and other animals is that we learned how to build a wall and channel some shit. That's literally it. We learned how to build a wall and channel some shit. We're not far from the animals that we look at every single day. If a cat is a boy and he wants to have babies, it's no different if a man grows up from a boy and he wants to have kids. It's a desire that we have that's linked to our nature. So those rats are the rats and the humans, even though we're different beings, we still think and have intentions guided in the same way. But see, the thing is that when those rats were getting shocked, they were so tuned into their mortality that they're like, okay, I'm getting shocked. I'm not worried about, the rats don't even believe in a higher power. They believe in their own mortality. That's why when they had kids, they raised their kids to not even play that game. They went back and minded business and moved on with their life and just stayed contained into the little spot that they were in. They wasn't thinking about no goddamn God.
And that's interesting what you said too, because I mean
we're smart enough to know that there's a higher being. That's the joy about being a human being. But we're smart enough to know that there's a higher being, that somebody could be behind us getting shocked. And we wonder and come up with ways to say, hey, how can I not get shocked so I can get on the other side and see what's on the other side? Because we're curious.
Yeah, and that's
animals after a while, they're not curious. They just go live their fucking life. They just say, fuck it.
No, I got you. Yeah, I got you. Because I even put this card.
Not about to disturb my peace of mind. I'm gonna stay in this box.
All right. Like on some anime type stuff. Okay. Could you frame or imagine yourself being in a room talking to a tiger that's walking on 2 feet like you, like and they having conversations?
No, you know what's funny, and I'm glad you said that, because when I got to Asia, and when I got to Asia, I really saw dogs and cats walking around. I ain't gonna lie, I went to a back alley one time and I saw a pit bull a pit bull breed in the back alley, and he nodded his head to me like, "What up?" And I'm like, "Damn," you know, Akitas and shit, just walking around, just all these exotic dogs that you'll pay a shit ton of money in America for, that people are trying to breed and shit, just walking around like it's. So I'm like, damn. It's like in the anime. It's like you know, Dragon Ball Z had dogs and cats that were talking, and fish people and shit like that. So it's like, no, because they're a part of society.
No, I got you, man.
I never seen. I ain't gonna lie. I mean, I've seen stray dogs and stray cats, but we call them stray. These motherfuckers out here ain't stray. They wild.
I get that too. I got
You know what I'm saying? Like, I've seen cats in an environment where it's like, oh no, he not playing with no little bullshit toy that you get from PetSmart in the house and shit like that. No, they really out here. You know? Even in America, some of those animals that y'all got, when you put them back out in the wild, them niggas can't survive. Cause they're too domesticated. It's to the point that if I see a domesticated dog out here, I'm like, bruh, you lucky. You know how much stray dogs I see out. The dogs out here are in gangs. What's going on, Kwafi? For real. Go ask people in Thailand about the dogs. Where they at? And in Cambodia and all them places, man. The dogs are in gangs out here. It's like checkpoints and shit like that. You know, the dogs out here are like Crips and Bloods. They clicked up. And it don't even, size don't even matter. It'd be a poodle too. You ever seen a wild poodle? They just as gangster as any other dog.
Never seen a wild poodle, but I know if they got teeth. They got that
them little
dogs,
dogs, man. The little ones you gotta worry about. The big ones don't be giving a fuck, but the little ones. You think it's a teacup poodle and shit like that? Oh, they got some teeth for you.
And I want to add that too. I want to add to that too, because I know how I recognize how bougie I am. I don't even want a damn fly flying on me. I'm even old school with it, where I got a fly swatter like motherfucking bug. Don't think about biting me, but that's nature though. Like the motherfucker, they're bloodsuckers, mosquitoes, whatever type of thing that exists in the world. Like, you know what I'm saying? And but then I look at, all right, what is the mechanics, when you talked about the mechanics of the creation of this certain thing, and then a lot of times it comes from germ, a certain thing that is happening within a certain climate, and basically this certain life or existence is able to happen because of these certain type of conditions. So I mean, I get that, man, and like I was saying, I recognize for myself once again, there is a being, there's an internal being, and once I get to a certain point to where the physical body is going to go either to the earth or it's going to go into a place to get cremated or whatever, but I know my internal being, that's something different. It's an energy thing. It's really an energy. For me, I'm just saying.
I be watching them spirit box joints, and I'm like, damn, bro. Like, what if purgatory is a real thing, or the life that we're in right now? What if that's purgatory? I fear purgatory, man.
Have you ever seen Google Maps? Not Google Maps, but Google Earth, where you can look at the fucking galaxy and shit.
Yeah.
You can see certain places what they consider as the universe and all this other stuff. There's one thing, if you look Google Earth, I don't even know if it's available anymore, but me and a friend of mine, we was looking at this stuff, and there was a certain sector of the universe what they talk about where it just looks like it's just a bunch of faces just trapped in this, like this streak, this galaxy streak out there that's just, I don't know what place that would be considered as, but it's just a bunch of faces. It looked like a bunch of different faces, and they all look like ghost faces. And I don't know if that is computer. I don't know if it's CGI. I don't know if it's computer generated image. I don't know, but it looks like that might be something possible, but I don't know. So it's strange, man. The technology looking at certain things and viewing certain things and having certain people in my life and losing this, and I probably shouldn't look at it like that, but it has me questioning more of who I am, and that it basically brings it right back around to me, like who am I?
I mean, it's a lot of different things to look at. The Akashic records.
Go ahead.
I know you know about the Akashic record, right?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah, like all of that stuff. It's like people come and go. I mean, I think everybody has experienced death before. You know, I mean, I think at the end of the day, all cards go back in the box. You know, I'm not gonna say that when you go back to where you came from, but you were somewhere before you came here. You know, and I think some of the stuff that we're talking about is just like different phrases for energy transfer. You know, like when fasting was talking about the spider web, I looked at it as energy. You know, that electricity, we all come from that energy. You know, that spider is no different than whatever it's about to kill in that web. You know, that spider will die in that web too. By a bigger spider.
Have you seen that? Have you seen that video? And I think this been going viral of the praying mantis tearing a roach apart and just eating that thing.
Yeah. Eats his
It's
head
like a pale praying mantis.
When they mate too, I think the praying mantis kills the other praying mantis. Yeah. I know scorpions kill each other when they mate.
That shit crazy, man. That's wild.
Yeah.
So I think that's I think there's a fine line though between those worlds though, between the bug world, the animal world, and our world.
Well, I mean, what we're talking about is reincarnation. You know, we're talking about reincarnation. I mean, think about a pile of ants. You ever stepped on a pile of ants? You probably took like 40 lives.
Yeah, they'll bite, but then they was crawling in your socks and your shoe, and then you had to remove a lot of those articles to get them off of you because they can hide in certain places where you won't be able to find them. You see what I'm saying?
The red ones, the fire ants, yeah. But I mean, think about bees too. Bees give up their lives just to sting you. They lose their whole ass just to, you know, protect the hive or whatever they feel that they're protecting. You know, the thing is that
it's just interesting, man. I know I've been saying a lot of stuff, but yeah, man, it's interesting, man.
No, the thing is that we lost touch with the universe, and we're like wrapped into a life that's like built and dictated by humans and stuff like that. And you know, we're trying to exist in a world that has judgment of people that don't even understand the world, not even as much as we do. You know, we can't even have these conversations with some of the people in this world that would judge you for half this shit. So I mean, you know, you just gotta, you know, be tactful. You know, and I mean that's the game right there. You just gotta be tactful. You know, you gotta understand certain things and just move tactfully. You know, and it's the mind, you know, you gotta really train your mind, you know, because you'll fall into limited beliefs and stuff like that. You know, I think LAR movement was just talking about it. Like, you gotta try things and you gotta take risks and stuff like that. You know, there's a lot of people that'll be like, you can't do this, you can't do this, you can't do this. And it'd be a group of people telling other people what they can't do and what they can't do, and then one of them go do it and then get it done. And I think he was like, oh, how did this person went and go do it and get it done? He was like, that person was deaf. And he's like, he was deaf. And he's like, yeah. He wasn't listening to somebody telling him what he can't do. He just went and did it. You know? And we look at that as like some type of setback. And it's like, bro, that ain't no setback. Sometimes, I'm not even going to lie, it's in your best interest to be deaf, because if you keep hearing people and listening to people telling you what you can't do, you ain't never going to do it. Because they're projecting what they got going on onto you. You can actually do it.
No, that's true, because that's no different. That's no different than sitting in another wave, a vibration. You know, same thing with like Clint. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
To get back scientific. You know, you speak to a certain thing, and they might not be, or whatever it is, they might not be aware of a certain thing. You speak it to a certain thing, and you can make it, you can build it up, or you can tear it down, just through talking. Through talking. So,
But what I'm saying is that too. Also, we pollute our minds with bullshit, and then we believe the bullshit that we pollute our minds with. You know, so sometimes you do have to find a way to cleanse your mind and declutter a lot of things that you have going on in your mind. You know, like some of us look at our computers, look how much tabs you got open. So imagine your mind. Imagine your mind. How much tabs you may have open in your mind, and believing a lot of the BS that you put on yourself, man.
Yeah, and that's similar. And our minds are similar to, are actually the same thing as a computer. That's where the whole thing comes from.
Yeah. That's where the concept of the computer comes from. Yeah. So it's again the organic trying to be the mechanic. We're using mechanics to understand the organic. You know, your phone is an external organ. Listen to what I'm telling you. Your phone is an external organ. We're using mechanics to understand the organic. When we use the organic to create the mechanic, you know. If War Master was to come up here and break down how the computer that you're about to buy works, you can look at, oh, the motherboard works like a heart. Oh, this part works like a liver. Oh, this part is similar to a kidney. I'm building a computer, but in reality, mechanically, I'm building a human being that can retain information, send information, and do things. This is how vast the brain is. You know? Tools, man. Tools.
Really think about this kind of stuff because they think it's boring and stuff like that, you know.
Man, niggas ain't even deep enough to process what we talking about. And look how I use the word process. What does your computer have? A processor. What does your brain do? Process.
CPU.
Hey, Starpy, you know when you were talking about... Yeah. I was going to mention it when Starpy was talking about if dreams, right? If when we dream, we actually go to like another world and stuff like that. I believe it is so, right? There's a like
I could be wrong. I could be wrong about that though. I don't know. I don't really know.
No, I don't think you're wrong because I've tapped into a dream that I had when I was a kid, and it picked up right off where I left off. And everybody there remembered everything and was feeling me back in. I was like, oh, I remember. So
and then when you have dreams, right? You're an adult, but you see like what could I say, right? I remember when I was in first grade years ago when I was young, right? And we used to walk to school. So when I have a dream, I'm seeing my quote unquote middle school friend that we used to walk together. I'm seeing it as that little kid, like I'm an adult. I'm looking down at him, right? So I'm not seeing. He's probably old now, but my mind is showing me that memory from when I was young, but with a new perspective. Meaning, I'm not looking at him face to face from our angle back then. I'm looking at him as me looking down at him and going to school. So it's like
an astral projection. Is that?
No, it's like okay. Let's say you're 5'11", right? You know, when you were little, you were probably like 3.5 feet tall.
Yeah.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
But you're reliving a moment in time, right? That I used to walk to school, but instead of seeing it from that level, you're seeing it as you as an adult looking down at your friend who was young. Your friend, he's old now. In a reality that you know, he's older. But because you lost touch with him, you've never seen him from that memory, from beyond that memory. all you see him is
yeah,
that 1989 Johnny. But Johnny 2024, he's a big guy. He got 5 kids and everything. You don't know because you lost that contact. But somehow you're reliving that moment in time, right, in your memory. Now, there's 2 forms of dreams. I believe there's one dream where it's in your world, meaning your mind is creating it, but there's also a door where you cross over, where it's where everybody goes.
Well, I
Where
wanted
you
to
can
ask
be
you guys.
affected.
I wanted to ask you guys: have y'all ever messed around with lucid dreaming? Because that's a real thing too.
I've tried that, yeah, lucid dreaming. Like, I know there was some
people end up lucid dreaming. I mean, intentionally. Yeah. My bad. Go ahead, Fast.
Yeah, but we usually lucid dream unconsciously. But if you try to constantly lucid dream, I mean, there are certain things you can do, like they say certain food you must eat, certain time that you can do it. But most of the time, like for me, for example, it happens by accident. And usually it lasts very 5 minute sleep, and then it feels so deep. But it was a 5 minute sleep.
Pastor, since Scooter brought that up, let me say this. I've had a certain dream to where my father was my little brother. I don't know what existence in time that it was. I don't know, but it seemed so real that I felt that I was there.
It's possible in another dimension he was.
So I mean, it's
You
just,
probably have an older soul than your father.
Exactly.
Because two young souls can welcome an older soul.
Yeah.
There's people that have kids that are older than them, technically.
Yeah, but it comes back
and raise those kids. Yeah, go ahead.
I say you brought up a great point, because we like our minds are moving so fast. In our culture, right, in Africa, right, in our culture, we have a saying that, hey, it's good for you to live the good life now, so you can come back in your bloodline to reap the benefits. So when Christianity talks about, do good so that you reap the rewards, like in heaven, right? Well, to heaven, we believe in life and death is an endless cycle, meaning this idea, Jesus has to come back so you rise from the dead. No, in our spirituality, we never say that. We say that we are born to die. No. Okay, let me rephrase it. Sorry, I'm trying to translate.
Let me ask you a question, Fasting, because I think all religions that I know, at some point, they believe in a form of enlightenment. You know, I believe in enlightenment. I think that there's other places that we can go, but you have to get enlightened and enlighten others, and then you graduate to the other places, you know. And a question that I wanted to ask a long time ago is, like, do you believe that Jesus Christ became enlightened and he's moving on? He moved on?
No.
Back?
Let me explain it like this. Jesus never existed, right? Now, he's based off of many characters, right? If you want to look at it from the Bible. But the particular story, right? The particular story, he's based on if I want to use the word, a avatar, a Congolese or an African avatar that existed thousands of years ago. He came and did his mission and was gone. Now, this is where I want to talk about that TV show, you know, the Avatar, the Last Bender. What did it show? It shows what? That the avatar comes back in many, many forms, right? But it's still the same person, right? Now, if I want to explain it in a sense, going back to what Stoppy just brought up, right? So, every quote-unquote soul was already made. And, you know, just to put in parentheses, could you use this phrase that we are basically God trying to have a different experience. And he's basically
basically God in human form, and God is playing the game with himself.
But we don't want to get too deep, because they're not worthy of it. Yeah, I'm like, I just have to put in parentheses and get to the chop on that one. But going back to that, right? So that's that whole experience kind of thing, it's like your soul. Let's say your soul lands in a physical body. Your first time, right? You come in this dimension. Let's say 1945, after World War II, right? You're born, you live your life, and you die. When you go, I'm explaining it from a Bantu perspective, right? So when you die, when your soul leaves this vessel and go where it's supposed to go and be judged, right? Like the Egyptians talk about it, they're gonna weigh your mission, because they say everybody is given a mission, but when you're born, you forget it. That's the I call it the that's the joke. Oh, we're telling you 1,000 things to do, but then when you're born, blanks, like you don't remember. But the mission is in your programming, like inside. But
back
that's why, look at people say, well, I'm trying everything, but nothing seems working. Yeah, because you're not doing what you were originally. Like, you're not working towards your code. You're fighting it.
Right.
You're fighting it. Now, the elites, I'm just trying to like attach everything to that. The elites, they created the casting system because somewhere along the line, some of the wise of them, or the wisest of the people, they kind of figure out that, hey, if we can make someone be a certain way, he will be kept in that cycle. Right? Could I remember we talked about, like, if you're not finishing your mission, you get to come back over and over to what? To try to accomplish it. Now you have the virus. They know that. So while in this dimension, they try to create those societal system, under the radar to keep certain people from achieving their cycle, so they will keep coming back in that level.
What you're saying is correct.
I know I'm trying to go too deep, so I'll just leave it like that. Yeah.
I know what you're saying, because remember we were talking about voting and we were talking about participation trophies.
Oh.
And the whole thing is to get you to participate. If you don't complete what you're doing, it's a cycle to get your soul to keep participating into something. Like I said, I mean, God, listen, if you think about it on some deep spiritual shit, God is looking for something. God is literally in search of something. And I think the Lord is divine, but I don't think He knows what He's in search of. Oh, Pastor, you got a lot of noise. So faster to let the window down on the Tesla. But like I said, God is looking for something. And I'm not even sure if God knows what He's looking for. But I think it's one of those things where it's like, if you find it, it's like, this is it. You'll know when you find it. Maybe God is looking for multiple things. What were you saying, Star P? Okay, Star P was saying something, but...
Cool, someone called me. That's why I don't know if I'm still sounding so loud.
No,
someone tried to call me.
No, I was saying that God is looking for something. I don't even think God knows what He's looking for, but when He finds it, He will find it, and maybe it might be multiple things.
Then see, like, both of y'all saying.
Cool, here's a little gem also.
Go ahead.
Some of the things that we've been learning, right, about spirituality. So they say, who people call, the Creator, God, whatever title they want to give Him.
Right, the overseer.
Before everything that is, right, that we can see, because we only see what we are allowed to see, right? But going back to, quote unquote, the beginning of eternity, He wanted to create, certain realities, right? But in order for Him to do that, He couldn't do it in, quote unquote, if I want to say, His true form. He had to dumb down Himself in a lesser form that would be convenient for what He was planning on doing. So He had to split Himself.
And I think that's the human experience.
Yeah. Now we're going even before human experience. I'm talking about what people call the primordial.
But it's like crazy though, because when you witness, it's like when you witness His magnificence, you're witnessing your own I can't even get into it. I don't even
It's too
know what
deep.
I'm saying.
This is the true black pill, Kuda. We're talking
This is
what the
a
black
black pill
pill truly.
conversation. They don't talk about this type of stuff. It's like you're witnessing your own magnificence.
Mm-hmm.
When you see it, it's like it's what I said. God tricks himself into having a human experience, but he tricks himself into believing he himself is not God.
Do you know what movie showed this? That movie with the movie with Jackie Chan and Jet Li, the one about the Monkey King. Remember that movie?
Oh no,
with the little white kid.
Twin Dragons. That was my favorite movie from Jackie Chan and Jet Li.
But I'm talking about what you just said about God creating a version of himself to have an experience, right? Now, in a movie with Jet Li playing the Monkey King, in a movie, it shows you that there was a monk that was helping the little kid, the little white kid, navigate through ancient China and stuff like that, right? And it made Jackie Chan being a drunken master. Remember in a scene where the Monkey King was quote unquote resurrected or whatever? What did it show you? It showed you that the monk was basically one of his hair that transformed into a human. And it was the Jet Li version of the monk was reaching out to the Monkey King, and he transformed back to his hair, and the Monkey King took it and looked at the air and basically absorbed all the experience that the little monk had. But the monk was actually the Monkey King. But it wasn't him in his wholeness. It was a piece of his hair, the piece of his body. So he took a piece of his hair and transformed it into a monk to be like a guardian, to go look for the key to save him out of his prison.
But I mean, it's the same thing with. It's the same thing with. My bad.
Now I'm saying it's so deep, man. Thinking about it.
It's the same thing with Dragon Ball Z. Look how much stories that when the full moon is out, dudes either turn into a goddamn monkey that destroys shit, or a werewolf, or where they get the term, lunatic, lunar, lunatic. Yeah.
And Halloween is coming up too. The same thing with Michael Jackson with Thriller. When that moon came out, he started growing fangs. You know what I'm saying? So, man, I'm just saying, bro.
Yeah, we're getting too deep for the audience. Too deep.
Yeah, the stuff is right in front of us. Yeah, definitely. And shows like this should be supported. But I'm finna get up out of here. You know, in 6 hours. Giving y'all some good games. Dudes are talking about the election. Don't even know what the hell they talking about. We talking about some real shit. You know,
I would like to circle back around to the whole debate thing. But it's all good though. This your show.
Yeah, go ahead. What's your thoughts on it?
Well, I'm just thinking, man. The gray areas that I talk about when it's a lot of black and white things, it's going to open up more doors to create more loopholes. So I'm just like, depending, I don't have it written down. I'm just going off the top of my brain. You know what I'm saying? Of what I heard, and from what I'm looking at, and you're right. There's literally being a divide between these women, men. We got our way of thinking as men, and then women have their way of thinking as women.
But hold on, Starfeed.
Go ahead.
So when we chopped the game earlier about inconsequential sex, it's not in women's better interest to even vote for Kamala, because guess what? Women need sex with consequences. They're using abortion for the wrong thing. Women need sex with consequences. Women need to have kids. Men need to have kids, don't get me wrong, but women need to have kids. Because the thing is that there's a subcategory and group of men and women that's coming in that don't have kids, which makes women that can have kids more significant. And they need to have kids. So
I think
biological women
from
don't
that
have the
from what
ability to
what you said though, they take it's an offense that's taken to that, to where
there is an offense taken to that.
to where oh, you're looking down on me. No, it's not nothing like that. It just
no
that's
no
who
you
you
you would
that's
you
what
you
you are.
no there's a
So
term
go ahead.
where there's a term that their gay friends call them, and the term actually comes from a place that they don't understand. They only take the term as an insult because it's used as an insult, but they're called bleeders, right? They use the term that the gay dudes that be trying to be like women, they call them bleeders as an insult because they can have periods and stuff like that and try to make women seem like they're not significant when they really are, right? So they call them bleeders. But guess what? If you're a bleeder, you're a breeder.
And that's not a bad thing
It's
in my
not a
opinion.
bad thing. It's definitely not a bad thing. It's not a bad thing. But now going into the future, when they're pushing inconsequential sex, you need to embrace being a breeder because you can breed. Gay people don't breed. So they're voting against they're against their best interest. They need to produce. They need to produce. If a woman is not going to produce, then guess what? Then she has to work. That's why a lot of women that want to be corporate and do all of that other stuff, they use work to take their mind off of not dating and producing. They do that, not men. Them. The Tracy Ellis Ross, they keep themselves busy doing something else. So they got to be careful because the people that they have befriended, they're not looking out for them. These people assume that these women know what it is to be a woman. They're biological women, but a lot of women don't know what it is to be a woman. And that's why it trips people out when you have whole documentaries where they're asking women, what is a woman? And they don't know. That shows that the programming is work, that the lines are blurred. And that's crazy how you can get your whole gender finessed from you. And you see, they don't do that with men. They start with the women, and I'm like, damn.
And I will say this too. There could be, and I'm not. No, I could be wrong. I'm just saying, there could be an instance to where whoever the woman or young lady fell in love with from an early stage, he didn't do what she wanted him to do. Maybe he was just trying to just,
what do you mean?
Get it. As far as the whole mystery Disneyland idea that's put out there to actually both genders, men and women, to where it's Prince Charming and the whole marrying it's strange, man, because it's some conditioning thing. What I think.
That's a promise that men and women believe in. Like, oh, men are supposed to protect and provide and do this, that, and the third. And actually, there really isn't no gender role for real. But if that's what y'all gonna stick to, that's what y'all need to stick to. If that's how it works, and that's what's gonna make it work. You understand what I'm saying? Because, like I said, if you do something more than once for a woman, they're gonna believe you got to do it all the time. That is mandatory. And women aren't gonna if that's the whole point of SBEing and all that other stuff. Like, dudes be wanting women to give up privileges, and not even privileges, but like free shit. And it's like, bro, if I can get in the club for free, why the hell would I open my mouth so that I have to pay? You got lesbians and dykes that go to the same club, and I never seen a lesbian or dyke say, "Hey, sir, you charge me like any other man that gets into this club," and pull out her wallet and pay. She pretends she's a woman and gets in the club and take that money that she would have paid at the door and go buy some drinks.
That's true. That is absolutely true.
You're not about to get no woman to give up no discount or no
Yeah,
no free.
wherever that advantage is, that she sniffing.
Yeah.
Where
Yeah,
the
I
advantage?
mean, if they have all of these advantages in their life and they still deem it as hard, you got. No, I mean, don't get me wrong. You got women that grow up rough. They don't, some girls got to pay the ugly girl tax. Some girls don't get the same advantages of other women. But you dumb as hell if you think you're gonna give it up.
Bro, you brought something very important. Guess what? My brother was in the military, right? Guess what? How women are tested in the military, we're supposed to be equal, right? Guess what? Women, when they rate push-ups, it's not the same for everybody. Women's
on their knees. Yeah.
So right there, it tells you that no, they don't do knee, but like it's optional. But most of them do like men. But it's showing that the fact that even in the military, they don't grade men like women already shows you inequality right there. Equality doesn't exist. It's a bullshit. Men and women are not equal.
No,
You'll never be equal.
Finesse men to do a lot of their jobs in the military. They get men to carry their sacks and their book bags and stuff for them. They finesse a lot of dudes in the military.
Yeah.
No, they're not. They don't do the full work and stuff like that. I mean, they just live a different type of life. It's not. They just don't view life the same way that men do because their contribution to it is completely different. Even in their mind.
Since this is Player Talk Radio, let me give you a funny story that my brother in 2021 when he joined the National Guard Reserve. This is what happened in his boot camp over there in Georgia. While they were on their 3 months boot camp, a woman, a young girl, because when you're when you're in training, you're not allowed to have intercourse, right? You can't have intercourse. You can't leave base and anything, right? But towards the end, they have like a special day where they give them a pass and they have to come back after a certain hour. Check this out. One of the girls that they were there in training got pregnant, and when she got caught, right? She got impregnated by meaning she got caught. Because and then this is what happened. Now they ask her, who was the guy that she slept with to get pregnant? Because if you miss your period, right? So the training is 3 months. So when her woman's cycle began, they went to the military. They said, "Okay, how did you get pregnant? Because you came here, you weren't pregnant. So how did you get pregnant?" You know what she did? She not only revealed the guy. She revealed all the 5 guys that she slept with.
She slept with, military girls are freaks.
Now watch this. We asked her, when my brother was saying, I'm like, so why did she? Because she didn't know who the father was. So she basically snitched on all the guys she slept with. And then my brother was like, when did they find time to do it? Like, because you're so monitored all the time. But guess what happened, bro? Not only did she ruin her life, she ruined all those guys. Like, she outed them. She didn't want to go down by herself. She could have been like, I can't, like, she could have been like, I can't tell you, right? Because they're not going to beat you to reveal it. She could be like, I'm just going to take the fall. She's like, oh, hell no. Not only am I taking the guy that has myself, I'm taking everybody I slept with because amongst them, one is the father.
And she probably got medical from the military also.
No, because she you join in, but she got there's a phrase, dishonorary discharge, because it's part of the military code.
Oh, okay. So she got dishonorary.
Yeah, she didn't even. It was like you're training to graduate to become military, because a lot of people get disqualified. Like some people, they lie that they don't have any health problems or whatever, and then while they're in there, they stop passing off, or they get sick, and then they find out, you got that. Oh, no, you out, right? Now, if you get injured, that's a different thing, because you're there. You get injured on a military property. But if you already have like precondition and all that stuff, and you lie, sooner or later it will come out, and the military's like, no, hell no, we're not going to cover for you. No. So she got dishonorary discharge. So me and my brother, we just, dumbfounded and be like, man, she could be like, you know what? I'm the one who's pregnant. But she realized that, man, if I have to look for the father, right, then, so she's like, I have 5 guys. So in my mind, I was like, well, the military, you know what the military could have done? The military could be like, hey, we just need to find who the father is, DNA test, and whoever is the father, both of you are get kicked out. The military is like, oh, hell no. Because she's a woman, believe her, all of you 5 guys, because they didn't even prove, they didn't even test, they just kicked them out. You see what I'm saying?
That's what Kamala said. Kamala said, believe women.
So, yeah, there you go, man.
That shit a whole step back, Women don't even believe women.
Yeah.
That shit a whole step back. So now women got to relearn. Don't believe women. Like, what the fuck?
Now, think about it. I know you probably can take it, you can expand on this story that I told you. Check this out, Kuda. Suppose that among the 5 people that woman named, 3 of them, she never even gave them to Coochie. It's just that some guy, maybe a guy that she liked.
It's just that the name came up in paperwork. Yeah.
Yeah. She gave those guys because either she didn't like them, she found them ugly, or she tried to get some advance with them and they turned her down. And just to ruin their life, she mentioned their name. And the military, I think the military actually did an investigation. Because somebody snitched.
All she would have to prove is that she was around you for a significant amount of time. And they'll just, they'll assume.
Yeah. I just felt sorry for those young men who got their life destroyed by that woman. But if it's, because the military, they had to investigate. I also blame those young men because that is gambling with your life. It's like, can't you hold? Hey, I'll admit it. I'm like, in one point in time when I was trying to better my life, I went 4 years without touching a woman. Think about that.
I mean, they got all that testosterone build up. Then you got that feminine energy, kind of cutting the air, and then
they can't help it. Yeah. Man, I was a man. I mean, in my mind, I'm like young man. I'm like, when I was down in the bottom, trying to get my life together, I had to make sacrifices. I'm like, hey, women at distraction. This 4 years, I'm giving myself 5 years grace period to better myself, right? So I didn't touch you. And then when I tell people that, they're like, what the hell?
If every guy needs that. I mean, a player can take a year or 2 off, not really doing nothing with a woman, and those be the productive years of his life.
Yeah. I'll tell you this. There's one evidence that I realized. When you don't want women, right? When you have that mindset, like I call it hardcore, where you're like, I love women, but I'm like, nah. I don't know why. Like looking back now, it's not. It doesn't happen often. But going back in time, bro, it's so weird. It's like after I left that phase, I'm like, okay, I'm stable. I have my own place. Okay, let me try to go hunt. It's hard. I'm like, what the hell? But that's how life is, man. When you have that energy of not wanting something, that's when people want you. And that's why married guys, they get more attention than hey, men don't cheat, right?
But that's what they call being. That's what they call being on your purpose. But then again, you got to be careful when that happens because those same girls will throw you off your purpose. Like this right here, this will throw me to hell. This right here will throw me off my purpose.
Oh my God. Even if and they know competition because I'm bigger, better. I'm a bad member.
And it look natural.
Oh my God.
That look natural too. Damn. I had to turn my mic on for that. Hold on.
The black man's weakness is booty.
I will be off my purpose to the mother.
No, could I tell you, these white girls, man.
Because I'm bigger, better.
Lord have mercy.
Hey, Kuda.
Nasty old man. Huh?
Hey, I'll tell you, even somebody that we know in our chat, somebody in the player talk, somebody that you won't even realize they got the Badanta dog. Little Shirley.
Shout out to Little Shirley.
I'm saying, I was like, yo,
Hold on.
What?
She got a donkey. She got a donkey.
Yeah. Well, you know what?
Hey, Facet. Hey, Facet. Is that motherfucker? Is it he hawing? Is like, is it doing
Hey,
that?
I'm telling you, that's why little Shirley, she keeps in hiding. But you know how I found out? She had like a last year when they went, they were like with a group of friends. And that's when I find out.
You gotta flame up faster. He said you got a spider abdomen.
Hey, you know what I saw? I was like, yo, little Shirley. Oh, I'm like, oh, I see why. Hey,
you know
but
funny, though? I've seen a lot of black men into different types of women, but I've never seen black men say, you know what, I love gingers. They don't know about the gingers.
Hey, they're hidden gems.
Gingers are a well-kept secret. Y'all be sleeping. Don't sleep on them gingers, man. Shit. As told by Ginger, I'm telling you, you know.
Ginger, little Shirley, she got good energy. She got good energy.
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. One of my teachers that's teaching one of the bookkeeping classes, she's a ginger. She's cool as shit. Like I connect with her. Like,
well, I'm gonna put it out there. I'm gonna put it out there for myself. I'm gonna be like, hey, look, I have a healthy appetite for flavor of women. I'm gonna just leave it there. So yeah,
I love all. I love all.
I don't discriminate. Hey, there was a time where I had the Japanese fever. Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. As a man, because I like different types of women, but as a man, we could love multiple women, to tell you the truth. You know.
Hey, one of my dreams, I bother my wife all the time. I say I want to have as many versions of fasting is life in this earth. So I'm gonna have Chinese, Japanese, Indonesian, white, black.
Now hold on. Look at what you just said. You want to give a bunch of souls the human experience. God again trying to replicate himself.
Yeah. You're right. Yeah. That's why we call creators.
I wonder why. What is God looking for? Why is God trying to replicate himself? Like, what is he in search for?
Yeah.
I need to read some more Carl. I need to read some more Carl Jung.
Okay. There's a book and there's an anime. I don't know if y'all ever read it. One book is called Conversations with God. You can look
Carl
it up
Jung
right now.
talks about that. Yeah, modern man in search of himself.
It's Conversations with God, and then there's an anime called Evangelion, and I don't know if y'all ever heard of that. And it gets into
Evangelion.
certain topics of religion and the creation of life and all of those. To get into the Sephiroth tree. And a lot of this stuff people don't even really pay attention to, but that's where a lot of this stuff comes from.
I mean,
Go ahead.
You played Final Fantasy VII, right?
Yep. Yes, I have. Yep.
And what was Sephiroth in that tree?
That's right. No, that's
remember?
right.
And then he took on the form of an angel.
That's right.
At the end of the game. But remember Sephiroth in Genova, man, that shit is right in front of us, man.
Yeah, it is. Even in the game, I don't know if you know if y'all aware of this, even in the fighting game, Street Fighter 3 Third Strike, when you fight Gil, he's considered as a fallen angel. He come out with the 6 wings when he does his special. So he got hot and cold. So and then that gets into the yin and the yang.
Yes.
So it's tapping into a lot of these different things. Like people, look. I'm just saying.
I know you're getting deep. Yeah, I know. I didn't start here. I know the feeling, man. Like it's like, but I'll put it this way, right? The things that we're talking about and resonating.
He said vampires are genies. I thought about it.
No, vampires are parasites.
I don't get
basically. Vampires.
I don't get the correlation between vampires and genies, but he was trying to tell me that genies kind of live forever, vampires live for a long time. Genie, you rub a lamp and it comes out. Vampire comes out of a coffin, kind of like a lamp, but it's a little bit different. and turn into bats and all. I didn't really get it, but I was like, I follow you, but I don't know about
Vampire
a
remind
demon
me of
shit.
like a bloodsucker, like a bug, like an insect. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, but it's like vampires. Yeah.
But no, watch this.
You try to suck my blood, I'm gonna be mad.
He needs to walk away from the Hollywood.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, he needs to walk away from the Hollywood version because Hollywood kind of mumble jumble that. Now, in our language, right? We have a word in Kikongo, Kadia Pemba. Now, the second word, Pemba, right? It's the word for energy, life.
You said Talia Pemba?
Kalia Pemba.
Talia Pemba. Okay.
No. Kalia Pemba. Now,
Kapemba.
the word Kalia Pemba, it could be converted as a sorcerer, a blood energy sucker, or something like that, right? So if I want to use the term that people, it would be like a vampire. Now, the definition of Kalia Pemba is an entity or a person who sucks away another
energy.
The person's energy. Now, air, spirit, and watch this. The dimension of the ancestor, they call it Pemba Kalunga. And that word Kalunga also has the implication of water. That the world of the ancestors is like water. You have to go through water to reach the realm of the ancestors. Now, what is water made of? H2O.
H2O, yeah.
Oxygen. You need, the air is what? Oxygen. So somewhere along the line, so that word is playing on something that relates to what? Energy, water, air. So when they say Kadiapim, it's like somebody who sucks energy. So the concept of vampire, that's why it sucks blood, because it's the blood that gives you energy. That's where your soul is. So when the vampire sucks it, and what happens, what? When a vampire sucks your blood, it takes what? Your memory, your way of life, how you talk and everything, and DNA, absorbs it into a known. Like a virus.
That's interesting. That's interesting you say that though, Fasting, because have any of y'all ever took a battery and put your tongue on it like a 9-volt?
It tastes like copper.
It tastes like blood. It tastes like blood. It tastes like energy.
Yes.
You know what I'm saying? But yeah, go ahead.
No, but I mean, look how much fluids the body produces, and it's made, and it also has water in it. You have blood. You have
electricity, current.
You have blood. You have spit. You have sweat. You have pus. You have semen. You have what else? What else?
Urine. Urine.
Yeah, urine.
Whatever
acid, stomach acid.
That's screaming out of your body. Yeah, all of those.
You have
your body
stomach acid.
Or get rid of waste and stuff like
that. You have snot. You have stomach acid.
Your spiral fluid. Your spine. There's the fluid in your spine.
Yeah.
And watch this, Kuda. Water is the only thing that was never created. It was always there.
Yeah.
That's why even in our culture, we say that mankind came out of the waters. Because water, there's life.
Your brain is made of water.
Yeah.
Certain parts that you have are made of water.
And water spirits are the most strongest. That's why you have mamiwata. Water spirits are the strongest spirits. Of all the 4 elements, the spirit of water is strong. Why? Because they're the oldest one. Yeah. It's very interesting. Because think about it. Water can be solid, gas, and liquid.
And mist.
Water can become solid like the earth, right?
That's why Bruce Lee said, "Be water."
Yeah, water is one of the coldest things that I even discovered. Water is look.
Yeah, that's why with water you can cure any disease. Now people will say, "Oh, what do you mean? You need medicine?" People don't realize vibration. You can literally take a glass of water, right? Speak into it and drink it. By you speaking it, the water will vibrate and it will act upon your body. But like I say, I'm just some crazy guy who doesn't know what he's talking about.
Yeah, it can take on any shape too. Yeah, when you need to talk to your water to tell you the truth before you drink it. you should and you need to talk to your water before you drink it, because they did that research where they showed that they say something to the water and then they freeze it and the snowflakes took on a different vibration.
Yeah.
It's like that. Same thing with music.
Same thing with plants. You speak on the water, and then you pouring it on the plant. The water that was spoken negatively, it killed the plant, and the water that was spoken positively, they had different ones, like the one about putting a plant where they're playing like music with like orchestra and stuff like that, and then have like death metal where it talks about kill yourself and out like negative energy, and it was killing him. But this one also about watering the plant, like if the water you're watering the plant has a certain vibration, it will give plant life, and if you have a wrong energy, it will kill it.
Right. No,
Same thing with cooking.
I didn't. Yeah, it's chemistry. I didn't know also too. You know when you ever seen two people with beers and they say cheers, and you see the beers clacking with each other. So I didn't know you're supposed to clack the beers together in a way where some of your drink pours into the other person's drink, and some of their drink pours into your drink. So if you poison somebody, or if they poison you, both of you guys drank the poison. Didn't think about that.
So you know what? What's this good at? It goes back to what we said earlier about repetition. That certain things that we do out of habit they had an original purpose, but over time the knowledge is lost. You see?
Yeah.
Why do we, when we make love, why we do things repetitively, meaning we're not only are we doing it, but the people that came before us million times doing the same thing. Why do we have to have sex a certain way? Why can't we just kiss a woman or just touch her and she's pregnant? Why do we have to go through the motion? You know what I'm saying? And, how they were lying to us.
We got artifacts that's older than every single thing on this planet that we almost see every day. Sometimes we don't even think about looking at it. The sun and the moon been around longer than every single thing that's built on this planet. Ruins.
Yeah.
You know, you got Mayan ruins.
I can agree with that because I've always, when I was a little child, I always seen the sun and I always seen the
did
moon.
you see the sun today? Yeah, it's like look at how you got Mayan ruins. That's the same sun that they looked at. That's the same moon that they looked at.
But what you could how do we know?
No matter where you go on this planet, I'm looking at the same sun that y'all are gonna see later on today, and I'm looking at the moon that y'all are gonna see later on today.
But watch this, Kuda. Let me put a twist on it. How do we know it's not the sun's brother?
Yeah, we don't know.
Because when we call it quote unquote sunset, how do we know that he's not going to his room to change and be like, hey man, I'm taking my nap. You go out there and be somebody.
Yeah, we don't know.
How do we know we don't have two sons and they take turns? Just like you work and you have a shift change. What is the word shift? Your clock shift. You change your what? Schedule, time. Somebody does the work.
I mean, time is a man-made concept, you know.
Hey, I know even my family, they say that my ways of thinking is super crazy. Like even not. This is what I say. Anything you can imagine in your head is real.
Yeah, you can make it real, absolutely.
Yeah, like
not even make it real. It already exists. It's just that you have to. Yeah.
And then that's when I talk to atheists, right? You know, I know we probably have some atheists in the cloud, right? I know they hate me when I talk like this, right? I'll say, okay, when you say God doesn't exist, and you talk about Christians, there is no evidence and all that stuff, I'm like, okay. The fact that you're saying that God doesn't exist, it means God exists.
Exactly.
Because you're denying.
I was just about to say that, man.
Yeah.
I was just about to say
that. They're be like, well, what do you mean? I'm like, they're like, well, I can't see him. I'm like, okay, watch this. Do you realize that you're only thinking about something that is, Something that is not, you're not gonna think about it, right? Because it doesn't exist.
Out of sight, out
The
of
fact
mind.
that you're thinking about something and then now you're trying to make it not exist, it means it exists. That's why the word avatar exists. An avatar is what? Is an image of something that already exists.
You can easily just beat that argument with oxygen. You don't see oxygen, but it exists.
Yeah, or a virus, microbes. You know what they say? Well, they're machines. I'm like, okay, me and you talking right now. Do you see? Can you see the virus with your naked eye? Oh no. Okay, so how do you know it's there? Well, because the scientists, I'm like, well,
check this out.
Oh man,
I think this is the problem. We don't have the laboratory. Well, I don't have the laboratory to say, okay, I'm studying this molecular structure of a certain thing, and I can, I'm only hearing what somebody else is saying.
Exactly.
It's up to me to take the time out in order to either if I have a deeper interest in a certain thing, it's up to me to go deeper into that certain thing. You see what I'm saying? So at the time, it's fluff. It's on the surface until I start digging deeper into something I might be interested in. So yeah, that's how. And to me, like I don't know if y'all know familiar with I don't keep. Forgive me for bringing up these anime movies, but Akira.
Yeah, I know Akira.
The scientist was talking about how he came up with this molecular structure. He had a soldier dude in order to prevent a certain thing from happening, but this thing was getting out of control because the scientists added a certain element to a certain thing, to where it causes a certain thing to explode. You know what I'm saying? So I'm just saying. No, it's interesting though. I like the conversation, and yeah.
And they call it what? Mental gymnastics. Because Star P, here's another thing that all three of us talking right now, right? You know what just happened to our mind? Our mind just changed. It just changed its shape. Like it changed its makeup, like how it looks. Did you know that? They say doctors have studied, right? They say whenever you gain or whenever you have a new experience in life, it's like your brain or your physio or like, you know how the cells in your brain and all that stuff, you know how it looks, right? When they cut the brain open, how it looks like mushroomy, like squishy.
I go what you're saying. I go what you're saying because I call it, and there's certain animes they call that brain coffee. Brain coffee, where you have a sparkly mind, where you feel that tingly, you feel that tingly sensation because of a new thought that you never thought of before, but it's a new happening or something refreshing of what you didn't know could happen. So
now watch this. Just to compliment.
I want to add to what you're saying, but go ahead.
Yeah, but basically, our mind just changed how it looks like, meaning it shape shift because now it's like because it work like a muscle, right? What do they say when you work your muscle? It tears up so you can rebuild. So when you're thinking, when you have thought, your brain it acts as a muscle where it tears up, repairs itself, and change shape. That's why I pointed it out, but I'm gonna get to the chopper. Go ahead.
Well, I was gonna say this just to add to what you're saying, because this actually even gets into what we consume. Because I've even talked about this of me going on my vegan or vegetarian. I don't even know how to but I was just eating fruits.
Yeah,
I'm making fruits and I'm blending them, putting them in a blender, and I'm just drinking them. And I'm even including the peel, the outside covering. I'm blending all of that stuff and creating the juice and drinking all of it. The crazy part, my experience of me doing like a diet, like a fruit diet,
plants. Yeah.
the type of clarity that I had doing that. It unbelievable. I can't even look and this is getting to some biblical stuff too, because when we talk about the spine and that certain fluid coming up the spine and getting to the mind, you can literally, well, I'm speaking for myself, and I keep saying this. I have to be careful saying you, we, or whatever. I'm saying for myself, what my experience was so amazing. I literally created my own paradise within my experience, and then I didn't know if I wanted to be there forever because I recognize that I can get to a certain place to where I could be done with a certain realm or a certain distance, and I can go somewhere else and be in a certain
You had
place
this feeling like
and lock
nothing can
myself.
stop you.
Go ahead. Yeah.
So you had a feeling like nothing can stop you. Everything is gonna be all right. Everything is gonna be nothing. Like it's like you all the anxiety and the worry and all that was out of the window.
Look, man, and I would encourage anybody to take that journey to see what these fruits or vegetables.
I believe you because I did fasting. I did fasting where I wasn't eating, and I had the same feeling where I could see clear, like my eye, like my senses, like I could smell better, I could feel better, I could taste better, I could hear better. Everything, like it's like your senses are enhanced.
You're a super being.
Yes.
You were super
even though it was only for a moment, right?
Well, see, I keep saying we. I already feel for myself that I am a super being.
You are.
But I can't speak for everybody. People have to discover that for themselves. But I know for me, I'm a super being, and I know it, and I can access it. I've proven it for myself.
Yeah.
So it doesn't.
Or to make it say you are a god. You know, you are God because. In a sense, it's like me and my sister were talking about it, right? We were programmed to look for an outside force where the power was within us already. Let's go. You know, since I grew up as a Christian, right? A lot of people, they claim to be Christians, they forget even the word of the quote-unquote Jesus in the Bible. He says what?
Yeah.
The kingdom, he said, why are you guys looking for the kingdom out there? Because the disciple asked him, they're like, show us, where is it? Where can we find it? Right? He's like, what? It's in you. And watch this. When he heals, he says, I didn't heal you. He says, your faith healed you. And watch this. There's a verse where it says Jesus went to a city and he couldn't heal anyone because nobody believed him for their unbelief. So what is it telling you? That the power is already in you. So who are you? Are you God or not?
No, that's true. That's true. That's true. Just because we come from our Creator. Whatever our Creator is, we come. That's what we come. That's what we come from. But go ahead.
When you go to a temple, you're bringing a temple to a temple. No, bro, your body's a temple.
Yeah, and at the Bible, you know, if I want to go back to the Bible, even God, quote unquote, God says what? I don't live in temple made by man. I live inside the body of man. So if you go into a temple to look for God, God is saying it's not really in you. So really, it's basically God going into a house. Because you're the house that God resides in, going to a house. You go looking for something you already have. And you're calling us crazy.
But that's interesting though, because it brings me back around to when I was speaking about being able to release myself from this body.
Yeah.
To where
what's that saying? There's like two important days in a man's life. Well, three. The day you're born, the day you figure out why, and the day you die.
Yeah.
Those are the three important days.
Which they call maturity.
Yeah.
You know, Kuda, I hopefully when I finish the thing, bro, you need to really study Congo cosmology, because everything you're talking about, right? That's what we believe. So, you know, just imagine a circle and you cut it into 4 parts. That's our cosmology. So it talks about that this life that we're living in, we having a cycle.
Everything's on a parallel of 4, because there's a you here, there's a you in the afterlife. Then you have your body, and then you have your brain.
What's this? Yeah. So we believe this, right? In one cycle,
but most people think it's 3: the body, the soul, and the body, the spirit, and the brain, but
Yeah.
it's actually.
So you have a cycle. You're born, you mature, you die, you're born into the other realm, you mature, you die, you come back here. So that's why in certain culture in Africa, they need more the people. They, they were sad, but you know what? You're going to the next life. I hope you accomplish what your next mission is. Hopefully, we'll see you again, and then you're born. That's why remember we used to say that.
They call it
What
graduation.
if you dying is you being and you? The reason why you cry because
you
back again.
You run to the light and you getting pushed out another vagina.
Yeah. What did they say? Everybody sees a tunnel. They say the tunnel shows you what you love the most, and you can't walk away, right? And then when you go, that's when you die.
Well, they say some people don't come back because they didn't go to the light. They didn't go to the light. They were like, "Nah, I'm not going to the light because I know what happens." So
No, that's interesting. Y'all both said that because I had two different dreams. I had one dream. I already told you about me being my father's older brother, but I had a dream with my mom, and she was literally a queen, and me, and I don't know if they was my siblings or I don't know if she had all of us working for her, but I know that was my mom, and we was carrying her, and we was in the sand. We was in the sand, like, you know what I'm saying, on some Egyptian stuff. And we carrying her, and she's like the queen, like, you know what I'm saying. We carrying her, and we her slaves. You know what I'm saying? So, and this is like some memory. So I don't know. I don't know.
Hey, bro, I believe it's probably your memory.
That's it. Wow, man. Go ahead. My bad. Go ahead.
No, I'd say it's probably your old self, like the life that you lived previous. We're not supposed to remember it, but there's always, I always say there's always this a split in a crack in the thing. Now,
even with certain like movies, like when they talking about certain type of things that used to exist, I've had dreams about that. Like to where a cyclops existed, a giant, like David and Goliath, like stuff like I've had these type of actually where I'm actually there and seeing these things, and these things are just going through chapters, and then they could have something to do with the Akashic records. I don't know for sure. Kuda, I'm not going to say.
I had a dream. I had a dream I was a centaur.
Oh, with half horse, half body.
Yeah. I actually like centaurs.
Okay.
But all those beings existed. Sometimes it's sad that we, if I want to use the term, we as Black people, we've been so removed far from our culture that sometimes we get lost in the sauce, right? Did you know that in our culture we say that thousands of years ago, right, we lived among those what we call mythical beings, but a war broke out and we started killing them and we pushed them out of Africa thousands of years ago. But some of them still have, like fairies. They have a word for it in Congo. They like fairies. They do exist.
You would be hard pressed to go see, like, what is it, the 77 or 70 something different demons that's in the that's described, and they even got pictures of some of them in the the Lesser Key of Solomon.
Yes.
It's demons and angels though. It's both sides. It's called the Goetia.
Yeah.
You read the Goetia, Lesser Key of Solomon.
Yes.
And there's a bunch of demons that they say you encounter in hell or in another realm. So they say.
Yeah. Was it pandemonium? Meaning, I heard that you were saying earlier about purgatory, but actually, it's they call it the world between the worlds. Meaning, in this earth, right? It's the world where many of the elites they go for the meetings. So, I think Stoppy, you might get it right. You remember in the movie Constantine, right? Constantine with Keanu Reeves.
Yeah.
Where there's a scene where he was looking for like that woman, the cop's twin. That she was a twin, and her twin died in a hospital, and basically her soul is stuck. She can't cross over because she was killed, mystically, right? No,
Yeah,
remember
I
when
think a lot of people that get assassinated and stuff like that, they go to purgatory for a good minute. Yeah, my bad.
So, you know that scene where he goes to a Los Angeles version, like a hell version of Los Angeles, right? When he put his feet in the water and he grabbed the cat, remember? And he was looking in the cat's eye, and the cat was basically leading him into that world. Well, if you go back to ancient Egyptian, the cat was what? The guardian of the underworld.
Yeah, Egyptians
right?
believed in cats.
So, but the world, what the movie doesn't tell you is that dimension that Keanu Reeves was going wasn't actually hell. It was a dimension within this world, meaning I think you can call it purgatory, but basically it's like it's the world between life and death. You see what I'm saying? So it's kind of like it's not the afterlife. It's not life, but it's like it's the world that's stuck. It's like the thin line between life and death. That's why you know what it's saying. You have near-death experience. It's basically you stuck in that world, but you can't cross yet, and then you can come back.
And now I want to add to that because I want to ask both of y'all a question, but I just want to add this as far as just an insert of a suggestion for people to watch. I don't know if y'all ever watched the movie Gantz, because Gantz, and it's an anime, and they did a live action also. But Gantz, Gantz, y'all should check that out. But I want to ask y'all, have any one of y'all or anybody in the chat or that's listening or whatever, have y'all had anything that would be considered supernatural? Have y'all had that experience in your personal life?
Oh yeah, definitely. Many times. My hand got squished in a car where, by any five senses and logical means, it's like imagine you something that weighs like 5 tons, crushing your hand, but you pull your hand is not crushed, nothing, nada, 100% healthy. Which
So basically, your body kind of just went into like a fluid or liquidy level, and you was able to come out of there unscathed, basically.
Yeah.
Okay.
So it's like right there, it tells you that, hey, that's not normal, right?
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? Like,
no, I got you. What about you,
So
Kuda?
that's
What
an
about
example.
you, Kuda? Have you ever been through some type of supernatural type of experience?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. I got a bunch of them, but I not that I can recall right now.
But just give me one. Just give me one. Just give me one off the top.
I can't recall it right now. It's usually when I'm
you probably
telling
just don't
the
want to
story
talk
about
about it. It's fine.
No, I can't recall it right now. I just don't.
Okay.
I don't have anything I can pick from.
Okay.
I can tell you a story about some stuff, and then it'll be. I just can't recall it.
Now I'm gonna tell y'all. I'm gonna tell y'all one. And this is actually it's kind of scary. And you know, Halloween is right around here.
It's not creepy, right?
I'm not trying to creep nobody out. I'm just saying this is a story. Like, look.
Hey, stop it! It's not creepy, right?
Huh?
It's not creepy.
No, man. No.
I know. I just had to turn it.
Go ahead. Tell the story. I'm about to because I'm about to wrap.
I already know you about to bounce. I already know, but look,
it's all good.
Look, there's times of my story, my mom and my dad's cousin, which I'm her second cousin because that's my dad's first cousin. But my mom and her used to hang out real tough. And then actually she had another friend where they used to from what I could tell, they'll be reading scriptures and going through words and trying to break down Bible words to get a finer understanding for themselves on what's going on. And there's a time where me, my little cousin, and my brother, we used to hang out while they be spending hours talking about certain stuff. And none of us never understood what the hell, like, what y'all spending all this time talking, like, what the hell are y'all talking about, right? We never knew that. So and this went on for years. But there was a moment though. There was a moment, and even though my mother is gone right now and I love her, that's my mama. She could witness to this. She never wanted to talk about this, but as a young child, I didn't even tell nobody about this. This was something that only those that were there, they only knew about it, right? So in the basement of my cousin's house, there was a moment to where there was this, I don't even know how to fully put it into words.
Don't say a Ouija board.
No. It wasn't a Ouija board. No. It was just this energy that engulfed the entire basement. And I was there. I was on the stairs. And this thing is spinning around, turning around, and it's just doing whatever. It's shapeless. It doesn't even have a shape. And it's just like this presence of a thing. And I don't even know how to play. And this happened during the day. And mind you, there's windows down in the basement. So sunlight could come in. But at the time, was no sunlight getting into the windows. That dark energy was taking up so much space. But check this out though. They came down.
Those are like cold places, like cool places, like a basement.
Yeah, and it was cold. It was cold. No, it was cold.
Yeah.
No, you're right. No, that's true. It was cold down there. That's right.
Yeah.
It was cold. But check this out. My cousin came down and just started reading scripture, bro. And after the time she had to put a lot of powerful reading into it, then it eventually went away. But initially, she had to come down there. But and see, this is the tricky part. They may have been conjuring up something that they didn't know they probably shouldn't have been fucking with. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
To where I done got myself into this. Now I gotta figure out how to get rid of this thing that I done conjured up. So what I'm saying is and that's an actual experience that I had.
And it happens all the time, because sometimes ghosts pass through a neighborhood. Ghosts travel. So
I'm just saying, man, with that experience, it was a wild experience, man. So that would be my supernatural experience. I was just
some people too. They put salt around the room and certain things and stuff like that to keep the spirits out of the room.
Now, for Star P, all I can tell you is you brought up a keyword. You said that maybe somebody conjured up. Now, I don't know how good you were with your family members and all that stuff. Maybe when your brother went down there to read those verses and he calmed things down. But bro, I'll tell you, there are a lot of family secrets.
Fasting. We was children, bro, so we didn't know no better.
No,
you can use the Bible. You can use the Bible to also. You can use the Bible also to conjure up spirits.
Yeah, the Bible is an esoteric. Yeah, it's an esoteric. Yeah. But I just want to stop it just so you know. Maybe you didn't know this. Many families, they have entities that serve them. Right now, maybe when your cousin did that verse, he probably didn't know. Right? He used the knowledge that he knew. That, hey, let me read this verse. Maybe it will calm things down. But whoever allows that thing to be there,
spirit to take care of the other spirit.
Yeah. Whoever brought that thing in there knows why that spirit was in there. That's why I tell that they call it family secrets. Now, one thing I do know in our culture, they talk about what they call it kodia. Kodia is basically that every family has a quote unquote guardian angel, and usually that quote unquote guardian, it's a being that like one of the ancestors will make a pact or a covenant, and that spirit will require a certain trade-off for him doing what he's supposed to do, whether a payment and stuff like that, to keep the family whatever code they had. So just to end it, because I just got to my location.
Like a djinn. It's kind of like a djinn.
Yeah. So stop it, just so you know that whatever that entity that you encountered that day was not there by accident. One of the family members allowed it to be there.
Okay.
That's all. I just point that out.
That's the thing. They say kids do see ghosts. So
hold on, y'all. Let me tell y'all this too. Now I'm gonna share this. Now I'm really getting heavy on my personal. But I want to share this though because I need to get this out actually because a lot of people really don't really know like why I could carry around a dark energy, but I got a light energy too. But for the most part, I do have a dark energy. But I'm gonna say this. This is another thing before I went to Iraq. Before I went to Iraq, I'm a military guy too. Before I went to Iraq, there was a similar thing that took place when I was hanging out with my army buddies. We kicking it, we drinking, we traveling, we talking to bitches, we having fun, we playing pool, we doing a lot of different things. Because I never even expected to come back. I never expected to come back alive. I thought I was going like, this is the end for me. You see what I'm saying? The thing is, before I left, there was a night where we traveling and we going back to base. We traveling. I got me. I ain't gonna say no names. So I got me and my three other my buddies. Right. We coming. One of my buddies driving. I'm in the passenger seat, and I got two of my buddies in the back seat. And we just rolling, having fun, listening to music, you know what I'm saying, all this stuff. As we're coming back to base, there's this entity. There's this entity, and this is actually probably about 2 or 3 in the AM, right? We coming back, and there was this shadow on the train as we crossing the train tracks. There's this silhouette of energy just engulfing the entire area. I don't even know. I ain't never seen. Well, I ain't gonna say never, but it's reminded me of a situation that I went through prior. And then it's got me thinking, like, what? Hold on, how is this even happening right now? To where this dark energy. This dark energy is literally so pulling like it's magnet, like you drawn to it, like you're just pulling you towards it. But you minding your business and you going on to do another thing. The crazy thing about it, when I seen this certain thing, I can't even put it into because it's unreal. It's unreal as far as what I know what reality would be. So it almost sounds like science fiction or just fiction in particular.
Some people probably would have said it was an alien or some shit like that. I mean, a lot of people don't know how to put certain things into words. They would say that's a gravitational pull.
Right. All right. Now watch this. I'm gonna go past what I seen. We get back to the barracks, right? Time going by, we still chilling, and then I try to ask my buddies about my experience and what we said. As time is going, it's almost like time is fast forwarding. And I start talking about it. It starts to pour rain because of how, like literally, I'm feeling a certain type of way, and I'm shedding tears because I don't even know what that experience. I don't even know how to fully explain that to people that's around me, and I'm sure they probably I can't speak for them, but I'm just saying when I'm experiencing, I don't want to feel like I'm the only one that's seen this type of thing. So as what's going on is me explaining the story, it just starts pouring rain. I know why it's raining, and I feel the presence, the same presence that me coming up the street. I'm feeling the same presence again, coming towards me. And it's just pouring rain out of nowhere. It was dry outside, man. There was no inkling to know that it was going to rain that AM. But just out of nowhere, it just started raining, bro. So I just want to throw that out there as an example. And this is before I went overseas. Because I didn't think I was gonna make it back over this motherfucker. I thought I was done. So I already had a preparation in my mind. But I'm just saying, it was a reminder of a story that I had when I was younger. I'm just saying, like that was. I don't know how to really pinpoint to say that. How can I make sense out of that? So if
Now,
it come across as
Stompy,
being abstract, but go ahead. But no,
I
I just
wanted to
want to put it
ask.
out there.
I was just gonna ask, like, if you, since you say you were in Iraq, did you or your buddy get a chance or heard about all the soldiers seeing giants, like biblical giants, or they use the term nephs? Have you heard about that?
Well, yeah, Neph, and Nephilim, and
Yeah.
Nephilim, and there's another one. There's another word.
They have
Nephilim,
like a
and
military code for it, but I just wanted to point out. I know somebody that I work with. It's another black man. He was in the Navy, and he saw them in Afghanistan.
What I'm trying to get across though is it seems like it's an essence versus actual. There is an actual physical thing. Like it's not. It's not. From my experience. For me, it's an essence to where.
Yeah, it's like you didn't see it, but you felt it. Like your other senses,
No.
like not your sight.
No. I seen it, but it wasn't. It didn't physically. It didn't physically.
Yeah,
make sense.
it didn't have the shape of what you call a physical thing. Like
there you go.
You saw
Yeah.
you basically what you witnessed.
It was shaped. Both times it was shapeless. Both times.
So it's kind of like how we say, well, we don't see the air, but we know it's there. So it's like
it had a gravitational pull. So some people would have called it an alien. It would have called it like an alien experience. And then he's out there with the sand.
I just wanted to share it. I just wanted to share that with y'all, though, man.
That's like some Roswell type shit.
I just wanted to share that with y'all. But go ahead.
But yeah, it's like some Roswell type shit. But shout outs to everybody here. I got no support for today's show, but it's all right. We'll be back a little bit later on tonight. Well, this morning for you guys. You dig? I don't want us to get too deep because we sharing a lot of information, and definitely on a show that definitely needs to be supported because dudes don't talk about this type of stuff, and we might be peering into something that we shouldn't have remembered. You know what I'm saying? Or not even just shouldn't have remembered, kept to ourselves. So I don't want us to go too deep on,
No, but you the kind of guy though. Go to you be like, no, you the kind of guy, man. You'll let a nigga come here and put his hair back and lay his feet up. You know what I'm saying? And have that convo.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? That's cool. I think
Yeah,
that's cool.
there needs to be places like that.
And I don't know weird shit. I'm just saying, like, shit.
But they're also not being judged, and then you can be able to talk to somebody else that can say, hey, I've experienced that also, or something similar. So you're not by yourself. But I think we need to be in a better space, because also people in the audience will be able to relate, But you never know. It's an experience, you know what I'm saying? Not a lot of black men actually have the same experience, so or something similar.
And then that's another thing. Now, see, now I'm going to a different space. Look, give me a one-liner of something that you wrote that you remember right off the back that you could just spit it right now, and I'll give you one back.
You said a one-liner?
One-liner.
I don't know. I probably gotta go to my notes or something. I don't know, bro. It's like 7 hours, bro. I've been.
Out of all of your lyrics, whatever you wrote down,
just give me
one, bro.
I'm the biggest shrink in the world.
Same to you. You might not be a rapper. You might not be a rapper, fantastic. But you have some one-liners that you just come up with, and you ain't even rapping. You just talking.
I had a bar where I said most of these people graduate just to pay school.
Okay, that's a good one.
Yeah, most people graduate just to pay school.
So they went to school for nothing.
Yeah, I mean, I said something like I play it cool. Most of these people graduate just to pay school. Something like that.
All right, Fasting. Go ahead. What you got? You could be talking. It ain't gotta be in a rap. In a rap.
You know, Fasting is a producer. He got a genre of music called tech hip rock.
Yeah. There's a quote, based on my experience that I wrote down. I say I'm the original of that way. I be saying so. I say education is necessary, but not a guarantee for success. And I came out with this word after after 2 years living in America, seeing how life is. I was like, man, like education is not necessary it's not a guarantee for success.
Okay. And I got one, and this is like kind of funny too. I said, she thicker than peanut butter Peter Pans. Drinking too much liquor, man, this bitch them Peter Pants.
Wordplay. Clever wordplay. That's the funny thing.
I like big butts, I cannot lie.
No, I'm just saying though.
You can do a lot of stuff with the English language, but the English language is hard to express yourself. But it's funny how much wordplay you can get with the English language, though. But it is hard to express yourself in the English language. So,
Well, that's what's up, though, man. We're gonna shut it down. Sir. It's all good, bro.
Yeah, man. Yeah, man. I gotta finish up on this book, and it should be out. I'm on my last chapter. I just gotta finish up on the book and proofread it. I'm waiting. I did a book for my bro Niemans. He has a crypto book, and I did half the book done, but I'm waiting on this editor to send me back my damn vocals. I'm about to just do it myself because I don't have my equipment to like clean up the vocals at the moment, and I'm about to just do it myself, man.
No, that's good. I need to do a book too, man. Shit, look good.
Yeah,
guys, guess what's today? Guess what's today? 9/11.
Oh yeah, it is 9/11.
The day of the biggest hoax in the universe.
It's been 9/11 where I'm
See, look.
I'm gonna get to the chop on that one. Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't think about it.
Jeez Louise. Well, yeah, we in some stuff. Y'all. You know.
Man, hey, Kuda, I really appreciated that I caught up with your show. At this late time.
Today?
Yeah, because sometimes because of my schedule, sometimes you have your show in the afternoon. I'm probably
Yeah, I usually don't do my show around. I usually don't do my show around this time, but I made sure I was here for you guys to do the debate. Yeah, but I mean, I'll do another show. It's just
and then hold up. This is a request. Hey, Kuda, this is a request. Show that little thing right there again. Hold on, that little thing that's in there.
Yeah, she was cold, man.
What's going on with this?
I'm a bad mama chama. What? Even in pajamas. And they no competition, cause I'm bigger, better. I'm a bad mama chama. What? Even.
What's all that movement back there?
Is she a TikToker or what?
I don't know what the hell. She bad. That's I think that's what it is.
She that's was a Planet Fitness.
That's all Planet Thickness.
Yeah.
Planet Thickness right there. That's all cool. That's all Kuda action right there. That's these are type I go. These are type I go for, and then these are type I go for and then complain later.
Kuda is like, I'm ready to make babies now. I'm ready to settle.
I don't know about all that, but yeah, something like this, it would be easy. Yeah.
So that means you're gonna wrap it up, huh? Or you pull out?
I don't know, man.
No, Kuda is gonna be. I make sure I'm not pulling out. I ain't pulling out.
Look, I go after women like this and then complain. When shit don't go my way. So
see, and then I have to make a distinction too, because my lingo, I become another word. I definitely smack it. I ain't saying smack like S-M-A-C-K.
Smag it.
I'm saying smack like S-M-A-G-G-I-T. Smack it. Cause that's the sound. That's the sound that's gonna make with my hand. Smack it. There you go. Yeah.
Yeah, I usually go after chicks like this and then get mad later.
Smack it.
That's my problem. She bad as shit. I couldn't I wouldn't be able to concentrate at the gym. Oh, all right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, cool.
You got that little waist and
You get all right. We'll continue next time.
Yeah.
All right.
I just made it to work too. So.
All right, I'm out,
Okay, man.
y'all.
Peace.
I'm
Have a productive day at work. Shout outs to Star P, man. Make sure you get some rest. You dig? Shout outs to fasting. Oh yeah, man. It's Player Talk Radio. Shout outs to everybody in the building. I am your gracious host, DJ Kuda, and that was today's show. Shout outs to everybody that hit the like button. No sponsors for today's show, but listen, it's Player Talk Radio. We out. Peace.